Now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, good morning. Hi, everybody. Hope you are having a phenomenal start to your day. It's Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports. 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports application, all the podcast platforms out there as well. It's a formal Friday, a football Friday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. And glad to have you guys aboard. We've almost made it through our week. We've almost made it to this huge game on Sunday, Seahawks and Packers. Got absolutely zero help last night from the Niners. Can't even win when they're supposed to. Thanks a lot, San Fran. Thanks a lot, dude who didn't feel like going back into the game. Jeesh. I know that's not why they lost. Isn't that a crazy story?
Well, I mean, yeah, the reason he wasn't in the game was because he pretty much got his starting job taken.
Yeah.
But then when they had injuries, he was like, nah.
Well, also, he kind of knew.
Devondre Campbell is who we're talking about.
Yeah, Devondre Campbell. He knew when he signed that was the gig, right? Like, he signed knowing that Dre Greenlaw was hurt, right? Remember, he blew his Achilles out just walking onto the field for the Super Bowl, which is kind of wild in and of itself. But he knew he was here just until he came back. Then, obviously, Dre Greenlaw is one of the better linebackers in the game, comes back, he gets his job. Like, dude, you literally signed with this as the plan. Totally crazy. Yeah, I'm not going to the game.
When you usually see players not really willing to say anything about other players, and they're not holding back. George Kittle was like, I've never been around anyone that's done that, and I don't ever want to be around anyone.
Yeah, there are certain
to do that.
Also, Chavarius Ward got asked about it post-game, and he straight up said, yeah, he's getting cut soon.
I saw that, yeah. It's funny. It doesn't matter what you do off the field, but if you do something like that on the field, players are just done with you. Like, you're just not part of the team, and you just can't continue to function with a player who's not part of your team and doesn't want to be a teammate like that. So, yes, is there a bit of a double standard? 100, 1,000, 1,000,000% yes, but also I understand exactly where they're coming from on something like that. You just, what's the old line? Can't play with them. Can't do it. Mike Singletary, absolutely right in this case. And interestingly enough, about the exact same team, but didn't exactly help the Seahawks either, as they could have used a win last night from the Niners, or really more appropriately a Rams loss. We'll dig into that a little bit later, and I know Brock was pretty fired up about how bad Brock Purdy was, and he was pretty bad. I didn't get to see a ton of the game. I watched the beginning, and then I watched the very end on mute because I went to the Kraken game last night. Probably the best game I've seen them play, I think probably in person ever. They looked phenomenal last night. And when you see and the Bruins are a good team, right, Maura? They're not a bad team.
No, they're good.
Right? Like, they're not an incredible team, but they're not a bad team. When you see the Kraken look the way they did last night, it definitely can spark a little hope in you. And, there's a guy sitting next to me. I was with my buddy Chris, who has awesome seats. He really does. Like, he just lucked into incredible seats during the initial lottery. He sits basically next to or near Samantha Holloway. Andy Jassy's like one row and 3 seats over. Like, it really is bizarre, especially since Chris works for Amazon. He's like, oh, yeah, there's my boss over there. He's like 27 levels above me at Amazon, but there he is. There's Andy Jassy. They looked great. And so the guy sitting next to me goes, they're such a good team, and if they can just keep this going, they can get to the Stanley Cup or whatever. I'm like, well, I wasn't going to argue with him after the Kraken had scored a goal and he was all excited. But in my mind, I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, they still just don't really have enough talent to pull that off.
For one thing, if they can keep getting the play that they've had from Grubauer recently.
He was good last night. That's true.
Because I know he has been someone you've maligned.
He was probably the best I've seen him in ages last night. Yeah. Even Andre Burakovsky had a decent game last night. Vince Dunn was tremendous last night. Bjorkstrand had a couple of goals. I mean, Shane Wright, Brock's been absolutely right on that. I love how Brock just gets right to the point of things. Seriously, he does. There are times where obviously he and I argue a ton, but there are other times where I just marvel. Brock doesn't know jack squat about hockey. He doesn't, by his own admission. I mean, he, sort of understands icing and offsides, but he gets right to the point of things. And it's just like, is Shane Wright going to be good or not? Is Matty Beniers going to be good or not? That's your number 2 and your number 5 pick. Are they going to be good or not? And if they're not going to be good, you're probably not going to be that good. And with Beniers, obviously it starts off like a house of fire. He was unbelievable at the beginning. I would maintain that since the concussion, he's never quite been the same. Good player, but he has not continued that positive upwards trajectory that he started with in his career. And because of it, I think that is hampering them and their ability to really get to the next level. Shane Wright, another guy with just incredible talent, and he's got the skill, he's got the size, reason he was the number 5 pick, but also a reason he had fallen because originally he was supposed to be the number 1 overall pick. And over, we've heard coaches and teammates and general managers all talk about his consistency, his work ethic, his concentration, right? They all mentioned it at various points, and eventually even Dan Bilesma scratching him for, 3-4 games in a row a couple of weeks ago. Well, since then, played a lot better. And one of the things I tend to notice in hockey games is who gets to be out on the ice in key spots. Sometimes it's just who's up, and you can't always get who you want on the ice in the big moments. But if the coach doesn't trust Shane Wright, he wouldn't be out there in the final couple minutes of a game. He just wouldn't. They'd just be like, nope, you're going to be the 4th liner guy, and we're going to throw somebody else out there that we trust more in these situations. And for the last few games, in big moments, Shane Wright's been out there. Not the only one out there. I mean, they rotate through, but he's felt comfortable enough with Shane's, let's call it, responsibility on the ice, which is really sort of the question mark with a guy like that. Can he be responsible and not just thinking offense every second? And he has been. He's been able to play a full game in all 3 zones. And when you do that, you earn yourself more playing time and more ability to get after the net. And he does keep chipping in with assists, a couple of goals. He keeps doing that. And he can start to build some confidence. He said after the game last night that he was feeling very confident. Man, that's what you need. Throw in a couple of, the Vince Dunn goal last night that was a beauty. Just an absolute beauty.
And Bjorkstrand has been so much better, too. Remember when you kept saying, he hasn't scored a goal yet? He hasn't scored a goal
Well, that was Burakovsky. No, that was Burakovsky.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that was Burakovsky. But you're right, Maura. You're accidentally right.
Him and Wright on that line have been
really good.
A force together, yeah.
Bjorkstrand got scratched once as well. He had a healthy scratch. It was before Wright. It was going even farther back. And since then, I think he's over a point a game.
It feels like Bilesma's kind of pushed the right buttons. It took a while, but
he is I think that's what he's been good at. He doesn't suffer fools. He's not going to take any crap. And when guys don't put out maximum effort, they get benched. And Burakovsky's been benched. He came back and has played better. He hasn't found the back of the net the way you'd want him to, but he's played better. He set up one of the goals last night, goal 3 or 4, I forget which, with just a good, strong power move into the offensive zone. He benched Wright. You're seeing the effects of that. He benched Bjorkstrand. You're feeling the effects of that. Now, you do have to wonder why you have to bench so many of these guys. Maybe they could come out and, play hard and play well and play consistently before getting benched. But, hey, credit to Bilesma. He pushes a lot of the right buttons. And for a team that, 2.5 weeks ago looked to be dead in the water, now they're not. And they come right back. They win a bunch of games. They take 3 out of 4 points against Florida and Boston here at home, and we'll see where they go from there. Yeah, Grubauer did play pretty well, and Decord's obviously been playing well throughout the year, but if you could get both of those guys onto more of an even basis, I'd like to see Decord more than Grubauer, and I will admit,
when you have 2 goalies you trust, it's huge.
It's huge.
To have.
By the way, a couple of dudes on that Bruins team are just gigantic. I don't know who that dude Beecher is or Zadorov. Oh, my gosh. Mammoth human beings. Absolute giants. Holy cow. All right. Anyway.
Beecher's, oh, wait.
You know what else you get?
It says he's 6'3".
No, I don't believe it. That guy looked like he was 6'10", 280 pounds. Gigantic. It was interesting being there last night at a Bruins game here in Seattle. Well, just, I guess, having the Boston fans there, people that show up. You hear a lot of things you don't generally hear in downtown Seattle. Like kind of being in that building a fair amount. You don't hear a lot of slurs. You don't hear a lot of people dropping the F-bomb, and I don't mean a word that rhymes with a hockey puck. But last night, being there, like, wow, that's a totally different level of what you feel comfortable yelling in public. I can't believe I grew up there. There are really moments where I just shake my head and go, oh, my gosh. Definitely hearing things yelled at the team whose jersey you're wearing that I would not say in public and don't very often hear. And wouldn't say it in private either, to be perfectly honest. Crazy night, but congratulations to the Kraken. They win, and they get the first, 10 minutes of the show today. We got a lot of football to talk, gearing up for a huge game on Sunday. Mike Tirico coming up in 20. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
He is Mark Schlereth.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
Obviously, Green Bay is going to be tough. You get to play them at home. I think Minnesota just keeps winning, but I think they're beatable. I think it really comes down. I think the Rams are capable of winning out, and I think it comes down to the Rams in Seattle in that last game. And if Seattle, beats them, they go. And if the Rams can beat Seattle, then they go.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, I'll take advantage of a slower season to save money and get your roof replaced quickly. Riverside Roofing has openings, and they'll get your roof turned around fast. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
$2.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Beauty, privacy, instantly victories. Beauty, privacy, instantly victories. A big, beautiful tree that's perfect and right. A wall of green privacy that looks like it grew last night. Beauty, privacy, instantly victories.
The holidays are a magical time to get engaged. At Shane Company, we're here to help you create your dream engagement ring in just 3 easy steps. Choose a setting that speaks to your style. Compare diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. Then personalize it with a decorative crown and special engraving. Or choose a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, you'll find everyday competitive prices, a no-pressure environment, and an unmatched free lifetime warranty. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's the holiday season and the perfect time to gift yourself with a new home for the new year. For a limited time, take advantage of incredible savings and incentives during D.R. Horton's It's Your Year savings event. Going on now through December 22nd. Your perfect home for every holiday season is waiting for you. To find yours, visit any of our participating D.R. Horton communities or visit us at drhorton.com and discover the D.R. Horton difference. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it looks like we're going to get a really healthy version of both the Seahawks and the Packers this weekend. Somewhat rare for this time of year when teams tend to be a little beat up, but the Seahawks practiced just about everyone again yesterday. Ken Walker being the one starter that was unable to go, likely going to come down to a game-time decision. Even if you'd like to see more Charbonnet, and I would put myself in that category, obviously it would benefit them to have Walker, but if that's the only major injury, you really are in good shape this time of year, and you got a tough one on your hands. This Green Bay team is good. Their defense has been tremendous. Dan Orlovsky with more.
Talked a little bit yesterday about what could be the flaw of this football team, some of the middle field pass defense, but this rush defense under Jeff Hafley and the turnaround behind it has been absolutely enormous. You couple that with being top 6 in the NFL and +9 with the takeaways and top 10 in total points. Seattle's offense is hot. I think the pass game is going to be the biggest challenge on Sunday Night Football. This run defense has been very good. They got to get healthy with Ja and Cooper back. If they do, I think not only this weekend it continues, but this defensive performance on the back half of the season.
Well, I appreciate the idea that the Seahawks offense is hot. I'm not sure that's true. They're coming off of one good game against the Cardinals. Other than that, I don't know that the offense has been hot, but all right, I'll take it. Really, it's the defense, I think, that has been a whole lot hotter. But okay, so you got to have trouble running the ball against this front. That should be a really good test to see if what we saw last week was real. And you're going to do all of it in front of a national audience on Sunday Night Football. Geno Smith asked about the magnitude.
It's a very big game for us because it's the next game. We've been saying that the entire year, and that's not going to change. We understand what's at stake. We understand that, you want to have meaningful games late in December. You want to have your crowd, these great fans that we have, they're cheering and have something to be excited for in these meaningful games, as you said. And like I said, we just got to take it one day, one game at a time. We can't put more emphasis on it than needs to be. It's a very big game. We know it's at stake, but it's just the next game. And so we got to make sure that we approach it the right way and take it step by step.
All right, so it's a big game, as was last night. Unfortunately, you had no control over it, and it didn't go the way you'd want. The Niners win, rather. No, Niners lose, Rams win. The Niners managed to score just 6 points and fall 12-6. Brock Purdy was horrible. Deebo Samuel had a key drop. The story, I think, though, is going to be the refusal of Devondre Campbell, linebacker from the Niners, to enter the game in the third quarter. Apparently telling coaches he just didn't want to play. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
What happened with Devondre Campbell? He didn't play and he went into the locker room at some point?
Yeah, he said he didn't want to play today.
Play today?
Yep.
The coaching staff?
He did when I asked him why he didn't want to go in. So.
During the game or before?
No, that was in the third quarter.
Yeah, he just, I don't want to go in. I'm all set with that. Pretty brutal, man. Pretty brutal. So, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine now that Kyle Shanahan is going to survive all of this. We'll see. Remember we were asking whether or not the Seahawks broke Kyle Shanahan and the Niners? They might have. They very well might have broken them. They have not been the same team since then.
That's a shame.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, elsewhere, coming up this weekend, Cardinals are going to host the Patriots, so likely not a lot of help there. Best game should be Lions-Bills, right? Two of the league's best will go at it in what could be a Super Bowl preview. In theory, so could Steelers-Eagles, little Pennsylvania matchup, and then Houston-Miami's an interesting one. Chance for the Dolphins to stay alive. Same with Colts and Broncos for Indy. And it's not until Monday, but the Seahawks' next two opponents after Green Bay play each other, Bears-Vikings. So Minnesota at least will have a short week heading into the game next Sunday. Congratulations to Tyrese Knight. He was named Rookie of the Week, which is apparently a thing. Brian Baldinger would certainly agree because he really liked what he saw in his breakdown of the film on Tyrese.
You watch him just come. Watch him in the curl flat right here. Like he hits people like an anvil. Bam. They just go down. I love it. Watch him this hit right here to Benson. Benson's 230 pounds. Watch this hit. Man, Tyrese Knight, you can trace the improvement of this defense from the day that they put him in at linebacker, him and Ernest Jones. It's completely solidified this defense.
Well, that's definitely been the case. Ernest Jones even calling them the death zone, so we'll have a little bit more on that coming up here at 7 o'clock.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mariners changed their single A affiliate. I don't know if this is going to have a big effect on your life, but after next year, Modesto will no longer be a part of the system. They're going to go to Inland Empire, the 66ers, who play, I believe, out of San Bernardino, so that's exciting. They also signed Neftali Feliz to a minor league deal. He last pitched in 2017. Thank you, Lyle, for finding that little piece of arcane information. Neftali Feliz was the Rookie of the Year, 40 years ago?
In 20... Oh, my voice is still working through it. In 2010, there we go. I just had to clear my throat.
In 2010, he's a Rookie of the Year. He hasn't been good in 8-9 years?
Yeah, like a decade. Okay, he threw 4 innings in 2021, but he has thrown 4 big league innings in 7 years. It's a little bit of a weird minor league signing.
Very, very strange. But hey, you know what? Maybe it works out great. That would be an awesome story if somebody like Neftali Feliz ended up playing a role on the team this year. Tremendous effort from the Kraken last night, as I told you to start the show. Played one of their better, more complete games of the season. Scored right off the bat.
Pioneers in control. From Hingham, Massachusetts, he tips it in! A tip out in front. Oliver Bjorkstrand was on the doorstep. Chandler Stevenson was on the near side, and you can cue the maestro.
Yep, a goal there, 1 of 2 for Bjorkstrand. Grubauer had a really good day. Schwartz had a good day. Vince Dunn had a good day. Shane Wright had a good day. They just really played well last night. They go on to win 5-1, and afterwards, Philip Grubauer did dedicate the game to David Bonderman, who had just passed away. That is everything you need to know. And we do a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I should have also mentioned just quickly that Todd Leiweke did speak during one of the first breaks of the game, and they had a really nice tribute to David Bonderman, the owner who had just passed away. Leiweke does all of those things so well. It was super classy. They were all wearing patches. And one thing you do notice about hockey players, maybe more so than anyone else, is just how much they seem to pay attention to that stuff even during the game. They all wait. They all take a break. They all look up at the video board to watch. They're super respectful. They all give a stick tap. It just, I don't know. It feels like they are kind of a part of it with the audience for a moment, which is not something I always sense in all of the other sports. So just kind of a cool little thing about the hockey players. All right. Mike Tirico's the best guest in the business. Like, he just plain and simple. He's the best. If you need a great guest, Mike Tirico is it. He's got a ton to say about the Seahawks before he covers the game or calls the game this Sunday night. Stick around. You're going to hear it next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
He's a first-year head coach. He has his defense making massive improvements after some risky gambles, particularly at linebacker. His team is in first place in their division and looking for the chance to host a playoff game. But Mike McDonald, not really part of the conversation for Coach of the Year bump.
This is John Schneider's time to shine. These guys keep winning. If they get into the playoffs, they have 10-plus wins. You're looking at John Schneider for GM of the Year with the moves that he's made.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
When an injury takes your kid out of the game, the team at Seattle Children's is here for you. With the most experienced orthopedics and sports medicine professionals in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle Children's all-star team will get your kid back in the game and back to being a kid. Learn more at seattlechildrens.org.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with my friends at Snoqualmie Casino. And if you don't want to cook or clean on Christmas, I'm sure you're not alone. Who does? Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel has got you covered. How does this sound? Mouth-watering Christmas Day menu at Falls Buffet with savory roasts, the delightful sides, and then decadent desserts as well. They're also serving up prime rib with all the fixings. You want more details? Go to snocasino.com for the full menu. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do two things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
On behalf of Cairo News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical. Your donations will help provide holiday gifts for year-long support for the more than 5,000 children and youth in foster care statewide. Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays. For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Old windows can be a drain on your energy bills and on your peace of mind. Isn't it time for an upgrade? Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Our energy-efficient replacement windows work smarter, keeping your home comfortable while saving you money year-round. It's an investment in your home and your security. Call State Roofing and Exteriors at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today for a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Mariners single game tickets for 2025 are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games next season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th. Incredible giveaways like the Julio Bat Flip Bubble and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
There aren't that many people, Brock, that we're willing to kind of move our clock around and change things around for. And we don't move Blue 88 ever. But Mike Tirico is certainly one of those people, right?
Oh, 100%. And then when you do what I did,
I know, I'm trying to give
television,
you an opportunity to get back in his good graces
to
here
take a shot at his esteemed Orange.
Yeah,
who had a breakthrough season, going to play the Cougs in the Holiday Bowl. And Benetti's trying to give him a little praise. The least I could do, you would think, is be like, yeah, I'm really proud of you guys. I'm really happy for you and Sean and Tirico and Ian and all those who've had to overcome so much from
could
that
have done something nice and throw in Kevin Martinez in there or something like that. But instead, you take that opportunity to take a shot. So somehow we still able to land Tirico today. Mike, good morning. Thanks for spending a few minutes with us.
Guilt always works. It's a great way to start around the holiday season. We move the clock around for you.
Yep.
Like, I'm sitting here with a torn Achilles, like I'm going anywhere. But thank you for moving the clock for me. I appreciate it. And,
what? You have a torn Achilles?
Very sensitive. My man Benetti just made a nice little side comment, which was accurate about Syracuse's success. And it wasn't the fact of what Brock said. It was just the tone of the snicker heard underneath. Like, seriously? Come on, dude. God.
What did you do to your Achilles?
Oh, I tore it 3.5 weeks ago. Coming down the stairs at home, really excited. It used to be people would say, you can tell what age you are by people say, oh, were you running? Oh, were you playing pickup hoops? Oh, were you playing pickleball? What'd you do? Right? Now I'm in the what'd you do category. So, yeah, I tore it, did 3 games, then had surgery about 10 days ago. And, good thing I work with my mouth and not my legs, so I'm able to work even though I'm on the physically unable to perform list.
I was hoping for like a pickup game with you and Collinsworth, maybe the crew, every Friday, Saturday, finds a little gym to get a little run. Nothing?
I know. True story. This is the year before I got on the Notre Dame package with NBC. They're doing a production meeting 2 years before. So they're doing a production meeting, and it's like 5 o'clock, and where's Doug Flutie? Where's Doug? He knows the room we're supposed to be in, 5:04, 5:06. Here comes Doug coming in sweating. Doug ended up getting in this massive pickup game with a bunch of Notre Dame students.
Yep.
Stayed. You couldn't leave the floor because winners stay on, right? And he got, guys, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We saw Doug 2 weeks ago in Buffalo, and we made him recount the story. It's just great. But he's a Peter Pan like that. Jumps in and he said, dude, Doug Flutie, still in Florida where he lives, plays baseball, hardball, twice a week with guys like late 20s, early 30s, and plays hockey once a week and wears the goalie pads. He's the best.
None of that surprises me. Growing up a town away from Doug Flutie and driving on Flutie Pass, which connected the Natick and Framingham malls after they were both built. I mean, Doug Flutie is, until Brady, I think most New England football fans would have preferred Flutie to Bledsoe even. I mean, like, he was special. He was something different.
And then we go to Buffalo, where he played 3 years, 3 fun years, but he played 3 years. And it was like Bruce Smith and Jim Kelly were walking through the door. They had an hour signing, and it was 2 hours. And, it's funny, like, you listeners of a certain age, right? People weren't around 40 years ago for that Hail Mary. And to see it revisited, actually, Rinaldi did it on the Fox College Football pregame show, Brock, maybe before your game.
I saw that,
2 weeks ago. Like, what a great piece, what a great reminder of a guy who captivated the country, a la the Caitlin Clark women's basketball. In fact, Doug Flutie had that kind of impact as an individual on a sport. Just kind of cool for a generation that wasn't around to be able to still relive it.
All right, well, Sunday night, you'll be here for Seahawks Packers. We're excited to have you. What are you excited to see in this game?
Oh, man, everything. First off, Seahawks Packers, I immediately looked to the left end zone to see the Hail Mary. Collinsworth did the Hasselbeck, we're going to take the ball, we're going to score playoff game in Green Bay. So, like, the two of us were laughing on Sunday night. Like, we've both lived 2 chapters of, what isn't really a big rivalry, but 2 teams that have given us memorable moments and are in position to do it again. This is a really nice turnaround with Seattle. Mike's done a terrific job of figuring this thing out as they go along. And Green Bay's losses, guys, are to the best teams in the NFL. Two to Detroit, 1 to Philly, 1 to Minnesota. You want to throw KC and Buffalo in there? Of course, they're in that small group. But Green Bay has no embarrassing losses. This is a very good team and a huge spot for Seattle to keep that one length ahead in the division.
What do you remember of Mike McDonald, the D coordinator? Did you guys have some Sunday night games where you chatted with him in a production meeting and were around him? And through that interaction, did you think that this would be possible year one, really building an identity and a foundation?
Once or twice with Baltimore, for sure, for me. And really observed him even more closely when he was the Michigan defensive coordinator, because we live in Ann Arbor. So that 2021 season, I wasn't covering the team, but you see all the stories and all the news and the press conferences with the coordinators, and you just get a sense of a guy who, very, very built for the job, right, in today's day and age. Solid defensive coach, fundamentals are important, a willingness to take all first-time coordinators, but also a comfort to bring in a Leslie Frazier, to have big eyes over the whole operation to make it work. I spent a bunch of time, maybe a bunch of time is overstating it, a couple hours with Mike and Stephanie, his wife, at the owners' meetings, and we were just talking about just the adjustment, and it really seemed like it was all big and brand new. And to watch a guy get off to a great start at 3-0, go through a rough stretch, but then make the adjustments, that tells me that what everybody saw when he was with Harbaugh, both in Ann Arbor and in Baltimore, was right. That this guy has the temperament and the brain and the smarts and the football acumen to be a good head coach. And I think he's on his path to doing that.
It's interesting because as a defensive guy, those have not been the most popular hires around the NFL the last 5, almost 10 years now. I do wonder if he has the kind of success that it looks like he's starting to have. Will we start to see that worm turn a little bit, and especially as the passing game is coming back to earth a little bit? I do wonder whether or not we'll see some changes in guys who get considered to be head coaches.
It's an interesting thought. Two large picture shifts in football. One is, as you said, the passing game is being regulated a little bit. I go back to Kansas City was this greatest thing in the world. And then teams said, you know what? I'm done with it. Let's just put 2 safeties back there and go 10, 12 plays down the field. And all of a sudden, Tyreek Hill running 80 yards down the field wasn't there the way it used to be. Same thing with Miami. And a lot of folks are running the Kyle Shanahan-based offense. So they're getting a lot of looks at this. And what are we finding? The defensive chess move of two safeties, make a late move to rotate a second safety back, confuse the quarterbacks a little bit, force them to check it down, go 10 plays, go 11 plays. It's hard because somebody holds, somebody false starts, 1st and 15, 2nd and long, now we can blitz and all that. That's a big trend in the league. So the defensive coach trend, here's the problem. When you have an offensive head coach, you're not changing your offense, right? That guy's system's going to be in place. When you have Mike, let's say there's success on the offensive side this year and next, and now Ryan Grubb is being looked at as a head coach. Then you got to bring in a new guy, which is a new system, which is a change, and all that stuff, right? So that's the problem with defensive head coaches, because the offense feels like it's such a bigger ship to turn in the ocean compared to a defense. So those are the things. But in general, I agree with that principle. I like it right now. I just want a leader of men. I want a guy who can get up in front of 53 guys and get them going in the right direction 17, 18 times a year. And I think Mike's got that kind of wiring.
I'll be surprised after your production meeting if you don't walk away and go, my gosh, is there a more transparent and vulnerable leader of men? I think that's what Salk and I have noticed over these 9-10 months of kind of getting to know him. Yeah, just so authentic. And when he says, like, you know, and he he'll take a little shot at himself, have fun with himself, like, it's real. Like, he's not trying to put on a facade of, oh, I know everything and I've been there and done it.
I think even more so, Brock, I don't think he necessarily thinks of himself as being a great leader of men yet. I mean, I think that's one of the things that jumps out to me, the authenticity and humility to say, hey, that's part of the game that I'm still working on, and I'm still trying to figure out how to lead this group of 53 every day.
Yeah.
Well, Brock, I'll turn this back to you. I mean, you've seen 20 college coaches and talked to 20 college head coaches this year or something in that neighborhood, right? Mm-hmm. Don't you find that the younger coaches are more like that because they are closer to this generation of players? Ergo, they must know how to connect with these guys a little bit better. And I think the authoritarian figure is something that is not embraced generationally as much as it once was, that one of our guys is the guy who we want to lead us.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. And I think through actually something Jeff Fisher had said when the Seahawks did a joint practice there with Tennessee, he had said to me, you know, I bump into these guys. And I would add this as a strength of Mike's versus maybe some of the other younger generation, that while they have connective tissue, they're not as curious. And he said that's what jumped out with Mike, was like he was one of these young guys that was genuinely, authentically asking me questions. And those ones are, I think, the ones to me, Mike, that jump out. Like, you do run into these young guys and, you know, they will connect and, oh my gosh, they know the language and they are young and, you know, and they are so high energy. But the ones then that are also curious, the Kenny Dillinghams, right, that also will ask questions, that don't think they've got it all figured out, I'd put Mike very much in that camp.
Well, they've all grown up in an era of, as we all do now, hey, let me go research this. Let me go get on the internet and read about this and learn about this. And let me go watch a YouTube video. And then, okay, I'm going to figure out how many people we've seen. Hey, I picked up this move on the basketball court. I went back and watched YouTube videos of player X or player Y, right? It's a society that has evolved to, the answers are out there if you take the time to go find them.
Yep.
And that, if you have that curiosity chip, gets satiated by doing those types of things. So I think it's a fascinating study. It doesn't mean that the long-term coaches can't survive and exist. Like, watch Hard Knocks and Mike Tomlin. Mike's in his 50s now, but man, Mike Tomlin talking to Joey Porter Jr. about being a corner, and you're not going to be great tomorrow, but what you do today is going to lead to that tomorrow. Like, he can still relate in a different way. So it's a mix. It doesn't mean everybody's got to go out and hire a 37-year-old guy, but the right guy can be a leader of men, even though he's 10 years older than them.
This is why you've got the Sunday night game. This is why you're the greatest, because you just set us up, obviously, for the easiest segue of all time. Because what is that going to look like now at North Carolina? As the exact polar opposite of that is going to be talking to 17-year-old kids in their parents' living room. Can this work?
Look, everything can work, right?
Of course.
There's not one box of these are the only right answers, right? The world has been defined, created by people who are salmon, who swim upstream, right, and do it differently. So, of course, it can be done. Think about Bill Belichick that you've consumed via media this year compared to the Bill Belichick you consumed for 20 years before that. Maybe he made you laugh 4 times in the prior 20 years. Now, he's hysterical. He tells stories on the Manning Cast, on a podcast. He's on, honestly, 8 months ago, if I would have sat you down and said, hey, guys, Bill Belichick's going to be on every week with Pat McAfee. Really? Are you serious? But Bill has shown that ability to adapt, to change. There's a core of coaching and teaching that's not going to go away. Mm-hmm. That's there. For North Carolina, you put the resources behind it, you get the people there, and Bill sells you as it's the pre-NFL. It's just like a big year-long combine. Come here, you're going to be drafted because guys are going to go, hey, this kid's coming right in, and he knows how to practice, he knows how to do this, he knows how to do that. So he's figured out a way to take his gift, his skill set, and adapt it to these guys. Absolutely, it can work until they come up to the Dome and Syracuse beats them next year.
That's right.
It can absolutely work.
That's exactly right. Hey, last couple minutes, Mike. Thanks always for your generosity of time and wisdom and everything else. We know Seattle inside and out. We live it. We breathe it every day. It's a big deal to us. Don't know these Packers quite as well. You mentioned their really tough schedule and a really solid team. Certainly know the head coach, quarterback, all of that. Have you guys had them this year in person? Have you seen Green Bay?
This is a great week for me because I had Green Bay on Thanksgiving. So there's only one game between our last game and their game. And as you know, Brock, that can make an entire week, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. You've got all the background, all the foundation already laid. So, yeah, now it's just adding a couple layers to it. So talk to us. Exactly. What do you think, knowing these guys, what do you think will be a couple of the biggest keys with these Seahawks?
Yeah, I walk you across the board. Offensive line's good. Offensive line is young and good and all homegrown, all drafted and developed. This is a draft and develop organization. They are a young team, but veteran in a couple of key places. So the O-line's done a nice job and together most of the year, and Josh Jacobs has been terrific. As good as Aaron Jones was for 7 years, Josh Jacobs has come in. He's a little bit younger, and he's given them a little bit more, and that's been very positive for them. Receivers, Christian Watson's their deep threat. Everybody else does something, but they've got a lot of guys. They've got 5 receivers who they trust. Good tight end in Tucker Kraft. So offensively across the board, you don't sit there and go, they're unbelievable, but you don't sit there and say there's a weak spot. And Jordan Love, he's been in the league 5 years, but it's his second year playing. He's only started 29 games. I think we're seeing him grow. Defense, Rashawn Gary and Kenny Clark are the veterans up front. They don't have anybody else who's one of those like war daddies off the edge who makes all the plays all the time. Linebackers have been good. If they get Jair Alexander back, it adds to a good secondary where Xavier McKinney from the Giants has been a ball hawk, a center fielder. Geno's problems in games has been throwing the untimely pick. Xavier McKinney's first half of the year has been getting the timely pick. So I'd be concerned there. A good return game in Keyshawn Nixon. Overall, like a really solid team that if you asked me, could Green Bay go into Detroit or Philly and win or the South or West winner and win a playoff game? Absolutely. I wouldn't blink an eye. Good, solid, well-coached team, hard to beat. A Seattle win here would let you believe Seattle could be considered in a similar vein where they could go somewhere and beat anybody in the NFC.
Yeah, that's sort of the one thing Seattle doesn't have, right? They don't have a signature win yet this year, but they're going to play Green Bay and then they're going to play Minnesota here over the course of the next 2 weeks. Win one or both of those, and maybe it changes some of the conversation around these Seahawks, right?
Hey, we could say all we want, right? All we want. Look at this tiebreaker, that tiebreaker. Just sitting here on December 12th, it smells like the game against the Rams is going to be for the division.
Yep.
Now, that could change. You change with one injury here or there. It just, if you give me like what's a feels like thing right now, it's that Seattle at LA is probably going to be for the division.
I said a couple weeks ago, I have a feeling we're going to see you that night. Just a gut feeling.
I'm more than happy with we see Seattle week 15, see them week 18, I'm very happy to rinse and repeat that one.
I bet you would. Yeah, you've done all the work. It should be great. Trip to L.A. right around that time of year doesn't sound too terrible. Before we let you go here, Mike, I'm always curious about you. What excites you these days? You've been doing this job now for quite some time. I know you love it. I'm not suggesting you're bored or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you're working on new projects and new ideas. Like, what gets you excited in your job these days?
Just the cycle of around the corner, there's a new something waiting. For example, the Winter Olympics are a year away, and we're going to be doing the Super Bowl and the Winter Olympics around the same time. So I'm excited about watching all the new winter athletes here as they're competing in their stuff, because this is their last big competition season. I'm excited about the NBA. We're back in the NBA business next year. So this time next November, we'll be doing NBA games around our Sunday night games. But what still excites me the most is being at stadiums. It's still 30 years later, has not gotten old. I said it on the air last week. We're going on a run of Green Bay, Lambeau, Buffalo with 5-6 inches of snow, which was ideal, then to Arrowhead, and now to Lumen to see the 12s, right? Think about those 4 weeks in a row, and you get to sit at the 50-yard line in a perfect spot in maybe the 4 best atmospheres in the league, all right in a 3-week stretch. Like, how can you not just pinch yourself and be so lucky to do this? And that's still, as much as anything around the corner, gets me fired up. Like I asked your producer when we dialed in, I said, "What's the forecast for Sunday? Is it going to rain?" I just want to get there and experience Seattle in the holidays. And I'm kind of disappointed it might be dry. Like a rainy night just makes a Seattle game. But anyway.
You never know. Yeah, don't count on that. It changes very, very rapidly.
I promise.
And I'm surprised by the answer. I really thought you would have said the occasional opportunity to do local radio. So I'm very, very surprised by that answer.
I'm very selective. I too move around my schedule for Brock.
Wow.
So anytime, this is my fault. I'm the one who reached out to Brock and Jason after Brock's snicker, and just kind of started knowing we were coming here, so just started the process.
Will you still do that next year? Brock's going to be done. Are you still going to do that next year? Brock's not doing this anymore.
Yeah, I know. Well, it'll be a lot easier, more enjoyable. So, yeah, probably.
Mike, you're the best. Thank you so much. Seriously, I always love having an opportunity to chat with you, and look forward to watching you and Chris do the game on Sunday night. Thank you so much.
And ditto back to you guys. I seriously do a bunch of these, and a lot of folks do a great job. You two as a combo in this show is really, really good. I hope the listeners enjoy and appreciate what they have, and I always love coming on with you guys. You're both wonderful, so thanks so much.
They don't. No, they just make fun of us all the time, so that's fine. Thank you for telling them that. Maybe somebody will finally convince them that that's true. All right, there you go. There is Mike Tirico, best in the business. Very true, at least that he's the best in the business. I'll certainly take the compliment, though. That was... that's got to be one of the nicest things any guest has ever said about us.
Oh, that's really nice.
Right? I just kind of went home and
Mike Tirico does talk.
I was kind of peacocking after that. Like, hey, look at me. Like, Mike Tirico said really nice things about our show.
You guys are good at interviews. I think anyone that tries to tell you otherwise is just being a hater.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Maura. You know what? I think I appreciate it. I try to not really think of them, especially with people like Mike Tirico, as interviews. I mean, like, or like... You just want to ask Mike Tirico over and over again, like, who do you think's going to win? Like, I always try to think of things, people like him, like, A, just bring him into the conversation, and B, I like to know what's going on with them personally. So maybe in that way, it is a little bit of an interview, but in a way that I'm not sure everyone always interviews those guys. But I think of them as kind of celebrities in their own right? Like, Mike Tirico's an interesting human. He is one of those guys who's incredibly smart. I mean, like, otherworldly smart, has worked his butt off. I've told the story before because I got a friend who went to Syracuse with him, and he says that every Friday night when everybody else was out gallivanting, Mike Tirico was in his room practicing play-by-play. Like, this is what he's wanted to do forever and ever, and it's not an accident that he's now the top guy in the world, right? Doing Sunday Night Football, the biggest football game of the biggest, sport on the whole big network, I mean, the whole thing. That wasn't an accident. He's been working at it since he was a kid, and that's been his, only goal. So I'm fascinated by smart people like him, and I like hearing a little bit about what's motivating them, what's interesting them, what's kind of going on in their world. So cool stuff, and Mike Tirico really is one of the best and truly one of the nicest people you will ever meet in this business. Just a wonderful guy. And just to clarify, because I know some people heard it differently yesterday, Brock is not leaving the show. He's just going to be done doing college football in order to, I think, spend a little bit more time watching Titus play high school football over the course of the next 3 years, as Titus is going to be a sophomore next year and had a pretty good season this year playing quarterback. So just to clarify, don't want anybody to think Brock is leaving. In fact, now the college football season's over, we might get a little more of Brock. He's going to be in today, a rare Friday with the great Brock Heward. It's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
All right, what do we make, Brock, of these pro football focus grades?
Every day at 7:45.
I mean, Jackson just continues every single week to be off the chart. So an 84 grade again. I mean, best in the league? No. Best on this team? Stacking those kind of games, grade-wise, week after week after week after week? Yeah, he's starting to make that argument. And then defensively, man, Jaron Reed, an 84 grade as a D tackle.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. Our family-owned business has been taking care of our neighbors every winter since 1952. On behalf of Cressy Door and all our wonderful families, we would like to wish you all happy holidays.
No power? No problem. Stay warm this winter with a Valor gas fireplace that can heat without electricity. Check them out at Bellevue Fireplace Shop, located 1 block east of Costco in Kirkland's Rose Hill Plaza. Bellevue Fireplace Shop and BellevueFireplaceShop.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555, or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used, and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. That means it's time to save big on your next job. Right now, get your choice of 5-gallon pails of Valspar Signature Ceiling Paint or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Flat Ceiling Paint for just $148. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey folks, when it comes to Christmas trees, don't get played by foreign plastic. Just like you wouldn't replace a prize QB with a mannequin. Don't replace American farm fresh trees with fake foreign plastic. These farm families are the MVPs of Christmas, growing champions right here on American soil. They're not sitting on the bench. They're out there every day growing real Christmas traditions. Make the winning choice, farm fresh Christmas trees, not foreign plastic that pollutes. Visit GetRealKeepItReal.com to find your local farm MVP.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. That means it's time to save big on your next job. Right now, get your choice of 5-gallon pails of Valspar Signature Ceiling Paint or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Flat Ceiling Paint for just $148. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowes.com/same-day delivery for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Thanks, Sherm. Appreciate that. It's Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710. It's Football Friday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. We got Brock in today. Hi, buddy. Good morning.
Good morning. You know what else you got? I did all of our Christmas card. I didn't lick it because Molly had this little tool this year. So I didn't have to lose taste buds.
Right.
So I got to do this little deal, but every stamp, every card in the envelope, every, closure of it, while watching every second of a horrific Thursday night football game.
Yeah, it was bad, huh?
Yeah, that was the first Thursday game from beginning to end. I was like, I wonder what this whole thing looks like. I know the producer really well. I've worked with him a bunch. Great guy, T-Man. But golly, and you know what I'll never want to do, Salk? I'll never want to do a 5-man studio show where you literally, I think Sherm said one thing at halftime.
That sounds like one thing too many.
Oh,
I got the 253 texted in last night and said Eric Bedard, Vita Vea, and Dave Hackstall all have more energy than this Rams 49ers game.
Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad.
That's funny. I didn't get to watch. I saw the very beginning, and then I went to the Kraken game. We were able to watch kind of the last 2 minutes during the intermission, but other than that, I didn't get to see a lot of it. Thanks a lot, Niners.
Yeah, that was not pretty. That was not well played. I know the weather was a part of it. You had players quitting. You had just Al fed up with 11 punts or whatever it was, 13 punts in the first half.
I know I heard somebody the other day saying how great they were together, but I just don't love Al and Kirk together.
No.
I just don't think it's a great match for each other. Whatever reason, it kind of bums me out.
Love them both individually.
Hockey game was great. You should have come to the hockey game with me. It was a blast.
Yeah,
really fun. They played great. The Climate Pledge Arena is almost perfect. It is such a wonderful place to see a game. It has one very small flaw, but I find it affects me for days. I don't know that you guys have noticed this. More, I know you've been a couple of times. Have you been to Climate Pledge for games and stuff?
Yeah.
And sorry more about your Bruins last night. It just wasn't to be.
It was not. No, they got their butts handed to them.
Sorry.
Why, more than anywhere else in any other arena I've ever been to, does Climate Pledge leave every stitch of your clothing smelling like you've been bathing inside of a deep fryer? Like every time I go in there, I think it's the one hamburger joint near the one end, but like every time I leave, I'm like, I reek and I have to like burn my clothes after I go there, which, is an expense. It really kind of adds
I've
up.
had this experience.
My God, every time I go in there,
Really?
I feel like I reek afterwards.
Interesting.
I know.
Which would be like ironic with Climate Pledge.
I
You come out
know.
smelling like grease.
And yet, that's exactly what happens.
All right.
Go figure with the irony. All right, Brock, I got a couple of things to get to right off the bat today. And I want to start with a term that's starting to be thrown around. Now, in the past, there's been, I don't know, maybe a little bit of competition over who created names and nicknames and
Legion
things
of
like that.
Boom,
Well, for one, yeah, there was definitely a little debate on that whole thing at the time, which we obviously eventually relented because we don't need that kind of, we don't need that kind of
Bob,
smoke.
you can have it. Fine, just have it.
I don't think anyone but Ernest Jones, though, is going to take credit for the new one, the Death Zone. What do you make of the Death Zone? Because that's not your kind of thing.
No, it doesn't feel great.
Is this Seahawks defense the Death Zone?
Yeah.
He was asked about it yesterday.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I don't know how much, anything other than say. I want our defense to be remembered. I want the defense that I'm on and the players on our defensive side to really be remembered and know when you play in Seattle, you gotta handle their defense.
Okay, so I have two thoughts on this. I've been thinking about this since I first heard it this morning.
Okay.
Two thoughts. One, I don't love the name.
It's too far.
It sounds a little bit like the old Stephen King book, The Dead Zone, but it's not enough. And I guess it comes from Ernest Jones. Moore was explaining it to me. Moore, can you explain again? Where did they get Death Zone?
I didn't hear his original comments, but I've read in multiple articles that apparently he said before Thanksgiving they started talking about how important these games were and how even if you lose one, that's hurting your playoff chances. So they started calling the games that were left on the table the Death Zone.
Okay.
And now I think the fans just saw that moniker and liked it, and they want to attach it to the defense. So he was being asked if he likes that.
Okay, so that feels very grassroots, very organic, which I like. Right? It wasn't like somebody sitting around saying, "Hey, how can we recreate something that was done here in the past and then come up with stick riz?" Like this actually has it's player driven, and I kind of like it. I don't know whether it's the best name, but here's what I specifically like about it, Brock.
Mm-hmm.
They're finally going to move on from being the Legion of Boom and comparing everything to the Legion of Boom and saying, oh, this guy is just like that guy was, and this is just a recreation of that, and here's no, be your own team. Yeah. Pete's no longer here. John is now the only thing left tying this organization to the Legion of Boom. Russell's not here. The players aren't here. The linebackers, the defensive ends. They're not even coaching here. They're coaching for San Francisco. Like, they've moved on now from the Legion of Boom. And if they have their own name, I don't know whether Death Zone is the best version of it, but all right, fine. Like, I'm willing to roll with it because of its emphasis on, no, we want to be our own team with our own reputation, our own everything. And I think I do like that.
Yeah, I think it's a little early. I think number one, it's a little early.
That's a good point, too. That's fair.
I think maybe get to the playoffs, maybe win a division. I don't know. Feels a little like the Maple Grove, where, I mean, God bless Stick Riz and those guys in the Maple Grove.
No, that was fake. That was wannabe. This is not wannabe like that.
Did LOB happen after they made it to the playoffs or before?
LOB was probably
2012. So I think it was probably as they were building it, right? Or was it?
Well,
was it 14?
I think it was a little later than 12. I don't remember.
Was it
12 in the Atlanta playoff game? Yeah, but at least he made the playoffs. Like, can we get to the playoffs? Can we do it more than 4 weeks? I know since week 10, this has been statistically the best defense in the league. Can we do it for a little more than, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks? Ernest Cool Hand Luke just got here like mid-season.
I don't know. 360 says Death Zone is an elite name. Some people really like the.
Also, I just looked up the date that Cam Chancellor was on Bob and Graz, and they asked fans to suggest a nickname for the secondary, and it was August 2nd, 2012.
Yeah. I told you it was 2012, so it hadn't even made the playoffs yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Feels
907 says
early.
Death Zone, where Yak and QBR go to die. I don't know. Brock, I think I could be convinced to get into this.
Okay.
I think I could very easily be convinced to get into the Death Zone, even though we had nothing to do with it, right? Even though it had nothing to do with us, right? I'm totally fine with that.
It feels, I don't know, it feels like a bit much.
You might have to do a Twitter poll.
I mean, the Purple People Eaters.
On the text line.
You kind of said the Purple People Eaters. It's kind of fun.
I mean, that was coined from somebody else, which is nice.
The Steel Curtain.
But I don't think they're claiming to be that yet, but don't you want them aspiring to something like that rather than just like constantly dealing with the comparisons to the LOB?
Yes.
Honestly, I'm probably going too far about this, which I recognize, but I do sort of like that attitude. Even if I'm with you, it might be a little early to name.
I mean, Monsters of the Midway, Steel Curtain, Purple People,
Orange Crush, yeah.
And then you get to what are you guys? Death. Oh,
not Death. The Death Zone.
What are you guys? The Death Zone.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Where your offense comes to die.
Okay. No,
this is you. See, I knew you would react this way because
this
is you.
All the stuff going on with
I don't
Death
like
Row.
To be in New Orleans because of the there's too much death there, and I don't know. Yes. You get a little too caught up in that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah,
the death imagery is too much for you.
You read the obituaries in the Seattle Times. It's like, Ethel lived a great life, lived on Queen Anne until she was 89. Survived by 12 grandchildren. Read the obituaries in New Orleans. Homicide. Shot 15 times. Dead. Dead on the street. Read the next one. Homicide. Death. Murder.
Do your parents read the obituaries?
No.
Oh man, my mom will read the obituaries. She'll get guess who died? I'm like, I don't want to guess who died. Just what? Yeah, my mom she'll go straight through and read all the way into the obituaries.
Myrtle and Bert.
Oh, it's 100%. 100%. My mom going through the obituaries, then asking people, "Oh, guess who died?" No, I don't want to guess who died. Are you kidding me? We'll come back with him.
The Green Bay Packers offense, thanks to Death Zone, died.
The yards after catch came here, and they had to write an obituary because they hit the Death Zone.
Has a first down, then some. Touchdown! Seahawks!
Sunday Night Football.
49 yards to pay dirt. His second touchdown of the game.
The Seahawks are set to play their biggest game of the year under the primetime lights at Lumen Field.
For Kyler Murray, he's going to throw in the middle. It's intercepted. Jones. He's across the 20, tripped up and dropped at the 19-yard line.
Seahawks, Packers, kickoff at 5:20, pregame starting at 2 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey Seattle, Jaden Schwartz. Still having roofing problems? Don't skate through the winter. Call Techline today. Techline has the strongest warranty in the business. Take advantage of our easy financing and seasonal specials. Happy holidays from our team at Techline Roofing.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariners Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at KANTOR Diamond.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Can you tell me again, and the entire audience, Shannon, what is direct access?
Brock, in the state of Washington, direct access means if you are experiencing pain or a musculoskeletal dysfunction or a problem, you do not need to get a referral from a physician to see your physical therapist. And here at IRG, we encourage our patients to get a hold of us right away after an injury. Why? Is because we know if we get them in early through direct access, they get better, meaning their outcomes are improved, they get back to functional pain-free activity quicker, and the downstream costs are decreased. It's better for us, but more importantly, it's better for the patient. Remember, direct access, no referral required. We're not pushing the doctor out of the loop. We're still engaging with your physician, but we're just getting the patient in early.
With over 40 clinics, convenient neighborhood locations all over, you never have to travel far. Visit irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
You're getting killed, by the way. Everybody loves the death zone except for you. It looks like we're going to get a very, very healthy version of both the Seahawks and the Packers this weekend, which is kind of rare, don't you think, for mid-December to see two teams that are as healthy as these two. The Seahawks practiced just about everybody again yesterday. Ken Walker, really the only starter that was unable to go, and that'll likely come down to a game-time decision. I would like him to play. I know you asked me yesterday if I was, sort of secretly hoping we'd get more Charbonnet, and I said it's not really even that secret for me. Yes, I would like to see more Charbonnet, but I would rather see Walker in there. I'd rather see him in the lineup and playing. I just would like to see a little bit more balance of the two.
I think today was going to be the day to test it a little bit with him. I think if you listen to Mike early in the week, obviously he talked about the tests that got done. I think it was asked at that point, hey, does he need to practice to play on Sunday? And he kind of intimated, no, not necessarily, but legs, conditioning, that injury, you'd like to at least get a Friday practice, Saturday a walkthrough. So I think today will be the curious day, whether or not he is able to get out there and do anything. And the last thing about the death zone, it already exists. Okay, it's up there with mountain climbers. It's
but that's the type of thing you're supposed to borrow. You're supposed to borrow something like that.
No, the Legion of Boom.
I mean, the Purple People Eaters already
What was
exist.
the Legion of Boom borrowed from?
All right, that one wasn't. But
What was the Steel Curtain borrowed from?
Well, the Iron Curtain.
But it was a steel curtain. It didn't have the same name as
from the
Death Zone. Oh, the Death Zone.
The Purple People Eaters was borrowed from the song One-Eyed, One-Horned, Flying Purple People Eater.
Bunch of mountain climbers up there, huh?
The Orange Crush was borrowed from the soda of the same
Leonard Williams
name.
going to climb Mount Everest this offseason? Is he going to deal with the Death Zone?
Exchange was, I think, from the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
We talked about secrets and saying things out loud. Mike McDonald asked by Steve Rabel the secret to winning 4 straight.
It's a Mike Tomlinism, but the secret is there is no secret. We're living this thing every day and every moment, and I'm really happy with the work and the enthusiasm and the kind of the relentless effort and mentality that we've had of really everyone throughout the building of collectively buying in and trying to complement one another and play team football as 12 as 1, as we say around here. And sometimes you're not going to get the results that you want, but the processes are good, and sometimes the processes aren't so good and the results aren't so good, and you got to go to work on those processes. And at some point, hopefully, you start to see the fruits of your labor.
12 is 1. Is that what he said?
I believe so.
Where do you get 12? What am I missing? Who's the
12th?
The
12th man.
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
He's including us in it? Like the fans?
Sure.
12 is 1. Does he think that? What? We're gonna have to ask him about that. Please remind me to ask him about that on Monday if they win. Like 12 is 1?
12 is 1.
Who's 12?
It's 11, and then the 12th is all 11 playing together as 1.
What?
12 is 1. Yeah.
No.
That's what I feel.
By the way, I know Brock would be proud of this because he loves playing sound for Mike McDonald of Rabel's calls. When I've listened to these interviews he does with Rabel on Cairo FM, he mentions that, like, how good the calls are. He's like, because they play them for me on the Brock and Salk show, and I hear them every day.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Very, very, very nice. We always like to hear our name mentioned. That's good to hear. Hey, thanks for nothing, San Francisco. They score 6 total points at home against the Rams, lose 12-6. Purdy was horrible. Debo had a big drop. The story, though, is the refusal of linebacker Devondre Campbell to enter the game in the third quarter. He apparently told coaches he didn't want to play, perhaps upset that he had lost a starting role when Dre Greenlaw returned from injury, even though he already knew that would be the case when he signed. You ever see anybody refuse to go into a game?
More awkward. Sherm with you, me, and Coach K, or yesterday, Coach K's player tapping out in-game and walking off the field. More awkward for KJ Wright. Looking at Shanahan, and Shanahan like, you going to do something? I don't know. He's just quitting. He's just up and quit, and he's done. So
yeah, I mean, you got to get rid of that guy immediately, right?
I think he knew it the minute he was walking off that field. Well, this is the last time I'm a 49er.
Yeah, you can do horrendous things off the field, but if you refuse to go on the field, that is going to do it. That is it.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Elsewhere this weekend, Brock, Cardinals will host the Patriots. Not likely you'll get a lot of help there. Best game of the weekend is probably Lions-Bills, 2 of the best teams going at it. Could be a Super Bowl preview of...
Where's that? Do you know?
Is
it up in Buffalo?
I think it's in Buffalo, but I'm not positive.
You keep talking. I'll keep starting looking.
Steelers-Eagles, another potential Super Bowl preview. Houston, Miami, chance for the Dolphins to stay alive. 2 teams that are playing, or at least Miami's been playing a lot better recently. Colts, Broncos, Indy looking for a chance to stay alive in the playoff hunt as well. And then Monday night, the Seahawks' next 2 opponents play each other. Bears, Vikings. So Minnesota will be coming off a short week, which is good because I feel like every single week the Seahawks have played somebody who's been coming off their bye. So nice to see somebody who's been coming off a Monday Night Football game.
Oh, you mean like the Huskies are going to do next year with 5 teams and the first 6 all coming off of a bye? Yeah, that game is in Motor City. So Buffalo will look to avoid a 2-game losing streak.
50-50. Congrats to Tyrese Knight, Brock. He was named Rookie of the Week, which is apparently a real award, which is cool. I'm sure he deserves it, but... Rookie of the Week.
Sure.
Apparently now a real thing.
You got a problem with that?
I don't. No, not at all. He played great. In fact,
shut your mouth.
You want to hear Brian Baldinger compare him to a immovable object of metal?
Sure.
You watch him just come. Watch him in the curl flat right here. Like, he hits people like an anvil. Bam. They just go down. I love it. Watch him this hit right here to Benson. Benson's 230 pounds. Watch this hit. Man. Tyrese Knight, you can trace the improvement of this defense from the day that they put him in at linebacker, him and Ernest Jones. It's completely solidified this defense.
Yeah, I don't know if one's peanut butter or jelly. I think you got to have them both. I think it was both peanut butter and jelly, and then it improved.
Also, don't anvils not hit anything? They just sit there when somebody hits them.
Are you kidding me?
They just don't move when they get hit.
Did you not ever watch the Road Warriors tag team?
All right, that kind of anvil.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize that's what we were talking through.
Be better.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mariners are changing their single-A affiliate, Brock. They're going to go from Modesto to Inland Empire.
Saw that.
Big news. They'll be working out of
the 66ers
San
instead of the
Bernardino.
Nuts, huh?
Yeah, we're done with the Nuts. They've also signed Neftali Feliz, which sounds nuts, to a minor league deal. He last pitched legitimately in 2017. He's had, 4 innings, 4 appearances?
Neftali Feliz?
Yeah, he was a Rookie of the Year in 2010. You may remember that when he was playing with the Rangers.
do.
Dude, he's he's 36. He's going to be 37 next year. Good for him, man. I hope he works out. I think that's great. He used to be a pretty good pitcher.
Feliz Navidad.
Not that Feliz.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Great effort from the Kraken last night. They played one of their better, most complete games of the season. You'd have been happy, Brock. Your guy, Shane Wright, has continued to look really good since coming back into the lineup. Oliver Bjorkstrand had been benched for a night earlier than that. He's on basically a point-per-game streak since then. He had a goal, 2 goals last night. Schwartz has been tremendous recently.
Disappointing as that stretch was against Anaheim and San Jose.
It's as good as it's been recently.
Rangers and the Islanders.
Yep.
And yes.
Yeah,
and
Carolina,
nice the Bruins.
Florida, Bruins
Yes.
last night. Vince Dunn's goal was sick.
Here's Dunn. McCann blocked by McAvoy. They score!
Look at that horn. How was that horn?
By Vince Dunn. Hey, what do you say?
The Oregon's
Seattle.
I left a little early last night. Left with 7 minutes left. They were up 4-1. I wanted to go home, go to bed.
Yeah.
And walking out, I was a couple blocks from the arena when the 5th goal occurred. You could hear the horn it's next to you.
So good.
It's so loud. Oh my gosh. Grubauer even had a good game last night, best in a long time, and afterwards dedicated it to David Bonnerman, which was a nice touch. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, we're a little late, so let me go right to break here. But I think we have a good question next. I was thinking about this last night or yesterday afternoon. Are the Seahawks, Brock, quietly evolving without telling anybody into something we've wanted them to be for a long time? That's next on Brock and Salk.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
All right, what do we make, Brock, of these Pro Football Focus grades?
Every day at 7:45.
I mean, Jackson just continues every single week to be off the chart. So an 84 grade again. I mean, best in the league? No. Best on this team? Stacking those kind of games, grade-wise, week after week after week after week? Yeah, he's starting to make that argument. And then defensively, man, Jaron Reed, an 84 grade as a D tackle.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Some said a life-threatening brain tumor would dim Aisley's spark. But this future pop star is back to full sparkle, and she's ready for her big encore. Through research, compassionate care, and support from people like you, Seattle Children's is fighting for lasting cures. So for every kid that didn't have a chance, this relentless fight is for you. Because this isn't about beating the odds, it's about changing them for all kidkind. Hope, care, cure. Seattle Children's.
Keep your BMW running at peak performance at BMW Northwest. Same-day service appointments are available, or inquire about our new mobile service where we come to you. Locally family-owned for 54 years. Visit BMWNorthwest.com to schedule today.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone.
Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Miss anything from the Brock and Salk Show? Remember, you can always catch the show on demand on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This message brought to you by Ascend Hospitality Group, Famous Dave's, Ascend Prime, and Stanford's.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on SeattleSports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are the Seahawks, Brock, quietly evolving into a physical football team? It kind of feels like they might be, and I know that's something that we'd wanted them to be for a long time, and when you go back to the Legion of Boom years, bringing them up again, obviously that was one of their hallmarks and one of the things that really set them aside or apart from everyone else. We knew that we'd kind of expect something like that eventually out of a Mike McDonald team, given the background, but after all the years, recent years of being jealous of Baltimore or Pittsburgh or even Jacksonville, San Francisco, like all the various teams, Detroit, that have started playing real physical ball. And you're like, gosh, isn't that what we're supposed to be? And it just never really looked that way. Have they started to evolve here into being a physical football team? Yeah. And before you answer the question, let me play a little sound, and then I got some follow-up stuff for you on this. But I think we're hearing some of the sounds of it from the players and people around the team. I'll start with DK Metcalf talking about his head coach, Mike McDonald, being a defensive guy.
Well, he's a defensive-minded coach, so, he's always going to be the tough coach telling you to finish blocks or telling you to have that mean streak, and as an offensive player, you don't find many guys like that. So him establishing that mentality on defense and offense, plus special teams, is going to be, tough for teams to come in here and beat us or try to, take advantage of us physically, when we have that mindset with him. So that's just one thing that stood out to me.
Okay, so DK, who is a physical specimen and a physical guy himself, talking there about the overall vibe of physicality that comes from having a defensive head coach like Mike McDonald. Daniel Jeremiah, who we speak to every Wednesday, has noticed it.
This is not a team. It's not a fun team to play, I wouldn't think right now. The way that they're rolling right now, the confidence in, again, they're equipped to be able to handle some injuries that could pop coming down the stretch too. There's some other these teams where you look at them, you're like, ooh, they're good, but man, they get one or two injuries, they're in some trouble.
Yeah, so you got some depth, especially in the defensive line. They're not fun to play, I assume, because of the physicality. I'll ask you, Brock, after setting it up and taking probably a little while to do it, are the Seahawks evolving into being a physical football team?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. You can say that out loud and say it with your chest. The death zone feels a little strong to me. But as far as being a violent physical football team, you can absolutely say that with your chest. And by the way, it stood out last night. While you were watching the hockey, as I said, I was doing 100 and something envelopes. I don't even know. Super fun. I actually, it just fed my anal retentive ways of putting the stamp. See if I could put it in exactly the same spot every single time. So I felt really good about it.
That kind of drifts into OCD, but whatever.
Yeah, that too. But watching that game going, man, Seahawks are a lot more physical in San Francisco. San Francisco's got guys on this offensive line now and defensive line. You take Trent Williams out, you take Eric Armstead out. They had some bad body defensive tackles in there that were just sloppy joes. That were just kind of absorbing and eating blocks and not really doing anything with any intent. They were the one absorbing rather than the one hitting. And, therefore the Rams just continually pounded away over a 100-yard day for Kyren Williams, which was really the difference in that second half. And honestly, as I watched that, I'm like, I know we talked about the whole Mike McDonald, Sean McVay comparison in the offseason. I don't know why that's dissipated so much during the season, because Sean McVay, that little guy out there with no hat on, hair getting totally soaked, sweatshirt on, getting totally drenched, and he was out there like Captain Dan, just didn't care, right in the squall, like bring it on. And honestly, Salk, his teams represent that. I don't think he's ever gotten the credit for his teams being as physical. It was always Aaron Donald. No, Aaron Donald was all of that, but it was led by a guy that is very similar to Mike in their process, that you've got to be physical and win the line of scrimmage. And the Rams have just reconstituted and recomposed that whole D-line.
Yeah.
They're going to be a nightmare to deal with and no fun to play against. And as Tirico said, and you alluded to earlier this week, everything is pointing to the finale in L.A. Those two are going to be, I hope Seahawks can get this done and win 2 of their next 3, and the Rams probably going to win their next couple. And that whole game and that finale, more than likely, if 2 teams that are just going the right way and doing so in a very, very physical manner.
Just half a game separating them today, and of course the Rams win that first battle in overtime. Man, does that feel like such a bummer now in retrospect, especially given that was as the turnaround was really starting. So how do you know? I mean, you're talking a little bit there about just watching them and kind of getting a sense for how physical they are. I tried last night to start seeing if I could come up with some specific ways, some specific tests for whether or not this team is physical. And I'm sort of flying blind here, right? But here's just a couple of ideas, and I'm sure you could add to them with more. Biggest one for me: do the teams that play you, are they affected the next week? Right? We talked about that Detroit factor where everybody who plays Detroit this year gets beat up and then they don't win the next week. That was always a conversation we had about the Seahawks back in the day, right? It's not just what they did to you this week. It's the effect they had on you for the next couple. Well, since the turnaround, right? And I'm going to say the Rams game, I'm going to use that as the turnaround for the defense. That was the first good game that the defense really played. That was 5 games ago, right? The Rams lost the next week. The Niners lost the next week. The Cardinals lost the next week. The Jets all lost the next week.
Wow.
We'll see what the Cardinals do this week. They get New England, so they may break that streak. We'll find out. But the 4 teams that have played since the Seahawks started turning around their defense and Ernest Jones showed up, right? All of them have lost the next week. Now, some of them have played really good teams, and I'm sure that's a part of it. But 4 for 4.
Yep.
That's pretty good. That seems like a pretty good feather in their cap in terms of what they're doing. It's a small sample size, but I'll count it. How about just running the ball and stopping the run?
Yep.
Right? And if you're in the top 10, eventually that's probably a good sign that you're a physical football team on both sides of the ball. I think doing it in the fourth quarter is probably an even better sign of it, right? Are you closing out games with the running game, and are you stopping teams when they're trying to close it out or trying to run the ball? If you can do those two things, you're probably a pretty physical football team.
Yep. I would tend to completely agree with that. I just texted the hitman, Brady Henderson, who's going to join us in a little less than an hour. And I said, Brady, would you mind? Because I know he's got all these next-level stats with ESPN and all of his own databases. I would be really curious right along those lines to see what yards after contact defensively. Because I remember listening and watching and hearing Jonathan Vilma, like these leaky yards, right? You're there, you hit them, but they carry you for another 3, 4, 5 yards. That little Giants running back just carrying you for extra yards. Seemingly everybody.
That's done.
The first 7, 8, 9 weeks of the season, right? If you're a physical football team, you're the hammer. You're the stopping power. You're the anvil, as Brian Baldinger said.
The hammer and the anvil
yeah,
at the same
both,
time?
All of them.
Remarkable.
Yes. But honestly, like the last 5, 6 weeks, how many leaky yards are there? How many times is Ernest Jones hitting somebody and getting carried for 3 or 4 yards?
Yeah.
How many times is Tyrese Knight coming up and filling the hole and being drugged for another 2, 3 yards? That happened the first 7, 8, 9 weeks of the season. I'm going to guess that number is pretty significantly different over the last 5 or 6 weeks.
One of the small things that I think can help tell this story is whether your wide receivers are downfield blocking on offense, right? And whether their wide receivers are starting to quit and go down on when you're on defense, right? The way wide receivers play into the game, even though they're not necessarily known as the most physical, should play a role in what kind of a physical football team you are. Ryan Grubb has talked about that quite a bit, starting with DK.
He's impressive for sure. So I think that was one of the things that early on impressed me about DK is just, his willingness to be part of that, part of the process. And some guys are just not interested in that at all. I think, DK takes pride in being a physical player and certainly shows that.
So that helps, right?
What do you
Did I
mean?
see Jackson Smith and Jigba last week had a perfect run blocking grade from PFF or something close to that? It was the highest among wide receivers. So, again, I don't know that he's necessarily going to be the most physical guy there. But if you're able to get that kind of physical play from your wide receivers, doesn't that help you become a physical football team?
Tremendously. Don't you think it helps, too, when your tight end, your rookie tight end, who's just kind of grown in confidence and you've just felt A.J. Barner all the way along, all of a sudden rips the soul out of somebody on a football field by running through him?
Sure.
Or, I don't know, Pharaoh Brown just throwing and tossing dudes out of the club as he was doing a couple weeks ago in that home game as well, once again invigorating everybody around him. So this isn't just a one-off. This isn't just Tyrese Knight. It isn't just DK. It is a collection. And you know what? Honestly, Salk, is you've brought this up, what games come to my mind are these Packers coming into your building over the years and the times that some of their really high-equipped, high-power offense would just lay down.
Jordy Nelson just being like, yeah, I'm good.
Where can I find
I'm good. I'm just going to sit right here. I'm all set.
A little bit like Tyler Lockett's doing in these days of like, where can I find some pasture to lay down in so I don't get my head knocked off? Right? And Aaron Rodgers not looking to a certain side of the field. And when he's scrambling, that head is on a swivel a little bit. And I'm going to be really careful trying to scramble because at any point, any of these dudes are going to unload on me. And I think that's also kind of a collection of what you're feeling. It doesn't matter who's on that front. It doesn't matter who's playing linebacker. It doesn't matter who's in the secondary. It doesn't matter which tight end catches. It doesn't matter that it's not only DK. Like, yeah, man, you're getting a pretty neat collection from everybody and a great opponent that's really tough. Green Bay's tough. They're hungry. They're developed. They're drafted, right? They're homegrown. They don't have any particular one superstar, but they got a collection of a lot of really good to great players. Yeah. And it's going to be an awesome, awesome test.
I mean, really, that's what happens when you enter the death zone, Brock. I mean, like, you enter it. Somebody here is suggesting the kill zone would be a little bit better. I think that sounds.
I think that works for Brock.
I don't think you can do that. Maybe, but I don't. Feels like that one might be going too far. I don't know. I don't think you could do the kill zone.
Did you guys want to hear the origin of 12 is 1? Because
do we have it?
I had, our friend NASA at the Seahawks, who used to work here with us as well, sent over
NASA.
a cut of him explaining it.
Oh,
So
cool. I
you
haven't
don't
heard
have to
that.
wonder anymore.
All right, let's hear it.
Sure, it's just a style that we want to play here in Seattle. We want them to feel like they're playing more than 11 guys, and 12 is a sacred number for us, so it felt like that was the right number to pick. If you divide 12 by 11, you get 1.090909 to be as nerdy as humanly possible. But if you think of it in terms of doing your job and then some, beating the guy in front of you and then getting to the ball, doing your job, then running to the ball, being the second guy in on a tackle, using the 12s, using the fans, that's the feeling we want when people play us.
I like it.
That is pretty good.
Rabel earlier this year.
Now, you do run the risk of guys thinking they need to do too much, right? Maybe that was the problem earlier this year. Guys were doing too much, right? And they had to just do their own job, and
Did
then
you have
everything
any
worked out better.
doubt? Was there any doubt in your mind that he had a very clear process and answer that question?
10999.
It's weird that Ad Dirty would sort of make fun of him and say he's like a computer.
Right.
That's really strange after hearing that sound. That's so weird that he would say something like that. Where does he ever get such a crazy idea? All right, let's talk to our own big dork and get some Blue 88 answers.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we got 3 good football questions for Brock. Let's start here. Question number 1. Let's get your computer brain spitting out stats, Brock.
Yeah.
What's morphed from being an individual stat to more of a team outcome stat?
Yeah, the defensive sack. And some of this goes to even the sound. I don't think we played it all this week. The Mark Gastineau and Brett Favre. The very sad exchange they had at a card signing where that really was just, it felt like such, I know they were the New York sack exchange, but Mark Gastineau was kind of the straw that stirred that whole drink.
Klecko?
I mean, Klecko was in the middle. It was awesome. It was a great group of dudes.
Good. Just like Brett Favre. Great group of dudes.
Obviously, Strahan, he
Scumbag.
breaks the individual record. LT had his sacks. TJ Watt gets his 20 sacks. JJ Watt has 20 sacks. But quite honestly, man, you watch these games, it's one of the things the Rams have done. How have the Rams turned around their season? Go look at Matthew Stafford's sacks. How many times he gets sacked? It was 0 last night. It was 0 the night before. It was 0 against the Seahawks. Like, he just doesn't get sacked. I think it was 9 sacks in his last 12 games.
Crazy.
Versus, and Philly, by the way, had 5 of those 9. Every other game was 0-1, 1-0, 0-1. And then they got stopped by Philadelphia because that number has become a real. Who was it? Speaking of a computer and a nerd, who's Warren Sharp? This last offseason did a whole study on the number of sacks. Like, when you get sacked, it is a drive killer.
Mm-hmm.
And you only have 8, 9, 10 possessions in the NFL. Last week it was an intentional grounding. Geno avoided a sack. Might as well have been a sack, and it just kills that drive. And so sack Sunday, and over the course of this season, and to have 0 for the Seahawks down in Arizona was a huge step collectively as a team in the right direction. Avoiding those sacks, a big deal.
It's not where I thought you were going to go with that. I thought you were going to go more into guys like Leonard Williams getting the sack because of what his teammates did on the play.
There certainly
and how that sort of makes it almost a team stat.
There is certainly a big part of that. You could spin it in that direction as well. But where it felt like such a, man, we looked at all these numbers and looked at all these sacks and look at all the individual sacks this guy is getting.
Right.
You're right. No, it takes a whole village defensively, but then the impact it has in these games.
Oh.
And when you outsack your opponent 2 or 3 times, as the Rams did last night to San Francisco, you're going to have a great chance to win that individual football game.
All right. Question number 2. Offensive line has been better the last couple of weeks. Perfect? No, but certainly a whole lot better. How come?
Well, you feel a little confidence growing. Kind of like your question about, is this team becoming physical? I think your eye's seeing it. I think your ear is hearing it. I think you're hearing guys at times bark offensively, defensively, scream. You just see a bit of that fury coming out. And dare I say, this offensive line is playing with some confidence. After being just the whipping boy for years and years and years, and all the challenges and all the pressures, and I think poor Stone Forsythe still may lead the league in pressures allowed in the first 4 or 5 games. He doesn't, but you know what I'm saying. Now they're playing with a little different confidence. Ryan Grubb talking about finishing blocks, finishing plays in a dominant position. They're starting to do more and more of it.
I thought you were going with a different cut. Hold on, I have that one too. Hold on, here it is.
I thought we've improved all year at that, and it's really catching on when some of your best guys are, you see DK blocking down the field on extended runs or throws where other guys are catching the football. It takes on a whole new demeanor. It's not just about offensive linemen finishing, it's about everybody. So it certainly has been a leadership process.
Okay, and you can give me the other one, Saul. The other one with Ryan Grubb, again, former O-line coach, working there with Scott Huff and talking about Olu with Timmy, talking about this 60% new, right, constituted offensive line and what he's seen and how they've come together.
I don't think that anyone was, wildly surprised by Olu doing a good job. I think, tip of the cap to the guys on the team and, not just the offense, but the team getting behind Olu and believing in him that he was going to be ready for that moment. For us, I thought there was such a development that happened, and you never know how things are going to work out or why they do. But when Olu didn't, get the job and Connor came in, and Olu kind of had, and I've mentioned this before, he kind of had to be reflective of where he was at as a player and, what was it that he wasn't getting done that he felt like he could get better at. And I thought what he did the best job of was instead of sulking and, sitting back and pouting, he went to work. I know he is a much better player than he was, during the first week of training camp. So that's a big time tip of the cap to Olu, just the way he's approached this and he's meant a lot to the offense, just bringing that steadiness to us.
He didn't want to just quit and walk off the field?
Steady, man. Vet. Not easy, Salk. When you get beat out as a rookie, not easy. The second year, they bring somebody in who's really struggling, as Connor was, and you still get no run. Feel like, man, does the staff and do these people even believe in me? And it's easy to have a lot of self-doubt, and that probably played a role into some of his struggles as well. So to play with confidence, the dudes around him are playing with confidence. There appears to be some growing almost swag on that offensive line. And, man, there's going to be, if this thing continues to trend the right way, there's going to be one heck of a story to tell between the Connor Williams retirement, between moving on from linebackers, between the self-study at the bye week and some of the adaptations of the methodologies. Like, there is a lot that has gone into the course of a really remarkable 2024 season so far for the Seahawks.
Question number 3. Maybe this is a layup this morning, but Geno or Purdy?
Purdy's arm, Saul, and I said this in the 2 matchups. I asked Daniel Jeremiah about it. Like, okay, and you said to me yesterday about Kirk Cousins, and I was like, he's going to play this year. He's going to be his $100 million man. And you're like, well, where's he going to end up? What if he ends up in San Francisco?
Good. That's a good answer.
I mean, Shanahan loves him, right? And
it's a good answer.
And by the way, let Atlanta have paid a bunch of that money and everything else, and bring Kirk, for the final year or two to a good team with a guy that loves him, and because man, to pay best case for the Seahawks would be the San Fran says, hey man, Brock's young, he's got another 10 years, we're going to pay him $50-60 million a year. Great, go ahead, because if things aren't right around him. He is truly a facilitator. He's a manager.
Brought up his arm. Did you see the throw he made?
Yes.
Which one?
I watched every one. I watched every one.
Okay, but there was one I was going to mention in particular, so I guess you did see it. But
yes.
Did you see the throw he made right before he got sacked at the end of the game? They only had like 18 seconds, right? Debo, they had the horse collar, and then on first down with 11 seconds, he had a guy wide open near the sideline, and his arm is just awful on it.
He just does not have. He missed 2 deep shots yesterday. Like Ricky Pearsall's running, he's got Witherspoon beat, and he just late behind. Like he just does not have a tremendous amount of arm. And if he does not scramble and create and extend plays and pockets get squished around him as the Rams did, he was hopping in the pocket last night.
I saw that.
A couple times he was jumping like Gertie used to jump when she was a baby. Yes.
Gertrude.
Yes. So, yeah, that I hope San Fran pays for the Seahawks stake. I hope they pay him $50 million. I love Brock Purdy, but from a talent and arm standpoint, with Geno, not even close. Not even close.
That is today's Blue 88. A good one, I would say, today. Although you threw me for a loop with that cut. I thought you were going to Olu.
Yeah, I didn't see it on the cut sheet, so I was like, well, I'll just kind of,
we had you covered. More and I were working behind the scenes.
Were you? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of communication that goes on back here that you don't have to worry about.
I'm not always privy to. I know.
You don't need to worry your pretty little head.
I know.
Like, you just get to come on, be the talent. And,
it's you and more in the headsets, and I'm just an offensive lineman plugging along.
Yeah, that's right.
Whatever's called, I go.
Moore and I kind of view this as 5 as 1, right? There's 4 of us here, but when Moore and I work together, it's 5 as 1. And so that we sort of exceed the value of the 4 of us all working together. Totally. Up next is really actually just Moore's efforts for which is better. Brock, I have to explain the rules of this game to Brady every week. It's so sad. Yeah. Like every week, I'm like, Brady, do you understand which is better or whose shoes? And he's like, you're going to tell me during the break, and we got to kind of go through it, and he needs to
But I've heard this play call so much I could run it in my sleep.
You think so?
I know so.
All right. Well, which is better, a all-name edition? Next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've spent a lot of time talking about the turnaround for this defense and giving a lot of love to basically everybody there. But the interior guys, the guys like Jaron Reed, Jonathan Hankins, Roy Robertson Harris, how do you think they've played? We haven't talked about those particular guys that much. Not as much as certainly Leonard Williams.
It's interesting just because, we're talking about offensive line, how they only get noticed basically if they screw up. For the interior guys on defense, unless you make a play, nobody really notices you either.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Want to listen to Seattle Sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle Sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Febreze.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
La, 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 la.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
A lot of people making suggestions to help you out, Brock, with this death zone thing for the Seahawks.
Uh-huh.
Ernest Jones wants them to be called the death zone defense. 816 says maybe Brock would prefer the cuddle zone.
No.
That one doesn't do it more.
Stop.
206 says, Brock, how about Satan's prayer? Is that soft enough for you?
Wasn't that a song by Judas Priest?
Satan's prayer?
Probably.
I mean, it probably could have been, but I don't know that necessarily. Hell bent for leather, maybe. Maura put together a unique version of Which Is Better today, so let's see if we can make this happen. All right, this is, Brock, an all similar names edition for Packers. It's specifically for Packers Seahawks.
Interesting.
They have that many players with the same last name. Okay.
And we got to pick which one is better.
Yes, and I think more. You might have even missed one on here. I think the Seahawks have a one-player safety. It's not really playing right now, but I think I've got one more to even add to this.
Wow.
Is it Wallace?
No. Don't they have another Reed? What's the kid's name they drafted in the 7th round last year? Jarek.
Oh, yeah,
Reed.
you're right. Yeah.
We've got to add him to this. Anyway,
okay.
Let's start here, Brock. Which is better? Jordan Love, Packers quarterback, or Seahawks safety, Julian Love?
Oh, not even close. Julian Love. Of course he's Julian Love.
Of course. Why? What's the reasoning on that? What do you mean? You got to give more than
Don't worry about it.
Great dude. Sets the table for everybody else. Barks at his teammates in a wonderful way.
Big golf guy. I mean, that wins it for you.
Big golf guy. Married. Great little kid. Not even close.
How many?
Jordan Love signed his deal. He's eating the big meal. He's not playing anywhere near like he was the year before.
Didn't he also has family that helped start
pretty good.
Paseos, I think. Like, he's a local legend.
Yes, not close.
raise your hand if you have to really think for a moment each time you say either Julian or Jordan Love to make sure you're getting it right.
A little bit. There's a little pause.
You got to pause. Almost like make sure I get this one right.
If you had a son and named him Julian, that'd be sweet too.
Julian
Salk. It kind of fit.
Seems unlikely at this point. Shout out Dr. Sniff. Seems unlikely.
I could see Lyle having a brother named
If we were to have
Julian.
another son, I'd be doing that Satan's prayer thing and trying to figure out what the heck went wrong.
Lyle, what's your brother's name?
Spencer.
Spencer and Lyle and Julian. Yeah, give me Julian.
Huh?
Give me Julian. Next.
Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed or Seahawks defensive tackle Jaron Reed or Seahawks safety Jarek Reed. Gotta go Jaron Reed here, right?
You do. I like Jalen Reed. I think he played at Michigan. I know he played at Michigan State. Jaden, I liked him. He was.
I'm sure he did, but Jaron Reed's having one of the best seasons of his career.
He had a nickname. I think he was the Bird.
The Bird?
Yeah.
Don't tell Kyle about that.
Yeah, I know. He had some kind of fun nickname, Michigan State. He was a good player. I liked him. But give me Jaron. Jaron's playing some of the best ball of his entire career, setting the table for everybody else to eat. I also, it's funny, both Julian and Jaron. We start out, which is better, both guys who, willing to confront teammates,
Absolutely.
bring the best out in your teammates, bark at your teammates.
I think Jaron Reed's
These
had
guys
a monster season.
not only all have the same last names, but everyone's name begins with a J so far.
It's amazing.
Even Jarek. That's crazy. So we have Jordan Love, Julian Love, Jaden Reed, Jaron Reed, and Jarek Reed.
And we haven't even gotten to all the Jalens. Have you seen that YouTube short thing on all of the Jalens with different spellings in the NFL? It's insane.
No.
I think there's one for Jadens and one for Jalens. There's a lot of different spellings.
Speaking of names, did I send you? I don't think I sent you guys the clip of Yellow Ledbetter last night, did I?
Where they do
with all the names
on LinkedIn?
Yes.
I've seen that, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Unbelievable.
It's pretty good.
All right, so name a kid with a J if you want him to go to the pros.
Packers left tackle Rasheed Walker, Packers linebacker Kay Walker, or Seahawks running back Ken Walker. Was Ken Walker going to play? That would affect my answer on this one.
That's a tough one right there.
Still, I'm going to go with Ken Walker because he's the only one of the three I know.
That's a good reason.
Who was the second one?
Quay Walker.
It's Quay Walker.
Quay.
It's not K.
Quay. No, it's not K. What are you doing? It's Quay. Georgia, D lineman. Come on, Salk.
Okay.
Linebacker, D lineman. He went crazy. Remember him a couple years ago in that playoff game? Didn't he get booted? Personal foul. Like he went.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a little
remember
volatile. He's a little volatile sucker.
Sure.
Give me Ken. Give me Kendall Walker.
He plays.
Let's hope that Ken gets better in a hurry.
Which is better, Packers safety Evan Williams or Seahawks defensive lineman Leonard Williams?
Oh, gosh. Is anybody playing better than Leonard?
I mean, Evan Williams is also the name of a whiskey.
True.
But obviously Leonard Williams.
I've had Evan Williams. Yeah, that's a good point. You think he's named after the whiskey?
I don't know.
Probably.
More, are you a
that
whiskey?
Doesn't seem like a mistake you'd
More,
make.
are you a whiskey
I
drinker?
like an old-fashioned every now and then.
An old-fashioned every now and then. What's the other? What is the other whiskey drink? An old-fashioned and a
Manhattan.
Manhattan. Yeah. Manhattan or old-fashioned?
You know you got to go is good Boulevardier.
A what?
A Boulevardier.
What is that?
It's essentially a Negroni, but with whiskey instead of gin.
Negronis are awful.
What?
I mean, that might have been the worst drink I tried one time. I'm like, what's a Negroni? I've never had a Negroni.
Good.
You have to like bitter.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
They're so good.
Awful.
You have the palate of a 5-year-old.
Wow, you a whiskey kid?
He is a 5-year-old.
I mean, I don't know if I could pick a certain whiskey.
It's like when we asked him about wine, too. He's
he's like,
I
wine?
do.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Been looking for really good rocks glasses that are wide enough to hold a big ice cube. Where do you get like nice barware glasses? If you don't want to just do like Williams-Sonoma or, Crate and Barrel or something like that. Like, are there places anymore where you can get interesting things? It seems like there aren't. Anyway.
Yeah.
Brock, which is better? Packers center Josh Myers or Seahawks kicker Jason Myers? Both J. Myers. This really is a lot, isn't it?
A lot of J names.
Yeah.
Did you, by the way, do your homework? You said you were going to go look up and see if Jason Myers is a Pro Bowler?
I didn't. No.
Oh, way to go.
I absolutely did not do that homework.
You forgot.
I don't think I said that. I think I said I could do the homework, but I don't think I said I would do the homework. It's a huge difference.
2-time Pro Bowler.
No, but whether he deserves to be this year, like looking at the stats.
You know, Lyle, spend the next minute while we do one more of these, which is better, looking at where he ranks statistically this year.
Lyle, get that done.
Yes.
He's been pretty good.
Yes.
I know. I said he should be a Pro Bowler, but I didn't know, who else was.
This was one of those, not a facts, just a feelings. Not a facts of whether this guy's going to come in.
His field goal percentage is at 87. That puts him. Let's see. We've got a few guys here at 100.
Yeah.
Anders Carlson, Judge,
Yeah.
Tamney, the Giants kicker.
Huh?
Wait, he's only done one.
That doesn't count.
Nick Folk, Jake Bates, they're at 95.
Isn't Nick Folk in the AFC though?
Yeah, Tennessee.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Well, I'm looking at this
Come
on the fly.
Maura.
Sorry.
Or AFC doesn't count.
I don't know if he's going to
Brandon McManus from the Packers is ahead of him.
Oh, sure, and he's going to come in town. Wait till see what happens this week.
That's right.
I'm not going to put Jason Myers over Brandon Aubrey because Brandon Aubrey might be the best kicker in football at this point, but you could have 2 Pro Bowl kickers. You never know.
Well, you've got Jake Bates from the Lions and Brandon McManus from the Packers with better field goal percentages.
And them too.
360 says, yes, Hulk, it's a new store called The Internet. You don't think I've looked through The Internet? I spent like an hour and a half the other night working on this when I could have been researching who the best kickers were.
Isn't there Total Beverage?
Total Wine & More.
Yeah. I think that has some stuff, doesn't it?
I'm looking for something kind of vintagey.
Do you have your own big ice cube maker? You have one?
Not a maker. I just have like a little.
Yeah, that you have that deal.
I could put it in the freezer. Yeah. I get big ice cubes. Then I have I have both spheres and cubes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
The Salk and the McDonald.
That's which is better.
You're not really built like a sphere.
Me?
No. McDonald's cubic. So, yeah, you got the McDonald.
You don't think I'm spherical?
Who's someone that's built like a sphere?
Like a sphere?
Yeah.
Who's spherical?
He was very round.
I mean, I think anybody you say that about is probably going to be pretty offended. I don't know that I want to say that out loud. It doesn't sound like a nice thing.
Rock.
Yeah. I'm not going to answer, hey, who do you think is fat? Like, that's probably just not a road I'm going to go down here on the show.
Really? The 9 o'clock segment on the show sheet says differently.
Oh, really? It does? Wait, hold on. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Brock, you know who the answer to your question is? Apparently Juan Soto. His stomach is looking spherical. We'll dig into that at 9 o'clock. It's Brock and Salk. We'll give you everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are in possession of first place in the NFC West, but they have not guaranteed a spot to the playoffs because, Bump, this division is close.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
You got to love moments like this because 6 weeks ago, we were not here. 5 weeks ago, we weren't here. So the fact that we're looking at this team and we're saying we like what you're doing, now it's time to prove it, that's a privilege in its own.
Yes.
But yeah, it's proven time now. Are you the life of the party or you're not what we thought you were?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, for a limited time, ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Come out of the drizzle and into the sizzle at Teatro Zinzani's new show, now playing through March 31st at Emerald City Trapeze Arts, home of Cirque, live music, comedy, and gourmet food and drink. Tickets at Zinzani.com. Reserve your seats now at Zinzani.com/Seattle. Every ticket includes a 4-course meal, ticket to the show, and great memories. So get out of the drizzle and into the sizzle this holiday season at Teatro Zinzani.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. Our family-owned business has been taking care of our neighbors every winter since 1952. On behalf of Cressy Door and all our wonderful families, we would like to wish you all happy holidays.
'Tis the season to be bold.
Gino's going to throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks! JSN with the touchdown.
To rep your team.
The stands are rocking right now.
Your style, your way. This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear now at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at Mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the outdoor line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit PacificLamp.com.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, a healthy Seahawks team and a healthy Packers team should make for one heck of a Sunday night football game. Not a lot of injuries to talk about, which is usually something we do on Fridays, but other than Ken Walker, this team's like really, really set to go right now. I mean, you got some guys who are battling through stuff, but nothing new. Obviously, you know, Leonard Williams has been playing through it every week without much of a problem. So you're looking at a Sunday night battle, and the Packers are obviously a very good football team. Mike McDonald telling Steve Rabel they know what to look for.
They're a really good football team. I mean, I kind of a Bill Parcells them. You are what your record says you are. I mean, they've lost to the Lions twice. But other than that, I mean, they've pretty much been unblemished. But they're controlling the games offensively and through the running game, which they're able to create explosives with, and trying to they have a really fast, complementary receiver skill group that can get down the field in a hurry, and a quarterback with the arm talent to match it. So that's a formidable opponent in that regard. And then defensively, that's the way to describe it as kind of an aggressive, opportunistic group that does a great job of attacking the ball, and they're really good in situations, especially third down. So we have to do our best to stay ahead of schedule and really control the clock on our terms on Sunday.
Kind of an interesting matchup. Green Bay's really good against the run and really good at forcing turnovers. Do you need to kind of get back to more of a throwing game against them, or are you looking to build on what you found last week in the running game?
No, you absolutely look to build on that balance you have struck here over the last couple weeks. Even though you didn't have huge production numbers-wise, Salk, against Arizona, you ran it. And you've run it a bunch, and you've not had to throw it 35, 40, 45 times. You get into that kind of throw game, huge advantage to Green Bay. You get into the game where you're balanced, and, maybe those runs are for a yard or 2 yards. And maybe Gino's going to have to make some things happen on 3rd and 6s and 3rd and 7s. But, no, I don't think you want to get into a throw-first mindset against these guys. And then on the other side, man, Josh Jacobs a good back. I know, the whole running back phenomenon, he kind of got caught in some of that. Well, everybody's just okay. No, he can be a difference maker. And you heard Mike Tirico talk about that. They've had good running backs in Green Bay, right, for a number of years. But this dude, man, they couldn't tackle him when he was a Raider. This will be a really cool challenge for this entire front seven and the guys filling in on the back end, secondary-wise tackling, Tariq Woolen, Spoon, this one will test their mettle quite a bit.
Niners did nothing to help the Seahawks last night as they lose 12-6, and Devondre Campbell quit in the third quarter. Thanks a lot. Kyle Shanahan asked why he left the game.
What happened with Devondre Campbell? He didn't play, and he went into the locker room at some point?
Yeah, he said he didn't want to play today.
Play today?
Yep.
The coaching staff?
He did when I asked him why he didn't want to go in. So.
During the game or before?
No, that was in the third quarter.
Yeah, it's just in the third quarter. I'm all set.
Is that Shanahan's voice?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
No. Yes, it is.
That sounded
unless Maura cut somebody else.
No, I know that was Shanahan. I saw Shanahan answer that.
You don't think she knows what Kyle Shanahan is?
No, I just wondered if maybe the voice.
Would you give Maura some respect?
I just wonder if the voice got a little squished.
Can't believe you.
There's been a lot of voice activation back there.
I can't believe you.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Brock, you're tearing us apart internally. It's ridiculous.
Just play more of me as Lindsey Graham. That's really all you need to do.
Cardinals host the Patriots this weekend, so, not a lot of help there. Lions-Bills, one of the best games this weekend for sure. That one is in Detroit, as we now know, and could be a Super Bowl preview. Steelers-Eagles could be as well. Congrats to Tyrese Knight, Brock. Apparently you can be Rookie of the Week, because there aren't enough awards in the NFL. He was named Rookie of the Week, and Brian Baldinger was pretty excited about it.
You watch him just come. Watch him in the curl flat right here. Like, he hits people like an anvil. Bam. They just go down. I love it. Watch him this hit right here to Benson. Benson's 230 pounds. Watch this hit. Man, Tyrese Knight, you can trace the improvement of this defense from the day that they put him in at linebacker. Him and Ernest Jones. It's completely solidified this defense.
They have changed it. There's no doubt about that, and he's now Rookie of the Week to go with it.
An anvil is a large, heavy block of metal with a flat-top surface used as a workbench for shaping metal. Anvils are used by blacksmiths to hammer hot iron into the desired shape.
Right, but you hammer onto it. It's like a bed. It's like a desk.
Yes.
It's like a large bench. Anyway.
That is what
our thing you need to know.
Coyote would drop anvils on people's heads and all that. So I think there's something to it.
Gotcha.
Mariners changed their single A affiliate. They're going to go from Modesto to the Inland Empire 66ers.
I don't know how I feel
in
about
San
this.
Bernardino.
I don't know how I feel about this.
San Berdue, no?
The Nuts have been great. They've been difference makers. They've won the division every year.
But they're going to have the same players are now going to play for Inland Empire. Doesn't matter. Kraken win last night. Great effort. Let's see. Here's a Bjorkstrand, one of his 2 goals.
Veneers in control. from Hingham, Massachusetts. He zips it in. A tip out in front. Oliver Bjorkstrand was on the doorstep. Chandler Stevenson was on the near side, and you can cue the maestro.
Yeah, it was like a few seconds into the game. They got in the power play, scored again, went up 2-0, dominate and win 5-1. That's everything you need to know. So I was there last night, Brock, and at 6, I brought up the one problem with Climate Pledge Arena. As much as I love it, when you leave there, your clothes, it's like you've been inside the workings of a deep fat fryer. It's crazy how much the smell just like latches onto you when you go in there. And so some people were saying that I was ridiculous. Anyway, we got this text from the 360. Salk, I'm so glad you brought up the Climate Pledge deep fryer. We have Kraken season tickets and on year 4 and have literally now have dedicated clothing, shoes, and a jacket that we only wear to Kraken games. When we get home, they hang in the garage overnight and then straight into the washer. I've complained on every post-event survey. It's the grill across from the team store downstairs. That's what I said. For a while last year, they tried to cover it with air freshener, which made it worse. For what we pay for season tickets, I think they could afford a hood exhaust system for that grill. Maybe if you keep talking about it on air. I will. It's bizarre.
Weird.
Yes.
Weird.
It is so strange because everything about that arena is top-notch.
Sure.
A+, tremendous, excellent experience. But every time you go in there, your clothes reek. Especially if you go by the fryer that's by, I think, entrance 1, you go down the escalator into the bottom, and that fryer is just like spitting out grease and fumes. It's so weird. It really is.
You know what that reminds me of? Macy was a drooler back in the day. Bless her heart. She was just a baby drooler. And we had these Sunday school parents years later like, I just got to tell you, we had our kind of Macy clothes when we knew we were working when she was there. So kind of like the 360s got their air fryer clothes.
Yeah. Have you seen Macy's not? I haven't seen her play in a while. She's not. Have you seen the kids that are like tongue out players? Kids that when they start getting like into like really playing hard, a tongue kind of pops out. I mean, Jordan obviously is the best example of it. But like Cecily's playing with a bunch of different, like Harper has her little tongue come out. There's a girl named Emma on one of her basketball teams whose tongue comes out. Like whenever they start like really bearing down and focusing, their tongue comes out.
Yeah, it's a little more Macy. Haley. I think Haley was a little more than Macy. Yeah, Macy just the drooler. And thankfully no longer drooling. Yeah, thankfully no longer drooling.
I can't wait till Macy gets married and we get to have a whole conversation about her drooling when you and I do the speech together for the toast. Brady Henderson will take us inside the Seahawks since we didn't get him for 2 hours today. We got to make sure we at least get a few minutes with our guy Brady. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. He is Mark Schlereth. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Obviously, Green Bay is going to be tough. You get to play them at home. I think Minnesota just keeps winning, but I think they're beatable. I think it really comes down. I think the Rams are capable of winning out, and I think it comes down to the Rams in Seattle in that last game. And if Seattle, beats them, they go. And if the Rams can beat Seattle, then they go.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we were just talking about cooking. Well, if you don't like doing that on Christmas, you don't want to cook, you don't want to clean, let me recommend Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. They got you covered, okay? Indulge in the mouth-watering Christmas Day menu at Falls Buffet with savory roasts, delightful sides, and decadent desserts, and they're serving up prime rib with all the fixings. I've spent Christmas Day at Snoqualmie Casino and had a blast. Go to snocasino.com for the full menu. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland has purchased $3 million worth of certified used and pre-owned vehicles on the lot ready for you to test drive and take home. The largest selection of certified used and pre-owned vehicles during Toyotathon can only be found at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett from Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
You'll be sorry.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at KANTOR Diamond.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And Shannon, we're not just rehabbing injuries anymore. Now we're in the business of speed and performance. Talk to me.
Yeah, Brock, we're really excited. We just opened up our IRG Physical Therapy and Sports Institute in Fremont. It's 5,000 square feet of AstroTurf rubberized flooring. We're not only going to treat your physical therapy conditions, but we're also going to help you as a patient athlete, a recreational athlete, work on strength, speed, explosion, vertical explosion, horizontal explosion. I mean, we're going to create an athlete out of you and get you back to activity at your best.
What was the genesis of this?
Oh, there's a huge need out there. I mean, you talk to people and you start looking at patients that are going through rehab. Rehab is just part of the process, getting people to a point, but then the next point is really doing the strength and function explosion and the athletic training skills that everybody wants and needs.
Schedule online right now at irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's a Friday. It's a football Friday, Brock, as I'm sure you know, which is powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, which usually means Brady Henderson is sitting here to my left, but he's not today. He's on the boat, and so I thought we better at least check in with him and make sure, nothing's sinking there or anything. Brady, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. Well, if anything is sinking, I would know about it because I'm not on the boat right now.
Oh no!
So, yeah.
All right. Well,
Do you get under the boat and scrub off the barnacles and stuff, or do you ever lift her out of the water and clean her?
Well, barnacles, yeah, that's more of a saltwater thing. The barnacles, we don't really have barnacles in Lake Union, thankfully. But you do get a bunch of gunk that builds up on the top or on the bottom of the boat, the hull, as it were. I think it's called like milfoil. So you do got to get that scrubbed, but that's not among the boat projects that I like to.
That's one you hire out for that.
Yeah, well, when you go get your boat serviced, they have these like really incredible looking crane things that lift your boat out of the water, and they're suspended, and then that's when they do it. So when you go to like Ballard and you see when you go through when you're on a boat and you go through Ballard and you look to your left and your right, you see all the marinas. That's where you would take your boat to get that done.
To get serviced, it's like getting your house serviced.
Sure.
Yeah. I kind of like that idea.
Your oil change.
Except it's your house. Never really thought about it that way. All right, Brady, let's talk some football. We'll start with the running back position. What do you think? Let's say Ken Walker plays. Let's say he's healthy enough to go, and obviously we don't know that yet, but let's say he's healthy enough to go. What do you think the running back reps and division of labor looks like?
Yeah, I still think it's going to be Ken Walker's job. I still think he's going to be the lead guy, but certainly when you run for 130-plus yards like Zach Charbonnet did in that game, then you earn more opportunities. There's just no way around it. I'm very curious. I would be very curious to know, just as a hypothetical, what that rushing total would have looked like for Ken Walker had he played in that game, just with some of the holes that were there for Zach Charbonnet, and he might have gone for well over 150 just with his explosiveness. But look, you got to give Zach Charbonnet credit for a guy who is known more as a thumper and a guy who typically needs a head of steam to really get going. He doesn't get 0 to 60 nearly as quickly as Ken Walker does. I thought he was very explosive in that game, and not even obviously on the 51-yard touchdown run, but even on some of those runs to the outside. You saw kind of a gear from Zach Charbonnet that I don't know if you've seen a whole lot, and maybe just because he hasn't had a chance to get a full head of steam going. But I think if Ken Walker plays, and I know that he hasn't practiced obviously, but I know just from talking to somebody in the building earlier in the week, he was pushing to play or has been pushing to play, and he has been making progress.
Well,
so
I'd be pushing to play too if I watch Zach Charbonnet do that when I wasn't there. And I don't know whether I fully agree with that. And Daniel Jeremiah kind of shot down my opinion on this. So, take that for what it's worth. I don't know that I'm right about this. But I don't know that Ken Walker would have had an equal or better day on Sunday if he had been in there. I felt like some of what we saw was because of Charbonnet's style, and that because he's a little bit more predictable, a little bit more straight ahead, that I think it might have helped this offensive line a little bit.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, and then we tend to only look at a running back success or a team's rushing successes. Are they what is blocked for them? And we tend to put it all on the offensive line, but there is a job of a running back is to read what's open there. And I think part of the reason why the Seahawks had been optimistic for a couple weeks before they really had that breakout in their run game, they felt optimistic that the run game was making progress, is because they felt like the creases were there and the holes were there. And I think if you read between the lines, what they were saying was that the running backs needed to do a better job of finding those holes. And it wasn't just on the offensive line. It was that the running backs needed to do their job too. And so maybe there is something to that. I just know that you've seen Ken Walker, how explosive he can be. But the other side of it is, look, if you're all of a sudden now, introducing more of this gap scheme with the pullers and with all the timing that goes into that, how effective could you expect Walker to be even if he gets on the practice field today? If he tries to play in that game, having only one light day of practice, then I think it's fair to wonder, with the timing involved, how effective he could be in this if he does play in this game.
So to strengthen your argument with football people, just be like, I really think Charbonnet's patience. He is slow to explode through, and it's just a little more of his patient style that plays to some of that. So the next time you have this argument, just try to do some of that. Speaking of argument, we started the show this morning, Brady. Where do you fall on the death zone? Are you down with the death zone?
In terms of that being the name for the defense?
Yeah, you down with that?
Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like it, Mark.
I think if you have to ask, it's a no. You know, I think we don't need to force nicknames. You know, we just don't need to do that. Like, let it come
like Trent Dilfer did, like
Trent
Trent did in the meeting room one day when he came in and said, "I need you guys to call me the doctor."
Nope.
And we're like, "What?" He's like, "I was so surgical on that practice field. I want my nickname to be the doctor."
Nope.
And we're like, "No,
Was he
not
serious about it?"
kind of in Trent's own little quirky way. Like, what do you guys think? You like it? I think I'm the doctor. No, actually, no. You can't come up with your own nickname. That's not really the way this thing works.
I believe, I'm going to make up a rule here and say that the first rule of nicknames is that you can't. There's no self-styled nicknames. You can't make up a nickname.
My buddy in high school always wanted us to call him Ace for some reason. Oh, he's like, I just want you guys to call me Ace. We're like, Dave, we're not going to call you Ace. He's like, yeah, it's Ace. I'm like, no, that's just never going to happen. Sorry, buddy.
What do your significant others call you, guy? What are your little pet nicknames? Speaking of nicknames.
Big Rock.
Heather doesn't talk to me. She never calls me anything. Heather and I have this dumb thing where I call her wife. Like, we just keep things very formal. Before that, it was fiance. Wow. Before that, it was girlfriend. Like, we just keep it very, very formal.
Wow, that's very sentimental.
Yeah. You?
I'm not telling you that.
You ask a question and then you won't answer it yourself?
Yeah, exactly. I just
Brady,
want to set you guys up.
Is it super?
Are we talking football here or what? You guys
we're talking the death.
Well, now I want to know what you're calling your girlfriend.
You guys called me to talk about the playoff percentages?
Booby?
We're talking the death zone. Are you down with the death zone or not?
I'll ask you a football question, Brady.
Okay.
Which Seahawks belong in the Pro Bowl?
Ooh, really good one. Okay. Let's see here. Jackson Smith and Jigba has a case. I know the touchdown production isn't there, but he's third among NFC wide receivers in receiving yards. So he would be one. Leonard Williams, I think, is an obvious choice for the Pro Bowl. I would say Ernest Jones has a pretty good case. We didn't see him in Seattle for a good chunk of the season, but I think he's playing at that kind of level. His problem is he plays inside linebacker and he doesn't get sacks, and typically it's the outside linebackers that get into the Pro Bowl. So those are three that come to mind. Jason Myers, maybe. I know he's missed a couple kicks, but he's had a few blocks.
Spoon.
Yeah, Witherspoon. I think the challenge with him is the counting stats aren't there. So it's a question of who should be versus who I think will be. But certainly with the way he's played, even though the big plays haven't shown up in the stat sheet, I mean, he might be having the best season for a guy a defensive back I've ever seen who doesn't have an interception yet.
How about Charles Cross?
Yeah. I'd have to look at the numbers. I know just from the eye test, he seemed to start off a lot better, and has kind of tailed off a little bit. I don't know if the numbers would match that, but that's just kind of my anecdotal
Julian
thought
Love.
on that. Maybe, yeah. He made it last season after, remember the voting closed right after that 2 interception game in prime time against the Eagles, and so I don't know if he would have made the Pro Bowl without that last season. And this year, I don't know if there have been enough of those big plays. Certainly, he's playing well, and a lot of people are on that defense. But yeah, Leonard Williams seems like the no-brainer of all no-brainers.
This may surprise you. It may not, Salk. I texted Brady before the segment saying, hey, could you check into the database, do a little homework here, talk a little football about yards after contact, because we're talking about this defense. And, part of the reason the death zone has come about is obviously their play over the last 5-6 weeks and efficiency and yards per play is some of the best in all the NFL. I kind of leaned into, I'm curious what yards after contact, eliminating those leaky yards upon first contact, how much stopping power is there? Has there been a significant trend in the right way defensively, Brady, over the last 5-6 weeks compared to the first 7, 8, 10 weeks of the season?
Well, it's been a little bit, maybe not as much as you think. And unfortunately, I was only able to isolate this in terms of the run, so yards after contact per run.
Yeah.
And over the first 9 weeks, now that does include the Rams game, which is really that Week 9 Rams game was really when their defense started to turn around. But including that game, it was 1.94 yards in terms of yards after contact per rush.
Yep.
And since then, it's gone down to 1.8, which is 24th. So they've moved up a little bit. I think when if you were to isolate that, and unfortunately, I wasn't thinking about this when I looked up the stats because it was 7:30 in the morning and my brain wasn't functioning. But like if you were to move that back a week, the difference would be a little bit better. But the eye test would tell you that they have been a much better tackling team, over this last stretch, and that's among the reasons why their defense has turned around. And part of it, I think, is just even when there's one guy in there to make the tackle, he does a good job of that. But they're also flying to the ball, and when the first guy misses, there tends to be a second and third guy there to clean it up.
Are you sure it's not a good idea to give yourself a nickname? Because I feel like there's some evidence to the contrary.
Mr. Unlimited.
Right. So it just kind of makes me think that maybe you're wrong about that, Brady.
That's the example that you're going to point to.
Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I will.
Do you think people are turning their radio dials? Do you think what kind of effect do you think that has on the ratings when you play
Unlimited.
Unlimited.
Oh, it gets better when Sierra jumps in. That's really when the unlimited thing takes its full power. We talked to Mike McDonald on Monday, and Brock was asking him about adding Dirty, and he was basically like, yeah, I don't want to say anything nice about him because I'm afraid that everybody else is going to try to steal him to be their coach next year. And he just said he was terrible at everything. I think he was joking. What, from your perspective, has been the most important thing that Dirty has brought to the team and to the defense this year?
Yeah, it's a little tough to say just because he is kind of behind the scenes, and he's obviously not calling plays. But when you're the defensive coordinator, you have a lot of responsibilities, and I think he's huge in the game planning part of it. I know just from watching him in training camp, this would not surprise you. Just knowing his background, he was very hands-on with a lot of the defensive linemen, and you would see him out there, running, putting those guys through drills and everything, and so. It is a little bit of a mystery because he is kind of in an atypical role where he's a defensive coordinator who's not calling the plays, but you just know that if Mike McDonald is going to go on your airwaves and be reluctant to talk about him, and this is the start of the season where he knows that, other teams who are going to be looking to fill defensive coordinator vacancies are going to be looking around the NFL and to see, okay, what defenses are really, popping right now and who could be available. I think it's pretty telling that he did not want to really give that guy a whole lot of flowers publicly.
Last couple things for me, Brady. Speaking of telling, being around the building as you are on a daily basis, and I know you're not on the practice field to watch every bit of it like you are in training camp, but I'm just kind of curious, as this team has certainly been playing their best ball when it matters the most, have you just felt around that building a growing confidence?
Brock, it's funny. Like whenever I get questions about, what is the mood of the team, coming off a loss, and certainly when you go into a locker room after a bad loss, it's like you can hear a pin drop, and obviously when they win, it's raucous and the music's blaring. So certainly in the immediate aftermath of a game, there's a huge difference. But typically by the time we get into the locker room on Wednesday, and definitely by Thursday, Friday, it's always kind of business as usual. And so you would think that the answer is yes, just when we talk to players. But I think you would be surprised. Maybe you wouldn't be surprised because you've actually been in the locker room. But just for people listening, might be surprised at how kind of even keel it is, at least in terms of how they come off and how they seem when we're around them. So you would think the answer is yes. But in terms of outward, like the stuff that we hear, I mean, even when they were losing 4 or 5, you didn't really seem like, at least in how they came off publicly, it didn't really seem like guys were, down in the dumps or like there was a total lack of confidence, which I think is a testament to the coaching staff. Like even when things were not going well, I think there was still belief that they could turn it around. And it certainly helps when you look at the talent they have. I mean, it's not like this is a total rebuilding team with just a bunch of guys out there. Like I think that there's enough talent on the roster to know that, and on the coaching staff to know that they were going to turn it around.
What do you make of DK as the proud papa watching Jackson Smith and Jigba kind of explode over the last month or so? Here's what DK said about it.
No, I know Locke saw me make the transition getting the numbers that he's getting now, but just to see it from the other side, from, the vet side or the OG side, is kind of great because last year, he didn't really have any idea of what was going on or, how to, take it 16 games, 17 games in a season. But now just to see him put everything together, it's kind of like a proud parent or a big brother moment just to see him have the success. And I know he's going to continue to have major success in his league.
Compare that to what you're hearing in Philadelphia, and it sure sounds pretty different.
It does, yeah, and like Philadelphia is winning too. That's the other surprising thing about kind of the turmoil that's going on there. But yeah, it is. DK, for all of the issues you could find with some of the play style and how just how he kind of loses control every now and again. We've never heard him complain about sort of targets and role and all that. And those guys appear to be very close, just like DK is with Lockett and with Lockett is with JSN. And I think part of that maybe too is DK knows that he is helping. He's played a role in that. Mm-hmm. With just kind of the mentorship, but also when DK is on the field, he commands a ton of attention. And I don't know if Jackson Smith-Njigba would be having the type of season he's having if he didn't have a guy playing on the other side of him in DK who commands all those double teams. And so I continue to think that is a part of the DK conversation that you've always got to remember, is that it's not just the production, it's the production that he facilitates for teammates just because of all the attention he commands as being a 6'4", 220-pound guy who can run a 4.3.
On these Fridays, when you've sat in here and hammered through hours after hours with Salky, I've been in production meetings myself, and I'm going to steal a Friday production meeting question from the great Jason Benetti that he asked almost every Friday to the coordinators. And because I know you've done your homework on this Green Bay matchup and you've looked at numbers and strengths and data and all that other good stuff, Jason Benetti would always ask the coordinator, hey, if I could give you one player on your offense, one player on your defense to play their best game of the season, how would it benefit and who would benefit the most in this particular matchup? So take Geno off the board. Offensively, Brady, if I could say, and you could snap your finger and say, this Seahawk plays his best game of the season. Defensively, this Seahawk plays his best game of the season to help the Seahawks beat the Packers on Sunday. Who would it be offensively and defensively in this matchup?
Yeah, so gut reaction would be to pick an offensive lineman in order to continue the success they had last week. But if you look at Green Bay, that's really not – they've gotten some sacks, but in terms of their percentages, like pressure rate, pass rush win rate, not all that great. And Arizona wasn't all that great either. And so I'm going to go away from the offensive line, and I'm going to say whatever running back is toting the rock, whether it's Charbonnet or Ken Walker. And I think this has got to be kind of a ball control kind of game, just with some of Green Bay's explosiveness and how good that offense can be. And so I think they want to run the ball in every game. But I'm going to say, it has extra importance in this game. So I'm going to say Charbonnet.
Okay.
And then defensively, I'm going to say Ernest Jones. And I talked about him earlier as playing at, if the Pro Bowl voting were differently, I think he would be playing at that kind of level. And he's got a tough task here with Josh Jacobs, who's a very productive runner, 7 rushing touchdowns over his last 3 games. That's like all-time stuff. He's got 7 games with at least 100 scrimmage yards this season. So a huge part of their offense. And obviously, this is going to be another test for that defense and the resurgence that it's made over the last 4 or 5 weeks.
You go with Boo Boo Kitty Face? I think that was...
I see Pookie.
Yeah.
Pookie. Hey,
No.
Pookie.
Was that Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, I think, with Boo Boo Kitty Face?
Is that what that is?
I think so.
That's not it.
It's not that one?
Maybe it's just a
You
hitman.
don't strike me as a
Maybe it's
babe or a baby
There you
or
go.
You are?
Ooh, yeah.
It's the Hitman. No, it's the Hitman.
Oh, Brock gave you that
She calls
nickname.
me
That
the
doesn't
Hitman.
count. That doesn't count.
Yeah, well, she's adopted it.
You
know.
don't
I
call
wear
her the Hitman, do you?
I wear the Brett. No, she's the Hit Woman. I wear the Brett the Hitman heart shirt every time I see her.
Call me the Hitman.
The only thing she's ever worn. The only thing she's ever seen me wear.
The Hitman shirt?
She likes the pink too. Didn't he have little pink boots and little pink?
Not as much as Ravishing
shorts?
Rick Rude did, though.
Right.
He had the lips
kind of
all over his tights. Good luck before he do the rude awakening. Yeah. All right. Well, Brady, thank you,
Mr. Unlimited.
We appreciate you this morning, even though you're not on the boat.
I got the number for you. It's the 4. Now that I've looked it up and I isolated it from the from week 9 on.
Yeah.
The week 9. So it's 1.81 yards post contact per rush.
Love it.
That would be the 4th lowest in the NFL, I believe.
Pretty good.
Love it.
Pretty good, Brady.
It.
Thanks, buddy.
When's your grub piece coming out?
Tomorrow.
Nice. Okay.
Pretty cool.
We'll look for it.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Good stuff. Brady Henderson, our good friend and tremendous reporter with ESPN, ESPN.com, taking some time to join us there. God, when you look up Unlimited in the system, man, there's
a lot.
Unlimited.
That's when he went to Fiji.
So painful.
That was Unlimited in Fiji.
So painful.
You want the whole thing, like where it came from?
Hey guys, Russell here. Yes, the typical boring, Russell, the robot Russell, the one you guys love to know. Real exciting.
The one you love to know.
Exciting.
Yeah, I'm real exciting.
But anyways, everybody has to have an alter ego, right? And I've been thinking about what my alter ego would be. I think I have an alter ego. His name's Mr. Unlimited. You got to be unlimited. You got to have a thought process of being unlimited. So when people ask you,
what in the world? What in the world?
You know what I'll never figure
possessed him to do that?
I'll never figure out why that got so much traction 2 years after it came out.
What?
Like it didn't happen the first time.
What in the world possessed him to do that?
You know, what you're thinking about or what you want to do in life or where you want to go, you got to be unlimited. Tell them, I'm unlimited. You know what I mean? So when they ask you certain questions like,
who brings you motivation, Russell?
Mr. Unlimited.
What would possibly
So bad.
possibly run through your mind before recording that?
Is it better or worse than the Danger Witch commercial?
It's worse. It's so unbelievably painful to listen to that. I can't fathom. Now, somebody looks like they've been eating too many of those danger witches, and we're going to discuss him next. It's
And
Brock
Mitch
Salk.
Witches and sandwiches
and all sorts of
Chick-fil-A.
Body shaming segment?
Yeah, we're going to body shame next on Brock and Salk.
Dad bod.
Has a first down, that's a touchdown! Seahawks!
Sunday Night Football.
49 yards to Pater, his second touchdown of the game.
The Seahawks are set to play their biggest game of the year under the primetime lights at Lumen Field.
Kyler Murray's going to throw in the middle. It's intercepted. Jones, he's across the 20, tripped up and dropped at the 19-yard line.
Seahawks, Packers, kickoff at 5:20, pregame starting at 2 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey Seattle, Jaden Schwartz. Still having roofing problems? Don't skate through the winter. Call Techline today. Techline has the strongest warranty in the business. Take advantage of our easy financing and seasonal specials. Happy holidays from our team at Techline Roofing.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Ward C. Moeller and Associates remind listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Ward C. Moeller and Associates. Family owned since 1955, providing top quality services for all your land surveying needs.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators.
Like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Yes, 360. I know it wasn't exactly Boo Boo Kitty Face. Thank you. I've seen the movie enough times, but, trying to keep things clean enough to say it on the radio. So appreciate you guys having my back there or not. Brock, I saw these pictures. Yesterday.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if they're real. Maybe they're doctored. Like in this world we live in now, you don't know what's real and what's not, what's AI, what's been changed, nobody
Did you see
knows.
Trump and Pelosi fight? They got in a fist fight. It was
fist fight.
crazy.
I know, right. I mean, we live in a world where it's really hard to know.
And then Trump was dancing with Kamala? Like, how did that happen? Like,
yeah,
it was
and
wild.
AOC, I think. It was quite a world. Yes. This is the world we live in. But the pictures that came out yesterday, if they're real,
right,
of Juan Soto looking like an offensive line. I mean, like he looked so big and round. You asked me earlier who looks round, and Lyle's dead on. Juan Soto. He looks spherical. His belly looked gigantic. It certainly didn't look like the type of guy you want to give $765 million to.
Yeah.
Now, will he still hit? Yes. Will he lose some of that weight before the season? Probably. This is not the Mets screwed up by giving $765 million to Juan Soto, nor is it this is why you don't give $765 million to anyone. But it is a little amazing that this guy, who's eventually going to be a DH in a year, certainly if he continues to gain weight like that, he's not going to be able to play right field. He's already bad at playing right field. Now you're gonna throw another 25 pounds on him or whatever. That doesn't seem like a great recipe for long-term defense. Mm-hmm. It just makes me kind of wonder what the future is for a deal like that.
Right.
Once you get over the fact that, it doesn't really matter to us how Juan Soto does in New York, it is sort of like a little thought about just being careful when you decide to spend your money on a long-term contract. Right?
Wouldn't you say both the Mariners and the Seahawks have been tremendously prudent in that way?
Yes, and probably for different reasons.
Jamal Adams was kind of you're never going to hit 100%. Can you hit 70%, 80%? It'd be off the charts. But they typically, and I think that goes back to even way back when, a couple years ago, with Spoon and Jalen Carter in the first round there. And do you feel better about giving $26 million guaranteed dollars to a corner, to a nickel, to a safety, to a guy that just plays with the relentlessness that he does, versus a defensive tackle that you can look around the league in the histories of the NFL, and I saw it firsthand. If there's a position that can shut it down upon payment and kind of get away with it, that is a position a whole lot more than those that play in space and are totally exposed.
Well, I hope the picture was fake. I think it might be. I can't imagine that he instantly looks the way he did yesterday. So I'm hoping and assuming that picture is fake. But it's still the point. What are you smiling at, Lyle? You think it was real?
Yes.
You think that was a real picture?
And Lyle wanted to give him $1 billion. Lyle's like, give him $1 billion.
To this day, I stand on that hill. I stand 10 toes down on that.
Doesn't make you nervous at all that right after signing that guy looks that big?
Bartolo Colon?
It's funny you guys say that. I was just thinking about this guy earlier today who had a career 930 OPS with 500 homers, first ballot Hall of Famer. Oh, it was known CrossFit champion David Ortiz.
He'd be good to have. I get it. He also didn't make $765 million.
If he was
you saw Manny Ramirez up close too. That guy never had a good body.
Yeah, and again, I'm not looking for.
And what happens to those guys?
Not everybody needs. Well,
if David Ortiz was playing today, he might make closer to Juan Soto money just because contracts have ballooned.
Yeah, clearly, but he was. He was never the highest paid player in the game. Because he was a DH, it limited some of his value. He was Mr. Limited in terms of his value. And look, I think that's where Soto's going to be. It's not even the point. Juan Soto's going to be great. This is not a Juan Soto. I told you specifically, this is not about how Juan Soto is a bad player or a bad contract. But it does tell you do have to be a little careful when you're doling out big contracts. The Mariners should be doling out one of them this offseason. It doesn't have to be $765 million. But there are enough guys out there right now that fit what they need and are deserving of some significant money that they should go after. The number one for me would be Alex Bregman, because you know what you're getting in the personality, because you know you're getting the kind of dog that this team specifically has lacked and absolutely needs in terms of its veteran leadership. It would do more to change the culture of who the Mariners are than anyone else. You can get as mad as you want about his punchable face or the trash can banging or whatever ridiculous thing people want to bring up. I'm not saying any of them are untrue, just that they don't matter if he's yours. And he is a dog mentality. He is plays the game exactly like the way the Mariners say they want to play the game. Well, if he's out there and available, then go spend a little extra money and bring him in here. I don't think he would sign, but you should be doing everything in your power to try to make it happen. If it's not him, then there are other options. And
did you see Peter Gammon's tweet this morning?
I got to tell you this. I don't understand it.
But
I truly don't understand
As
this.
you put your Ebenezer's on, let me just give you a little facts
Get
here.
my Ebenezer's.
Yeah, so you can read it. David Ortiz played 18 years. Do you know what his total salary or earnings were? Over 18 years? 18 years in the big leagues. He never made
$400 million.
Yeah, good try. Cut it way
half,
down.
200
million. Cut that down.
Wow.
In 18 years, he made 160 million. He never made more than 16 million per year.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
it's pretty good bargain. This is from Peter Gammons. The hitter the Mariners would love to get is Christian Walker, which for now is out of their price range.
No, thank you.
I gotta tell you, I don't understand that.
No,
I understand. I think you guys know I'm pretty understanding on these things. Like, I understand if Juan Soto's
pretty? Like, you're the most
I've been more understanding than anybody. I understand if Juan Soto's not in your price range. I understand that teams have to set budgets and that you do have to have a limit. Whether I want them to do it or not, whether I want it to go higher, all right. I can understand if you didn't want to spend crazy money on Kyle Seager, or Corey Seager, rather. I can understand some of the injury risk that you were worried about with Correa, or okay. Chris Bryant, thank God they didn't spend the money on him, or Trevor Story, both of whom have been god-awful.
Those are $200 and $300 million deals. Okay,
have been
I get
complete
it.
waste of time.
I get it.
Trey Turner, fine. How much money could you possibly have to spend on 35-year-old Christian freaking Walker? What? Christian Walker should not be outside the payroll range for all but 5 teams.
Can we talk to the guy whose year was down there in Dallas? Lyle, what are we hearing? What are the agents saying?
Well, it was like in that tweet.
Lyle, what is the deal?
They say they have to
Lyle, how much?
This rotation. Oh, what do I think Christian Walker should make? Anywhere between $17 to $20 million a year, which is totally
For
reasonable.
3 years.
Yeah,
For
3
3
he's
years.
going to get a 3-year deal.
3 years, $60 million.
And
you should be able to afford that without a second thought.
Totally reasonable. And the fact they are now being
insane.
The fact they're now being forced to potentially trade out of this rotation to afford him is crazy.
That's nuts.
This rotation
that really
is so good.
Nuts. That really is nuts. Like, I get it. Santander is 29 and is going to make a ton of money. I wish that they would be in on someone like Anthony Santander, but I'm willing to at least recognize that that might be too rich for their blood. Okay. And if you screw up a deal for Santander, or you screw up a deal for, somebody of that ilk, it's going to cost you for close to a decade. There's reason to be wary of moves like that. Unless Christian Walker thinks he's getting 5 years, $120 million, and maybe that's what the market is for him. And if that's the case, it's not even so much about not being able to afford him. It's just about him not being worth that. But Lyle, if your number is anywhere near accurate, you can't afford Christian Walker? We're not talking about Pete Alonso. We're not talking about Juan Soto. We're not talking even Anthony Santander. You should be able to afford Christian Walker. And you should not need to trade Luis Castillo in order to afford Christian Walker. That just doesn't make any sense.
Well, read the tweet. Read the tweet, please.
I did. I just read it.
Oh, you did the whole.
The rest of it.
Yes.
As another GM suggested this morning, Craig Breslow is tireless. That's the Red Sox GM. He's really smart, and if he can clear Castillo's money, give Seattle help elsewhere, and allow them to get, obviously, get
Christian
him.
Walker.
Yeah, Christian Walker. I don't even understand.
It's a kick.
That doesn't even make sense to me.
It's a kick.
You
to
should
the
be able
belly.
to afford Christian Walker.
It's a kick to the Juan Soto belly.
I really, that'd be jiggling. That'd be jiggling all the way home.
It's a kick to the sphere.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
JSN is the league's 5th leading wide receiver with 911 yards. But what's more impressive than his total yards?
He catches the football. As simple as that. You are a receiver. The job description is to catch the rock. He has a 73% catch rate this season. But most important, the last 4 games, 92% catch rate. He catches it when you throw it to him. He's extremely efficient.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Oh no, your furnace died. Your hot water heater's leaking. Your drains are clogged. Your AC's blowing hot air. Inconveniences? No, they're emergencies. Don't fear. Call Deere Services. Visit deereservices.net. Make an appointment and we'll be there within 3 hours or give you $100 credit. And get this, you will never pay a service fee. Book bookmark DEARservices.net. Because if you're a homeowner, it'll happen to you someday. Deere Services, there when you need us most.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Enjoy an incredible year-end savings on new BMWs and over 200 pre-owned of all makes and models. Only at BMW Northwest. Visit bmwnorthwest.com today for details and selection. BMW Northwest. Driving joy, driving home.
John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk hauling, donations, and recycling. We'll give you an exact price before we start the job and get it done with a smile. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Guys, are you looking for affordable and guaranteed low T and ED treatments here in Seattle? Revive Men's Health Seattle has been offering innovative men's health since 2013. Our convenient low T and ED clinics and providers have over 10 years of experience and thousands of happy patients. If you're suffering from low T or ED, we have guaranteed solutions for you. Our solutions can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. And right now, Revive Seattle locations are offering free T-level checks and free exams. We can help you get stronger and improve your performance and even get better sleep. Plus, if you're an unsatisfied patient of another men's clinic, we'll transfer your care for free. Book today, and your T-level check and exam will be free, saving you $199. Ask about our new patient specials and interest-free financing. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
If the playoff picture has you stressed, let us give you something to breathe easy about. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything, from allergy workups and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
This holiday season, give the gift of Mariners baseball. Why settle for a pair of socks when you can grab a pair of tickets to see the Red Sox? A gift card? Skip it. And snag seats to see the Cardinals. A wine opener? Or how about an opening day trip to T-Mobile Park? For tickets and our complete schedule of marquee matchups, including the Yankees and Dodgers, plus can't-miss collectibles, fireworks nights, $10 value seats, and more, visit Mariners.com.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Here at NC Machinery, people always ask, what can you do with Cat compact equipment? Well, here goes. Build gardens, patios, and parking, set posts and poles, plant trees, remove pipes, stumps, and rocks, clear snow, brush, and trees, trench, grade, and maintain. Landscape your backyard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard. Get through doorways, alleyways, and fence gates. Build ropes, trails, fire breaks. Move gravel, wood chips, and hay. Clean pens and bars. Break concrete, asphalt, and gravel. Use tools like hammers, tampers, trenchers, mulchers, and mowers. And for the doers doing, the landscapers, contractors, and landowners digging, call NC Machinery to get 0% for 60 months on select compact equipment. Terms and conditions apply.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland purchased extra inventory and has a premium selection of Tundras, Tacomas, RAV4s, Priuses, hybrid Camrys, and the all-new Crown Signa. Toyotathon is here, and Toyota of Kirkland is ready to celebrate with you. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Inst 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Moore just asked you, Brock, are the Seahawks going to win on Sunday?
I think that. You know what's tough about these next 2 weeks is I feel better about their matchup with the Minnesota offense, like the defense staying elite, than I do the Green Bay offense, and then it's flipped around. Like I feel better about the Seahawks offense against the Green Bay defense than I do against the Minnesota defense. That group is real. Kirk Cousins in that post-game procession with all of his former teammates was like, your scheme is real. What you guys are doing on defense is real. It's a problem. Like it is really hard to solve what you guys do defensively. Green Bay's not as strong defensively, but much better, more weaponry offensively. So, gosh darn it, I think these next two are going to come down to likely 2 or 3 plays.
Well, you got to make those couple of plays then, right? Dan Orlovsky speaking specifically on what challenges Green Bay's defense will present.
Talked a little bit yesterday about what could be the flaw of this football team, some of the middle field pass defense, but this rush defense under Jeff Hafley and the turnaround behind it has been absolutely enormous. You couple that with being top 6 in the NFL and +9 with the takeaways and top 10 in total points. Seattle's offense is hot. I think the pass game is going to be the biggest challenge on Sunday Night Football. This run defense has been very good. They got to get healthy with Ja and Cooper back. If they do, I think not only this weekend it continues, but this defensive performance on the back half of the season.
And they are healthy, right? We looked at Green Bay. You mentioned Seattle, and the injury report is great. Well, it's great for Green Bay as well. So John Alexander's going to play. He's an absolute difference maker at corner, kind of a lockdown guy. I think Tyler Lockett has got to show up. I really do. I think, the attention that JSN is going to get, the attention in the matchup of Alexander and Metcalf, like, come on, Tyler. Like, big drop last week for a touchdown. Like, it's time now that we've got to hear a little bit of Tyler Lockett on third down, a little bit of hear Tyler Lockett in the red zone. I'll put it this way. Seattle will win if they score touchdowns in the red zone. I think it will be at an absolute premium. Like, they cannot settle for field goals. This is like a playoff game on the road. I know it is at home, but they've not been as good at home. They've got to score touchdowns on Sunday. I think that Sunday night will be the single biggest stat for both sides. You keep them out of the end zone in the red zone because they'll probably get down there, and you score touchdowns because you're going to probably get down there. I think you're going to find a way to win.
What they've done here really has been on the strength of their defense, and apparently they're working towards a moniker, the death zone. Ernest Jones, who came up with it, was asked for his thoughts.
I love it. I don't know how much, anything other than say. I want our defense to be remembered. I want the defense that I'm on and the players on our defensive side to really be remembered and know when you play in Seattle, you gotta handle their defense.
As I said earlier, I don't know whether it's a great nickname or not, but I do like that they are interested in not just being consistently compared to the LOB, and I think that'll long-term be a nice thing for this team.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Let's see.
Can I say this too? Hold on before you get to the other games. Yeah. You know what strikes me in re-listening to that? And this hasn't been another strength of the culture, and why I think John and the personnel department and Jody and the ownership realized there's a lot of good things here. We do not need to change all of it. This organization's been really good over 15 years of guys wanting to be a part of it, and when they leave, being like, I got to get back there. From Jerry Reed to Richard, right? I mean, I got to find a way to get back to Bobby Wagner. I got to find a way to get back to, because they do. They've cultivated an organization where guys care about each other, and that does not always exist.
Created the death zone here.
Yep.
Big games this weekend. Lions-Bills. Who you got?
I think the Bills are going to win that one. I think the Lions run out a little bit of gas. The Bills lose last week. The Bills want to be playing for the number 1 seed to host those playoffs. I think the Bills find a way.
How about Steelers-Eagles?
Is that in Philly?
Don't ask me these questions.
Oh, gosh. Well, that's a big deal.
I don't know the answer to it.
Well, don't bring it up then if you don't know.
What do you mean? You're the football expert.
Did you hear Russell? Did you hear Mr. Unlimited?
No.
Mr. Unlimited said he does not lose in-state battles.
It's at Philly.
He was 4-0, Salk, at NC State against UNC. He does not lose to in-state rivals. Mr. Unlimited's going to lose. Philly's going to win.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And then you got Houston, Miami's kind of a fun one. Colts, Broncos, a good game. Just a look at what may be ahead here.
Playoff kind of implication kind of weekend. I love it.
Well, that's the way it should be. It's December 13th. Like, that's kind of what you expect by this time of year, middle of December.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We haven't talked enough about the Mariners changing their single-A affiliate, Brock. They're going to go from Modesto to Inland Empire. This is huge news.
You know, I'm usually good in geography. Seriously.
Yeah.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
You know what the Inland Empire is? It's a 909, man. I used to live there.
First of all, I thought Modesto was down there in the Dust Bowl, and it's not. By San Bernardino, it's way up north.
It's way up north.
Stockton, yeah.
Yeah.
Inland Empire?
Inland Empire is if you go east from L.A., once you get out of L.A., you get into the Inland Empire. So it's everything from, like, Rancho Cucamonga up through...
Is it, like, on the way to the desert?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's into the desert, like, all the way up into, like, almost Apple Valley, I think you would still consider Inland Empire.
Really?
But primarily, I think San Bernardino would be the hub of the Inland Empire.
Gorgeous place.
It's the 909. Right, but Pomona's not far from there. Pomona's the last town in, Claremont is the last town in LA County.
Smell like the air fryer at times leaving Climate Pledge.
Yeah.
What do you smell like leaving San Bernardino?
It doesn't smell San Bernardino. Chino smells. Chino does not smell good. San Bernardino might be a little smoggy.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't smell.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a smell there.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's not a bad place to be.
The
Kraken,
66ers?
I did smell after being at the Kraken game last night. Man, it's unbelievable. The fryer there is just, it's overpowering.
That's not like everywhere. That's just for you special folks on the lower level in the great seats.
I don't know, man. A lot of people seem to agree with me on this one.
Right.
Good game for them. Couple of goals for Oliver Bjorkstrand. Here's one from Jaden Schwartz, who's been playing good hockey recently.
Back of the goal cut off by Charlie McAvoy. Great job by Shane Wright. Schwartz goes to work. He scores! Now you see it. Now you don't. Jaden Schwartz, a magician with that one.
I thought you'd like the mention of great work on the boards by Shane Wright.
How do you think that horn works? You think it's a button, or you think it's a lever you pull down like the truckers do?
Well, now that that's everything you need to know. Now that I've become kind of an expert on running the various scoreboards around town.
Yes. That's true.
So the one with the Kraken has sort of two. You can either press a button, or there's like a little like toggle switch that you can use. Yeah. So there's sort of has two ways to get to the horn at the Kraken Iceplex. Most of the basketball ones are just a button. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because you want to be able, like whenever you need to do substitutions or something.
Gosh, you're
right?
so annoying on that sucker.
Oh, yeah.
I just
I'm
know
drunk
you.
with power.
So I know you.
Absolutely
I've
drunk with
looked at
power.
you drunk with power dads on those scoreboards before. I'm like, take it down a notch, Joe.
Nope.
Come on, take it down,
No,
Bill.
but it's good. It keeps me from doing anything else that's obnoxious. So I'm just on the scoreboard and I kind of like that role. Gets me close to the action, but yeah, it's good. All right, it's time to open up the phone lines, Brock, and clearly we've got a lot to talk about. You've got the death zone as a Seahawks defensive moniker, if you like that name or not. You've got the Seahawks going up against the Packers and what you expect to see and where you're at with this team. Are they becoming a physical football team? Where are you at right now with Mike McDonald and sort of the outlook for the rest of this season? Winter meetings are in the past. The Mariners have signed Neftali Feliz, who was good 10 years ago. I'm not saying that's their big move of the offseason, but it's just been quiet. So
and you can pepper Lyle with questions. He's got answers.
He was there.
Down there, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you've got Mariner thoughts on where they're at today and what they need to do and what moves they should make here in the next few weeks, certainly 866-979-3776. Talk Kraken, talk whatever you want. I mean, like that's the whole idea. Whatever's on your mind, this is your chance to talk about it. Give us a call at 866-979-3776. We'll do that next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
He's a first-year head coach. He has his defense making massive improvements after some risky gambles, particularly at linebacker. His team is in first place in their division and looking for the chance to host a playoff game. But Mike McDonald, not really part of the conversation for Coach of the Year bump.
This is John Schneider's time to shine. These guys keep winning. If they get into the playoffs, they have 10-plus wins. You're looking at John Schneider for GM of the Year with the moves that he's made.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports Sports app.
Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by-appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at KANTOR Diamond.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Tis the season to create memories.
Play fake to Walker. Gino looks to throw. Scrambles out. Now dumps it off underneath. Walker makes the catch. Across midfield.
Capture moments.
Still on the move. Down to the 40. He could go. 25.
And celebrate.
15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Seahawks.
From game day to every day, this is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear online at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop or visit us in store at the Landing in Renton or Lumen Field.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
If your home's heating system is 10 years or older, it needs a tune-up. Your furnace and heat pump work extremely hard, and after 10 years, wear and tear can cause a failure. The last thing you want this winter. Deere Services is now offering a heating system tune-up with a no-breakdown guarantee and no service fees for just $49. A thorough inspection and recalibration for just $49. Visit DEARservices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours. Deere Services, Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Well, Black Friday and Cyber Monday might be over, but it's the season of savings at all 6 Harnish Auto Family dealerships. Take the driver's seat to savings while supplies last on all 2024 models. The Harnish Auto Family has 22 acres of inventory filled with the most popular trucks, SUVs, EVs, and cars from the brands you know and love. Visit HarnishAutoFamily.com or head to Chevrolet and Kia of Everett or Volkswagen, Subaru, and Chevrolet Buick GMC at Puyallup and tell them I sent you. We are the Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hope you're ready for a lot of Mariner calls, Brock, because that's what tends to come in on Fridays at 9:30. It is so rare that we get Seahawks calls at 9:30 on Fridays. I don't know what the deal is, but people just want to jump in and talk Mariners, which is just crazy, kind of heading into a huge weekend for the Seahawks and an opportunity to show where they're at kind of in the national stage, and definitely a litmus test kind of a game for them against Green Bay. So a bunch of calls here. Let me see if we want to jump right into them. I want to quickly apologize to Christian Walker. I gave him an extra year. I'm sorry. He will play this year at 34, not 35.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. So I want to apologize to Christian and to his family and to anybody who wants him here. So he's 33 right now. He'll play his 34 season, not age 35. So I gave him an extra.
Facts matter, Saul.
They do, and I want to apologize for it. That was wrong. I was wrong about that. Let's jump into the calls. 866-979-3776. We'll start with Mark in Seward Park. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, Salk, how you doing?
Good.
I'm here too.
Yeah. Cool.
So, very interesting. I heard the show yesterday, and you were talking about how finally, now that Luis Castillo is on the trade block, you seem to have changed your tune a little bit on the payroll. Garver, $12 million, Haneker, $16 million. Why can't they eat it? Why can't they keep Castillo, trade someone else? Oh, and they can sign Bregman also. So, I guess welcome to the party.
Well, it's not about welcoming anybody to the party, Mark. As usual, you've taken something I've said, and like a lot of people do, sort of distorted it a little bit.
Baseball's baseball.
What I'm saying about the two Mitches is that they're one-year deals. You should be able to eat one-year deals if you're going to talk about the long-term effect of payroll, which I do believe in, the long-term effect of payroll. But then if that's the case, which I think it should be, I don't think you can just point at two guys who have 1 year left on their deal and talk about them in any way affecting your ability to sign long-term deals when they're going to come off the books at the end of the season.
Well, I think the idea with Castillo is that he's not a 1 year deal. I thought what you were saying yesterday was that
I'm talking about the two. I was talking about the two Mitches being 1 year deals, which is why they shouldn't in any way affect your long-term ability to add payroll.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was assuming that had to do with the idea of trading Castillo over trading, let's say, Kirby or Gilbert or someone else. I think that happens to be the better route. I think you're going to get more back, like you said yesterday. Right. But in terms of Castillo, he still has 3 years worth of, 8 figures of money on his contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Okay. Let's 866-97. That is true. He does.
Do you know that Christian Walker was a Gamecock?
I don't think I knew that about him.
Yeah, he's a Pennsylvania kid, went down there to South Carolina. And
okay.
Kind of like him even more now.
Really?
Yeah. Pennsylvania and South Carolina, that little mix, that little concoction, it's a good deal.
I think he got to know Justin Smoke down there, the freak from Goose Creek.
Possibly.
I went to Goose Creek. Did I tell you that?
No.
I think I did. This was years ago. Heather and I went to Charleston, which is a phenomenal city. Mm-hmm. And I went to right outside of Charleston, you go through Goose Creek. You know,
That's right.
What do you think of when you think of Goose Creek and knowing Justin Smoke? And you think of it as like some hick town, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a really big affluent suburb of Charleston. Yeah.
Nice.
It was not that at all. I was like, oh, Goose Creek is really nice. This is not what I was expecting. All right, 866-979-3776.
What was that last caller's point?
I don't know what the point was.
Okay.
That's why we moved on. That didn't seem much of a point. Let's go to Sam in North Idaho. Good morning, Sam.
Hey, good morning, guys. I would call you about the Mariners, but I've decided to not torture myself.
Okay.
Instead, I watched Die Hard for the first time a couple nights ago, and Saul,
Welcome
I
to
know
the party,
that's one
pal.
of your favorite movies.
Yes.
Wow.
So I just had a couple of questions.
All right, but I got to ask you a
regarding-
question first. Hold on. How old are you, Sam?
I am 21 years old.
Okay, so so that explains why you're just seeing it for the first time. Okay, so you watched Die Hard for the first time. What are
probably
your
should have led with
questions?
that.
What are your questions?
So I actually wrote them down while I was watching it because I planned to call
I
it.
love this.
Did they actually have touch screens back in the day?
Yeah.
Because in the beginning of the movie, he walks into the building.
Yeah.
They had touch screens. Okay.
Yeah, if you need a little help finding your zipper, it can help you out with that.
Okay. Let's see. What else did I write down? I really liked how the soundtrack ties into Beethoven's Ninth Symphony.
Sure.
With this, I really like that.
The Ode to Joy.
I
Yeah,
also
there's a
thought
little
that
Bach in there
Carl-
too. Yeah.
I did notice the Bach. I did. I noticed
it's at the
Brock
Christmas party.
kind of looks like Carl, the long-haired German.
You think Brock looks like
looks a lot
Carl?
like him.
So the guy who played Carl,
Yeah, it was
Alexander
very
Godunov, I hope you know, was like a very accomplished ballet dancer. He was a I don't know what you call a male ballerina, but he was a very accomplished ballet dancer who was also
Oh,
kind of
that's
the
why I
bad
would've
guy in
liked-
the Money Pit.
Okay, I haven't seen Money Pit. That explains the way he jumped around and kind of just, it looked like he was dancing instead of actually running from place to place. But yeah, throughout all my notes, it's just sprinkled in that Brock kind of just looks like Carl, and it was very distracting for me,
All
and
right.
it was hard
What
to
is this
finish the
guy's
movie.
name? I'm typing it in right now. Alexander what?
Godunov.
Godunov?
Yeah, he died, unfortunately. Died the night before Die Hard 3 came out. Very sad. Very tragic. All right, give me one more question, Sam, and then I think we've got to move on to things other
Right.
than Die Hard.
I think the most important question is: Did Bruce Willis change his tank top? Did he change it from a white one to a black
to a brownish black one? I've thought about that before.
Correct.
It's a good question, and I think what happens. I'm not sure. It's an excellent question, and it may be a mistake in the movie. But I think what happens is once he crawls through the vents and goes into the elevator shaft, he picks up so much grime and dust mixed with his sweat that it turns a once white tank top sort of
Changed
brownish.
it completely brown.
Yes, I think that's what's
It
happened.
wasn't like streaky brown or anything. It
No.
was just completely brown.
It actually, he dyed it. It got dyed with the combination. Yes.
Movie continuity.
Okay,
Got it.
there you go.
All right.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate the call. There you go.
So Alexander Godunov was
Yep.
a Russian-American ballet dancer.
Yeah.
Poor guy died at 46.
I know.
Jeez.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he died from, but
Yeah.
anyway, 866. Thank you for the call. That was great. If anybody else has Die Hard thoughts or questions, now's the time, right? A lot of people are watching it this time of year, mistakenly
Sure.
believing that it's a Christmas movie instead of a summer blockbuster.
He drank
What happens?
alcohol to excess. And that became a
That's what
problem.
got him?
Yeah, he was an excessive alcohol
That's sad. That's too bad.
Yep.
All right, 866-979-3776. We'll go to Vernon in Tacoma. What's up, Vernon?
Hey, good morning, everybody. So I had a quick question for you, Salk, and also kind of for Lyle, since he was down at the winter meetings. So all this talk about trading Luis Castillo, doesn't he have a no-trade clause
Yes.
in his contract for 2025?
He does. Yes.
So doesn't it kind of makes all of this conjecture about trading him kind of silly, because if he doesn't want to be traded, he's not going to be, unless you guys have heard rumors about the Mariners sitting him down and having a conversation about potentially waiving it. I guess I'm just a little confused about that.
Yeah, I think the thinking would be that the teams that are looking to trade for him are teams where presumably he'd have a pretty realistic shot at not taking a loss every time he goes 6 innings and 2 runs.
But does he want to pitch at Fenway?
That's a good question. I don't know. He
Yeah.
pitched at Cincinnati and had a lot of success there, so maybe. I mean, Luis is kind of a big game kind of a guy. I would assume that if these rumors have any validity, that they've had some of that conversation, but I think it's a fair question.
Yeah, and I guess my follow-up would be, if you were Luis, would you even want to be traded? Because, like, the best pitcher's park in all of baseball, he's already making his money. Like, why would I want to go someplace else?
A totally fair question. I think that's a very reasonable point. Let's hope Luis doesn't want to go anywhere. I'd like for him to stay here.
Lyle, what do your ear hear down there in Dallas? Anything to any of that?
Nothing about where Luis would or would not waive his no trade clause to, but I would just have to assume with all the buzz surrounding this trade now that they're talking to places that presumably he would waive it to. You know, they're not talking to the A's. They're talking to teams that are competitive.
I would. Yeah, that's true. Right. The only team that has come up as a Luis Castillo destination that if I were him, I'd have some concerns would be Chicago.
Really? That's kind of a pitcher's park.
Yeah, but are they truly competitive? Is that a team that, is going to give you a much better chance to win? I think that would be a legitimate question or concern. And by the way, maybe that's one of the reasons we haven't heard a lot about the Cubs as being a possible destination for Luis Castillo. Still think they should keep him.
3 starts at Fenway. He pitched just fine in those 3.
Did he? Let me guess. 6 innings, 2 runs?
Just, 3 ERA, just kind of consistent 125 OPS plus. So, yeah, I didn't really have
You know what 6 innings, 2 runs is?
Yep.
That's a 3 ERA.
There you go.
Right on the button. Let's go to Chase in Tacoma. Chase, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good. What you got?
Cool. Firstly, I want to say watching Die Hard at the age of 21 is we failed. Somebody failed along the way. You got to watch that earlier.
Yeah, but we're trying to help the guy out. I mean, hey, better to embrace him coming to the party at all.
Get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But really what I wanted to talk about was, Brock, I know you mentioned that you were more concerned with Minnesota's defense and Green Bay's defense, but I feel like if the Seahawks defense wants to be remembered, they're going to have to make big-time plays against really good offenses.
Amen.
And as an aside, I tuned in at 9. Did I hear you say they want to be called the Death Zone?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's terrible. I mean, Dead Zone might work. But also, the other issue is you can't nickname yourself.
What about Mr. Unlimited?
Anyway, Mr. Unlimited. Mr. Unlimited. You got to drag the ice, huh?
Well, I can't, it's hard to do. He nicknamed himself, and I think it worked out pretty well.
Dude, that's a top 5 call right there.
That is on fire.
That is a top 5 caller in every way.
They're nicknaming themselves, but I feel like he used that term to describe the stretch of games they have left, and then the fans started liking it, and he was asked if he likes it, and he's like, sure, yeah, that's great. I don't think he said, this is what I want us to be called.
All right, I'm in. As I said earlier, I'm much more in on this. More a good point. Thank you for clarifying. That was good.
I'm not saying that we have to like it. I'm just saying I don't think that Ernest Jones tried to name them that.
Maura, do you ever come in soft with an opinion?
No.
These are the facts, Brock. Ernest Jones didn't come to the press conference and say, I'm calling us the Death Zone.
Okay.
He was referring to a set of games that's going to be tough for them down the stretch.
Okay.
Well, Maura brings it. She's like an anvil.
Do you want to upset Ernest Jones? We want him to stay here.
Any more than I want to upset
words in his
you.
mouth.
I don't need you coming after me like Tyrese Knight. I have a weekend here to
like
enjoy.
An anvil?
Yeah, like an anvil. I got to be careful. Let me try Cameron in San Jose. Maybe it's Cameron. I don't know. Cameron, what's going on?
Hey, happy Friday. My question for you all is, what do you think the window is for the current group of Mariners players? Because without having a solid answer to that, I really don't think you feel like you could construct a plan for this offseason. And I just haven't really heard much conversation about it, either through some of the reporters or on the radio station.
Well, I think it's a good question. I think if Jerry were here, I'll try to answer for him. I think what Jerry would say is their goal is to have a constantly open window, that they're not looking to build something with a window that opens and then closes. They're looking for something with a window that continues and is sustainable year after year. And this goes back to his 54% comment, whether it makes you mad or not is separate. The idea behind it is they believe that that once you get to the playoffs, it's kind of a crapshoot. So the best strategy is to give yourself a good shot at making the playoffs every year and not borrow too much from your future in order to go huge onto your present.
Your window is the next 3 years. Your window is now in the next 3 years. With Kirby, with Logan, with Bryce, with Wu, with Cal, with Julio. Obviously Julio is really young still. But I think for those other 3, Salk, as they push into arbitration years and everything, to me, your window's the next 3 years. Next 3 years, you got to go from good to great. You've got to capitalize on all of this youth and these arms and supplement them over the next 3 years and get to multiple playoffs.
Jerry's idea, again, his thought process seems to be, those 3 years, but then there'll be a new window that's that opens and continues with Colt Emerson and the next group of people.
Great.
And they're trying to build something that is always open as opposed to temporarily open.
How long did those Atlanta Braves guys stay together?
The three, the big three pitchers?
Mm-hmm.
It's like 8 years, I think. It was a while.
It was.
Yeah.
And that was really rare.
I know.
How many other staffs have stayed together in stretches of 5 years, 6 years, 7? Like, it is really rare.
But
And now
again, he's not saying that this group will be the open window. They just want the total window to always be open.
if I had to answer the question, I'd say the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Absolutely buttress. I like that word. This rotation with a few key impact offensive players, and give yourself an even better chance to make some noise in the playoffs.
All right, 866-979-3776. Try to go down this list, and we go to Scott in Birch Bay on line 2. Good morning, Scott.
I like Birch Bay.
Yeah, really agree with what you just said about Dipoto's long-term focus, and I think maybe he's a little too focused on that at times. I like you brought up the example of the Braves because they were a really great team for a really long time. And how many World Series did they win?
One.
They won one championship, and if they had been willing to trade a 22-year-old Ryan Klesko at some point for something to help them win a couple, they might have won 3 or 4. And the end of that might have come quicker, but they may have won more championships. I think that's part of what we're seeing here. That's was really the point of my call, was some stuff around. Yeah, the ownership is not providing as many resources as a lot of other teams have to try to do what we're doing, but Jerry has that thought of long-term planning, and I also think he has a thought that he generally, probably because he was a pitcher himself, values pitching more than he values hitting, I think. And truthfully, if Jerry got a call this afternoon that said, here's another $22 million in annual budget for the next 4 years, I'm not sure his first call is to some agent of a current free agent hitter. I think his first call is to the agent of Logan Gilbert or Kirby to extend those guys and get them to stay here. Like I'm not sure right now that if Jerry was provided with an extra significant amount of resources, that he would use them in the way that
It's a good opinion. What do you?
Most fan base would like to do that.
Scott, that is a great opinion. What do you think, Salt? If he had another 20, 25 million bucks to play with
per year.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
is it getting Cal done? Is it getting Logan done? Is it getting Kirby
he's
done?
Trying to get those guys done already. So I don't know whether another $20 million is necessary to get those guys done. But when I hear that Christian Walker might be too expensive, I guess I just don't know what to think, because that is confusing to me. Do I think Jerry would welcome another $20 million to his payroll? Yes. Do I think Jerry would find a way to spend some of that to help themselves win now? Yes. Do I think he would like to sign some of those guys long term? Yes. I think all of those things are true.
All those are yeses?
Yeah, I think that's just a big yes all the way around.
You're just a big yes man?
Just a yes man.
That's what you are.
That's right.
He also had hepatitis, by the way, alcoholism and hepatitis.
For Goodenough?
Yeah, not great.
Yeah, you don't want that.
No.
Sounds like a bad combo.
No, that's not good.
Lyle, you've seen Die Hard? I forget.
No, I haven't.
Jesus, what are we doing?
Can you take some notes this weekend too?
Yeah, how do we even continue to do this show?
Well, and
knowing that
I'm
Lyle
boycotting it until you watch
and
Home Alone.
Maura have never seen Die Hard. Half of our show has never seen this movie.
Wow.
Why don't you watch Home Alone?
Because it's bad.
No, it's awesome.
No, it's not.
It's my favorite.
The best
It
Christmas
really
movie.
isn't.
Thank you, Lyle.
866-979-3776. Because it's too late for me. You can't watch that movie as an adult for the
It's
first
too late
time.
for me with Die Hard.
No, it isn't. People watch Die Hard for the first time all the time and love it. I'm not a kid. I can't watch some stupid Home Alone movie
with Marv and Harry.
Ugh.
Come on.
Those pranks are as realistic as it gets.
I can't stand the whole Culkin family. I'm out. Let me go to Jason in Palo Alto. Jason, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
What? First time ever? How great is that?
I know. It's a tragedy.
Let's go.
What have you been waiting for?
I know.
What's your deal, man? Why haven't you called
I
before?
know. It's not a good thing. The shyness, whatever it may be, and a lot of disappointment from Maura and Lyle not knowing the classics from us 40-somethings. That's disappointing.
It's quite frankly embarrassing.
Boys, very much so. What is going on with the callers and no passion for this Sunday's game?
It's crazy. Bring it. What do you
I
think?
feel like I want to go watch a Rocky montage, run through a wall, get ready for some action green Sunday night primetime football. I want to sound like Lyle Monday morning.
Love it. This feels like, thank you, Jason. This feels like one of the bigger games in some time, Saul. You know,
I don't think it does. I don't think
you don't
I
think it
agree with
does?
that. No.
On Sunday Night Football?
I think the last few games felt bigger than this. This, to me, is an opportunity for a litmus test. But if you lose this game, it's not a division game. You can make it back up by beating Minnesota next week. The Rams game is almost definitely going to be your, like, win and get in, whether you win this game or not. Like,
You make it sound like beating Minnesota next week is easy.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, like, this game in particular, while I'm excited about it, and I think will be a great litmus test, big game.
When was the last time you were? When was the last time you were in mid? When was the last time you were in mid-December? You were leading the NFC West. Sunday Night Football was coming to town. The whole nation was going to be watching to see if you were a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
Right.
When was the last time that happened? Because that feels like it's been a while. Because San Francisco has bullied you in this division. The Rams have even been better than you in this division. You are sitting atop the NFC West with the whole country watching, with a chance to make a statement, right? And I don't really care about power rankings because those don't matter, right? It's all about bottom line in the NFL anyway. But from a perception standpoint, you win 5 in a row and you beat the Packers and you stay a game up in this. Like, the stakes of this feel a whole lot bigger than anything I can remember anytime
I
soon.
don't feel like the stakes are that big because the next week's going to be exactly the same.
Yeah.
You can say the exact same thing next
but
week.
every game is huge from here on
All
out.
right, well, then if you want to say that, then yes, every game is huge.
No, next week you won't be sitting atop the division if you lose. Actually, you'll be looking up to the Rams. They will be leading the division.
All right.
They will be leading the division.
Well, you'll be tied with them.
And you lose a tiebreaker.
All
They
right,
will be
but you'll be
leading the
tied
division.
with them with the opportunity to win the tiebreaker by beating them later.
Yeah, this
like
feels
I
big,
don't know, man. Good game. I'm not unexcited about the game, but I don't know. It's not that big. Like there are some other games coming up that I think are going to end up being bigger than this.
So first-time caller, Jason, your boy is going to be in his horse stance.
All right.
There is no question about that Sunday night. And voice might be, and I'm not going to be Lyle. You know, I'm more advanced than that in my age, but yeah, I think Monday morning there's going to be some energy expended from the previous night.
Oh, good. Well, I'd like to hear that.
Yep.
Cecily's got a basketball game right at 6 p.m. on Sunday.
Oh, that stinks.
Isn't that great? Right at 6. Great timing. Right at 6 p.m.
I won't text you.
Oh, you can't. It's not even that big a game.
You're so stupid.
People, hey, I didn't say that you couldn't watch Home Alone as an adult. I said if you watch it for the first time as an adult, probably not gonna like it.
I see.
I missed the window on that. Sorry, it's too late.
That was a Friday.
Well, sure was. Friday and a half. Lyle's gonna come back on Monday. His voice is gonna sound great.
So good.
Let's go with that. Yeah.
Well, just chill out a little bit, man. Drink some tea. Calm down.
I've
Get
been
a little
drinking
rest.
tea right over here.
Not enough. You gotta sleep late. I see Stacy out there. She's wearing teal like it's a Tuesday. Stick around. Those guys are coming up next. We'll see you guys Monday morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The Seahawks are in possession of first place in the NFC West, but they have not guaranteed a spot to the playoffs because Bump, this division is close.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
You got to love moments like this because 6 weeks ago we were not here. 5 weeks ago we weren't here. So the fact that we're looking at this team and we're saying we like what you're doing, now it's time to prove it, that's a privilege in its own.
Yes.
But yeah, it's proven time now. Are you the life of the party or you're not what we thought you were?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Looking for last-minute gifts? Shane Company can help, even if you're still planning to propose. We have a wide selection of hand-picked diamonds and colorful gemstones in stock for dream engagement rings. Come discover fine jewelry gifts in every price range, curated by our in-house design team and crafted with care to our high-quality standards. At Shane Company, we'll protect your gifts with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com to find your store's extended hours and the perfect holiday gifts. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, I'll take advantage of a slower season to save money and get your roof replaced quickly. Riverside Roofing has openings, and they'll get your roof turned around fast. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases. I've found that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client, and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks needed a 49ers win on Thursday night, and they didn't get it. Good news is Seattle still controls its own destiny. Just keep winning, and you're the division champion. Bad news is the Rams did narrow Seattle's lead to a half game. Also coming from this game, plenty of 49ers drama. Linebacker Devondre Campbell refused to enter the game in the third quarter. This is when the 49ers needed help because of injuries at linebacker. Head coach Kyle Shanahan and Campbell's teammates did not hold back afterwards. Tight end George Kittle said post-game, quote, "It's one person making a selfish decision. I've never been around anybody that's ever done that, and I hope I'm never around anybody who does it again."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. It's a Football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Three things as we get started here. Number one, we're going to talk about the implications from Thursday Night Football. Number two, we got to talk about what Sunday night is really about. Number three, happy birthday, Bump!
Yo.
Hey.
Yo. 39 times around this thing.
Wow, you're washed.
I've been washed for like 5 years, honestly.
Honestly, when you talked about seeing a Skechers ad and wanting them, I knew we lost.
I didn't say I want them.
No,
I
you
said I was
did.
intrigued.
Bump,
I said I was intrigued.
You need to be honest with yourself right now.
It made sense.
I wish we had the tape to roll. I wish,
That doesn't
Curtis,
make it
you
any
heard what
better.
you heard.
Yeah. It made sense, man. Them slip-ons. You ever had slip-on shoes?
You're doing it right now. See how you're justifying?
I'm okay. That's the thing is I'm okay. As soon as I hit like 32, I just embraced it. I'm like, look, you're getting old. You have 3 kids. Your life is over, okay? You just go to work, you clock in, you clock out, and it's about your family now. It's not about you. So I'm good with it.
When you showed up to work on Monday with the remote to your television in your work bag, that's when Curtis, Matt, and I thought, yep, he's 39.
Yeah.
No one's changing the channel.
No one's
Not on my watch.
Exactly. I would take the thermostat with me if I could.
You know what's worse about that is that my wife ordered 2 more remotes. And the day that I found it, I showed it to the family. They're all hyped. And then the remotes were at the door.
Well,
so now we got extra. Now we got extra.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. You played this wrong.
you mean?
Showed it to them?
Yeah.
No, I'll tell you what you do.
I thought it was funny.
It is funny. It's hilarious. What you do, though, is you put it on the ground, tucked under the couch, and you go, oh, my God, you guys.
Guys, look what I found.
Wait, oh, my God. You guys, come here. It was under the couch the whole time. That's how you play that.
Yeah, here's the thing about me. My family knows this. It's like I lose things and I will forget things. And, you know, it's like, just like I'm owning 39, I just own that about myself. I'm like, yeah, guys, check this out. They're like, we knew it. We just didn't want to say it. I'm like, yeah, you know I had that thing.
I can tell by how many times you've showed up to work with what's clearly Jen's thermos. It's like, oh, here's Bump with a thermos that says, like, mommy.
Yeah, one said,
Queen.
yes, queen.
Yes, queen.
Yeah.
It's my favorite. I laugh every time you have that thermos. I'm like, Bump lost his thermos and he had to take Jen's.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Thursday night football quickly before we get to the game that matters for Seattle more, which is Sunday night. Implications from Thursday night football. We badly needed the Rams to win, or excuse me, the 49ers to beat the Rams, and they didn't. Bump, is the NFC West now a 2-team race? Rams just a half game back.
Yeah, for sure. The Seahawks and the Rams are the 2 best teams. The Rams got 2 really good wins. You beat the Bills, and then you go on the road and you beat the 49ers. And the Niners defense was actually playing some good football, but it was raining. The conditions kind of jacked things up. Yeah, it clearly is. And I hate this because the Rams give me the most caution every single year. Because the 49ers, you understand, they're going to be a good football team. You're going to have to fight and scrap. But the Rams is like you never know. And it typically comes down to, can you beat the Rams? Can you sweep the Rams? The Cardinals were concerned this year at the beginning of the year. You saw how they started. But it's always the Rams. The Rams give me the most caution. So it is clearly a 2-team race. And they have the easier schedule coming up. I mean, it's not super easy, but they do have the Jets. We beat the Jets. The Cardinals, I feel like, are a wild card. You don't know what type of team you're going to get there. And then the grand finale, you have the Seahawks. So, yeah, 2 teams.
I look, the Seahawks, it's still in your control. As Bump mentioned, it does become difficult with the remaining schedule. What's a bummer is the Rams don't need to beat the Jets. They just need to beat their week 17 opponent, which Cardinals, beat the Cardinals, and then beat you, the Seattle Seahawks, and they're in. So you and I have been feeling for a while like this could come down to week 18, and it certainly still feels like that. So let's transition to the best case scenario for Seattle, which is they continue to win. And that includes Sunday night against the Packers. We'll talk about what this game is really about. Sheil Kapati of The Ringer on with us yesterday saying it all starts with Josh Jacobs.
They've run the football at a higher rate than any team in the NFL this year. And so that's what they want to do on early downs especially, and they're very good at it. So I know Mike McDonald has talked a bunch about, stopping the run while having light boxes, while still playing your safeties deep. And so I think that's going to be a big deal in this game. Are the Seahawks able to do that? Because that's what the Packers want to do. And then, as you mentioned, they want to take their shots downfield. So early downs, can the Seahawks stop the run? I think that might go a long way in determining this football game.
The Seahawks have been good against the run, limiting opponents in the last 5 games to 90 rushing yards or fewer on average. Obviously, we've seen it go higher than that. This will be maybe their biggest test remaining.
It will be. Here's what you do with that. He said, look, they're able to stop the run with a light box. After my extensive film study, whenever you put a receiver in motion, 9 times out of 10, the Green Bay Packers are going to rotate a safety down to either combat the jet sweep or the flat. So if I'm Grubb, I'm going to put guys in motion. Remember I said the zip, zap, zoom, right? We're going to put
Snap,
guys.
crackle, pop.
Snap, crackle, pop. We're going to put guys, or you should put guys in that motion to cause a reaction by those safeties there. If you do that, then you get a easier backfield, I guess, or a back end to throw the football against. That's just a little scouting report right there. The Lions did it constantly, and they reacted to it. But also, the Lions have that in their game plan. That is what they do. So the Green Bay Packers could have been trying to just combat something, like they're going to hand the ball off to Amon-Ra St. Brown. So what I would do if I'm the coordinator, I'm going to run a jet sweep. I'm going to hand it off. I'm going to hand it off, and I'm going to fake it. I'm going to force that safety to get down into the box or just get out the back end and allow for some space.
All right, we are waiting all weekend for Sunday night, so let's keep this preview going. By the way, it feels wrong to not sing it, Curtis. You know what I mean? Waiting all weekend for Sunday night.
Is that Carrie?
Yeah.
That's
What
Carrie.
is that? Did you not hear it in my Sunday night?
It sounds like Reba.
There we go. Here we go. She knows what's up.
For Sunday night!
Yes!
Hey, Curtis is the original Monday Night Football singer. Remember the original? You gave me that kind of vibe right there.
Yes. I felt that from your soul.
Yeah. That was from deep within.
Keeping our preview going. Let's talk about Matt LaFleur, head coach of the Packers, saying going to Seattle isn't easy.
We're looking no further than what we have in front of us, obviously.
I just want to say Matt's bringing the energy down a little bit.
To the team, I think they've won, 4 in a row. Going to Seattle is always a chore. I mean, that is a tough place to play. I think they got a lot of talented players. I think Mike's done a great job of just, they're playing good football and really in every phase. So it's gonna be a great challenge for us.
Because the Seahawks have been a more inconsistent team than the Packers have been this year, am I seeing this as a more lopsided game than it really is, Bump?
Man.
It's hard to take off the analyst glasses.
I was talking to Paul Moyer last night in Hawks Live, the last one of the year. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. And we're going back and forth, and I'm telling him, I go, this is a good Packers team, man. I'm looking at the D-line. Whenever you run stretch zone, they're good at shooting the gaps. Those safeties are flying around. They're going to play man. They're sticky. And then he goes, yeah, they're fine. I think we can get them. And I go, really? All right, so what do you see? And he just says they're a solid football team all the way around. It's always fun to talk to guys who you feel like can understand the game in a different way and get their perspective, because every week I do the same thing. I hype everybody up in my mind, because when you look at a football team, there are only 1,500 players in the league. These are the best players in the world. So even though bad teams look good, I still feel like they do some things on that defensive line that can give our offensive line some trouble. So, no, I think that you proceed with caution every single game or every single week in the NFL, especially when you're dealing with a team that has a winning record, a team that's probably going to go to the playoffs. They are 9-4. So you got to respect the opponent. The Hawks can't beat them. I'm not sitting here saying, oh, my God, I'm scared. What are we going to do? I'm just saying that it's not going to be the Cardinals. It's not going to be the Jets. This is a different type of challenge. That D-line is good. The back end is good. And Jordan Love will push the football down the field. it should be a good game.
If I was just a random NFL fan, let's say I was a Chiefs fan or a Bears fan, God, that would be awful, what have you, I'd be really looking forward to this one because it is a great matchup on paper. You have a defense that's really turned things around, playing really well. Seattle's hosting it. They're a team with a hold on the NFC West right now, but in danger of losing it, so there's a ton at stake. Meanwhile, there's a ton at stake for the Packers, right, who are hanging on to a wild card spot, both playing really good football. Mike Tirico on what he's looking forward to.
Oh, man, everything. First off, Seahawks, Packers, I immediately looked to the left end zone to see the Fail Mary. Collinsworth did the Hasselbeck, we're going to take the ball, we're going to score playoff game in Green Bay. So, like, the two of us were laughing on Sunday night. Like, we've both lived two chapters of, what isn't really a big rivalry, but two teams that have given us memorable moments and are in position to do it again.
Many memorable moments. And, Bump, I hope we have another one that goes in Seattle's favor.
That'd be nice. I think this could be a memorable moment. If they win this ball game on Sunday night in front of everybody, in front of the nation, I think that it does something for the bravado of this team. You walk a bit taller. This is already a confident team. I mean, we speak to guys every single week. Yeah. This week we spoke to Russell, and then we also spoke to, who's out there? Byron Murphy. Like, you feel it. Every week we talk to ball players, and the last 5 weeks, something is changing with this team. And it's almost like validation for everyone else if they win this ball game. For them, they already feel like they're a great football team. They're doing some good things internally. You have to move, and you have to believe that. But for the nation, there's something else when you're recognized by everybody else as a good football team.
Yeah.
Questions are still out about this team. I think that people have looked at the Packers the last couple of years and saying this is a team on the rise. You're still trying to figure out who the Seahawks are. So this is an opportunity to establish yourself. Like, I didn't establish myself until I was in 8th grade when I started balling. And I started balling. They're like, "Oh, who's that guy?" Before then, I was like that little nerd with the collared shirt and glasses that no one really knew. Then I started balling, and they're like, "Oh, what's your name again?" That's what the Seahawks are trying to do. They're trying to get out of the middle school weirdness and become a high school baller.
See, Bump, none of us can relate to the life of like a 4 or 5 star college recruit because when you say, I didn't start balling until I was a child, 8th grade. I didn't start getting attention from national people until I was in middle school. I think the three of us are just, Oh, that's when?
Hey,
that's when.
You're nationally recognized
late
now,
bloomer,
though.
huh?
You're good.
Yeah,
you're good.
exactly. For my athletic prowess and my academic prowess,
Exactly.
much like my alma mater. I always say that. Joe in Bellevue, I want the nation to doubt the Seahawks. They need the chip on their shoulder. See, like I always love a chip on your shoulder kind of thing. I would guess that most national experts have more faith in the Rams to win the division than they do the Seahawks, if I'm going to be honest. I think it's already there.
And they probably should because McVay has shown you that he can do this.
Yeah.
Last 2 years, they've turned a corner late in the season. They get better as the weeks go on. He has a Super Bowl. He's been to the dance. He's been in the playoffs. He's changed the landscape of the NFL. He's an influencer, not on TikTok, but in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's an influencer.
Not the one that matters.
They should look at the Rams and say, well, I have more faith in them because you have a rookie head coach. You got all this newness over here. You got a quarterback that people doubt. There's a lot of things that needed to be fixed and that are being fixed here in Seattle. So it's natural they should, and I'm with Joe. I love being doubted. I want the nation to doubt. But if the Hawks come out and they smack these dudes in the mouth, people are going to look at them differently.
I want the nation to doubt, kind of like I like the feeling of winning close games, making you stronger, and that I don't like either as much as I love being dominant as a team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's cool that the nation doubts. Everyone loves an underdog. It's like one of the core values of sports. It's like the theme of every single sports movie. However, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool when you go into a game and you think, I'm the better team.
Yeah.
Like, I do miss those days sometimes. But
It's
hey,
nice.
you got to start somewhere.
It's a great
And maybe
feeling.
this is where Seattle's starting.
Maybe.
With this defensive turnaround, with the run that they've been on. And the Rams are on a run too, 7-9.
I bet you they do think they're the better team.
I think they do.
You have to. And just they should feel that way because of defensively what they've been able to do. You're on a 4-game winning streak. That is tough to do in the NFL.
Yes.
They should feel like they're the better team. As an athlete, you convince yourself of stuff that isn't true. When I played ball, I thought I was the best receiver in the country. My senior year, I really thought I'm going for the Heisman this year. Like, I'm about to go get the Heisman.
Calvin Johnson has nothing on you.
Nothing.
Ain't no way I was getting the dang Heisman. But you got to convince yourself.
He's 6'6". Okay, wow.
I love that at
Won a
one
genetic
point,
lottery.
Michael Bumpus was a higher rated prospect than Calvin Johnson. And every single day I hear anything about Calvin Johnson, I think, loser.
Megatron.
Yeah.
What type of name is that?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's not his birthday today, so I don't care about him. It's not about you, Calvin, okay? Congratulations on being in the Hall of Fame. I don't care.
I get it. You're one of the
We
best
get
to
it.
ever do it. I just got hurt. If I didn't blow my knee out,
Thank you.
You know,
That's
it'd
what
be a
I
different
always
story.
say. Let's get the headline rewrites.
Read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Bills and Lions meet on Sunday in a battle between maybe the two best teams
All
in
right.
football. What's the real headline?
Meanwhile, the Jets and Jags are meeting in a battle we're calling a dumpster fire on turf. I'm excited for both games, and I hope everyone has fun.
I hope everyone has a good time and gets out safely. I've used this analogy before, but I think it's perfect for this one. Whenever I used to go out and hit the bar scene a lot, right? When two girls were fighting, well, I watch, I go, no one's going to get really hurt there. They're just pulling hair and stuff. That is the Jags game. But when two big old mammoths go at it, two Vikings are swinging at each other, I
Shirts
go,
coming off.
somebody's going to get hurt.
Someone's going to die.
Move the tables, get out the way. Somebody's going to get hurt. That's the way I'm looking at the Bills and the Lions, all right? It's the two big 6'5s going at it. And then you look at the Jets game, it was like, oh, ladies, come on, ladies, chill, ladies. That's the way I see this one.
Derek's brother is 6'6". And he used to say when they were younger, they did not get along and they would fight and their friends would call it Battle of the Titans.
Yeah,
and they would do the same
feel the
thing
ground
where they
shake.
just go, let them go at these two like teenage boys that are just swinging, knocking stuff over in the kitchen. They're poor parents.
You feel the energy. You don't get in the way of that. You just let it happen.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone calm down. Meanwhile, me and my sis, we've never fought. We're best friends.
You guys never put hands on each other?
I've never been in a fight in my entire life.
You've
I have
never wrestled with your sister?
I don't think so.
Wow.
I'm a peaceful person. I'm a pacifist.
Even though you'll pass your fist through someone's face if they cross you. Hey!
No.
You ever see the episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians where Kim and Courtney go at it?
My God.
That's how I imagine you and your sister going at it.
No, but at there's an episode where Kim and Courtney go at it, and Courtney shoves Kim's face against the wall, and it leaves this huge smear of makeup and self-tanner. And they're fine. No one's really hurting each other because they're both like 5'2".
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I've never fought in my entire life, and I've always wondered what it would be like to punch someone. Like I asked Derek
Do you
one
think
time.
it would hurt them or you more?
Me.
It hurt
The
your
question
hand
for
for
you
sure.
guys, if you could do one action movie style thing. So what I want to know is what it would be like to punch someone as hard as I could, right? Because I've never hit anyone in my life. If you could do one action movie thing, same question for you, Matt. So like bank robbery, scale a building, car chase, and pretend there are no consequences. Like shootout, but it's like rubber bullets. No one dies, no consequences, you don't go to jail, but you get to basically carry out one action movie thing. What would it be?
I wouldn't call it an action movie, but you remember the scene from Training Day where Denzel's in the projects and he's like, I'll have you in Pelican Bay, right? So I used to go through that neighborhood as a kid. And listen, you don't go through that neighborhood. It's called the jungles. Like it's real dangerous, right? I would love to go in the jungles. All the homies back in LA, you understand, and just walk through that thing like, can't nobody mess with me.
So be untouchable.
Be untouchable. Because when you go through there, you better be on point.
Curtis, Matt, another option, jump a car over a raising bridge.
Yeah.
Fast and Furious
An
style?
action movie sequence I'd like to pull off is being in a speedboat and then taking it off a ramp and then landing on the water again.
Matt.
My dream has always been firing a gun out of a sunroof, like during a car chase. I don't know why, but it's always been my dream. Just like standing up while someone else is driving. I've always had that dream.
Not
It's
what
so
I was
stupid.
expecting, but I love it. Perfect answer. What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the ink is dried on Bill Belichick's North Carolina contract, and get this, his buyout drops down from $10 million to only $1 million if he leaves the school after June of this upcoming year. What's the real headline?
Guys, I think he might actually want to coach in the NFL again.
Yeah.
He's
I
setting
don't
it
think
up.
he's there for the long haul.
Like, just in case I get an offer, I got to be able to get out of here.
Yeah, Bill, we see what you're doing here, and we know what's happening.
I ain't mad at him for that, though, because things are going to change. Guys or head coaches are fired every year in the NFL. Last year, nobody was rocking with him. There were 8 openings, I believe, last year, and 3 went to first-time head coaches. 5 went to guys who have already been a head coach. He's just leaving his options open. He's allowing himself to. He's on the dating app, and he goes, "Look, man, let's just go out to dinner. Let's just see where this goes. I don't want anything serious. After June, things can get serious." I'm not mad at him. He's the greatest NFL coach of all time. Rules don't apply to him. He moves a bit different. I ain't mad at this at all.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the 11-2 Eagles host the 10-3 Steelers on Sunday amid a week of drama between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. What's the real headline?
Wow, so for once, the Steelers aren't the team with the wide receiver drama. Granted, Pickens has seen his share of drama this season, but Curtis is right with this headline. The story's going to be about Jalen and A.J. heading into this one, and also about the Eagles in general, winners of 9 in a row.
Yeah, there's drama over there in Philly. It hurts my soul when a receiver acts like the diva that they think that they are. And it sounds like that's what's happening to A.J. Brown, but I'm also not mad at him because Jalen Hurts hasn't thrown for over 200 yards in a couple weeks.
That's crazy.
That is an issue, but it also allows for Saquon Barkley to do his thing. Philly has to realize you just want to win games. Forget how you win them. You just want to win. Do you think Pat Mahomes is frowning because they're barely winning ball games? No, he understands as long as we're winning, we are fine. There are things you have to fix. You're going to have to force the ball to A.J. Brown at some times. Then when you get into the playoffs, you're playing against the elite. There are teams that are going to look at A.J. Brown with a corner and say, man up, let's go get it. Teams now are playing so soft when it comes to A.J. They're 6-7 yards off. So that's why he's not able to get the ball the way that he wants to. So just simmer down. You're one of the hottest teams in the NFL right now. You're going to get a pretty good seed. You're probably going to get home field advantage. Just get into the playoffs and win, because that's when things change a little bit when it comes to schematics.
What did you make of I was going to ask you, both of you guys earlier. We heard 2 different answers yesterday in terms of who's the best team in the NFL right now. We've heard Eagles, we've heard Chiefs, we've also heard Lions, obviously. To you guys, who's the best team in the NFL and the worst team in the NFL right now?
Lions best, Raiders worst.
Raiders worst.
Raiders
Curtis.
are garbage.
Yes to both, but the Jags are pretty bad too.
Yeah, they are.
But would
At
you
least they
give
have
the
a
Jags the
quarterback,
edge?
even though he's
Exactly.
hurt.
Right.
If Trevor was healthy, would you give the Jags the edge?
As the worst?
Better than not the worst. Not the worst.
Yeah, if Trevor was available.
Because the
for
Raiders
sure.
don't have a quarterback.
How about the
at all.
Giants, though? The Giants are really bad.
The
They don't have a
Giants,
quarterback.
that Seth Wickersham article yesterday talked about each team that needed a new head coach a little bit. And the reason that Belichick didn't want to go to New York is he knew they'd need a full rebuild, but also knew that New York, would they be willing to do this? Would they be willing to have a full rebuild? I don't know.
I just got angry.
Why?
We lost to the Giants.
I know. Why did you remind me?
Man. I'm looking at the record.
I'm angry
I'm
now.
2-11. Those guys are whack. Oh, yeah.
That's probably
Oh,
the
yeah.
one, every team at the end of every season, with the exception of a very select, rare few, have had a loss that they look back on and go, why that team? I get losing to the Lions. I get losing to the Bills. I get losing to the Rams. These are tough divisional matchups. Same with the 49ers on Thursday Night Football. The Giants, you lost
The
to
Giants
the
beat the
Giants.
Browns.
You convert that
and
field
Hawks.
goal, you win.
What?
Yeah. That's all
Put
it
a,
is.
put a man on, was it Bryce Ford Wheaton?
It's like meeting your friend's ex they can't get over, and you go, this guy? This guy? Yeah. What? He's got food on his shirt. That's the Giants. Are you kidding me right now? It's a Football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Taking a listen to the latest from Mike McDonald coming your way next.
Has a first down, then some. Touchdown! Seahawks!
Sunday Night Football.
49 yards to Pater. His second touchdown of the game.
The Seahawks are set to play their biggest game of the year under the primetime lights at Lumen Field.
For Kyler Murray, he's going to throw in the middle. It's intercepted. Jones. He's across the 20, tripped up and dropped at the 19-yard line.
Seahawks, Packers, kickoff at 5:20, pregame starting at 2 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work it's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
New deals on last-minute holiday finds just dropped at Lowe's. Save $600 on a Whirlpool fingerprint-resistant stainless steel side-by-side refrigerator. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members save $50 on an Allen & Roth Brighton pull-down kitchen faucet. Your choice of finishes for $79. Lowe's knows deals. Offers valid 12/12 through 12/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Oh, Downy in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Mariners single game tickets for 2025 are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games next season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th. Incredible giveaways like the Julio Bat Flip Bubble and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run, Julio.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Packers have not won a game in Seattle since 2008, losing 4 straight since the Fail Mary game in 2012. This will be Packers head coach Matt LaFleur's first time in Seattle as Green Bay's head coach, but he has been here in his other NFL coaching roles. And he says it's not a fun place to play.
We're looking no further than what we have in front of us. Obviously, a team, I think they've won, 4 in a row. Going to Seattle is always a chore. I mean, that is a tough place to play. I think they got a lot of talented players. I think Mike's done a great job of just, they're playing good football and really in every phase. So it's gonna be a great challenge for us.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
in the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
As we came into this segment, I said, okay, Mike McDonald, very quickly as I put my headphones on to Michael Bumpus. But Bump, that's not what we're doing. We have a surprise for you.
Really?
Yeah, some folks have called in to wish you a happy birthday. You guys there?
Yes, we are.
Oh, snap.
Can you tell who's here? Do you recognize all the voices?
That's my dad for sure. Wow, you got Mark Anthony Bumpus on the line.
Who else do we have on the line?
My whole name.
Who else? I couldn't hear the other one.
Yeah,
That's my grandma Love. Is there someone else, or those are two? And then there's my mama. Damn, y'all got the whole squad on the line. Let's go. I'm getting old, man. Y'all gonna make me cry on the dang radio.
Oh. We're
Nah, thanks for calling in.
We're so happy you guys could call, but obviously, Bump, since we had your family on the line, you already know Curtis and I had to ask them if they'd be willing to share maybe a favorite or funny Bump memory in honor of your birthday. What do you guys got?
Oh, man.
Well, who gonna go first?
I don't know. You go first, Bump.
Okay. I remember the first time me and Michael played basketball when he came down to visit me here in Mississippi. And he was always trying to beat me. And when he finally did beat me, you would think he won a world championship.
My dad was a Marine. He was like a hero. I was like, when I took that down, I was king of the world.
Well, didn't tell him nothing. He got big.
Well, I got one. It's kind of sweet, though. Michael's always been convinced that he could drive a car. Even like from age 5, he thought he could drive a car. So one time I was injured at our apartment, and he was 13, and he convinced me to let him drive to the emergency room.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did he do
it? And he drove to the emergency room at 13.
Wow. We've never heard that story.
That's that athletic prowess.
How about you, Love?
You know, there are so many things and there are so many little things that kind of between us. But I tell you something that used to happen or happened when he was in college. He called his papa one day and he says, "Papa, I need some money. Put some money in my account." Papa said, "No, you have to wait until your grandmother get home." So I get home, I go down to the bank to put money in his account. So when I walked out the bank, I called him. I said, "Mike, it's there." He said, "I already got it." So he was at the bank on the parking lot waiting.
Hey, that account was in negative all the time.
Typical college experience. Yeah, I remember seeing the red all the time, just like, man.
Oh, man. You guys are all, man, appreciate
Michael.
that. What's up?
Yeah. Michael, do you remember after each game, whether it was basketball, baseball, or football, you would get in the car and look at me real serious and say, "Mom, what's my stats?" And I better know those stats, too.
Yeah, I needed to know. What I get them for, Mom? What I get them for?
One more thing, Bump. Your family was kind enough to reach out ahead of time to bring you a surprise. Curtis is bringing it in right now for your birthday. If you guys are watching on the stream,
what is
happy
going
birthday,
on
Bump.
right now?
Yes, your family
Happy
loves
birthday.
you.
Happy birthday.
What is this?
This is a giant edible arrangement that Curtis and I will also be partaking
Oh, we
in.
eating good.
Yes. Bump had no idea any of this was happening, you guys, by the way. I know. If you're watching on the stream, you can see Bump opening it.
I don't
right
deserve
now.
this. I appreciate y'all. You guys are too nice.
Yes, you do. You deserve it. We love you,
deserve
Mom.
it.
We
You
love
deserve
you.
Thank you. Love you too. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you guys all for calling in and
That's what's
for
up.
coordinating all of this with us. We really appreciate it.
Okay, bye. Thanks, Stacy.
I love you guys.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bump, we will, just so you know, Curtis and I, we love you, we respect you. We will be eating some of your Christmas
we
presents.
We share. It's family fair up in here. Family fair. Y'all got my dad. You know my dad, man. He's in Mississippi.
Your mom and Grandma Love they coordinated
That's
all I
crazy.
did was give them a number and
All right.
help them out. They coordinated all of this.
That's what's up. All right. I thought we talking Mike McDonald.
Well, we will.
We still got some time. We can still talk about him.
Well, we will, but here's the deal. I'm going to actually ask you the question that we're going to ask listeners later. To keep it fun, keep it light, because we only have 3 minutes here.
All right.
So we're not going to dive into Mike McDonald too much, because while we do have Mike McDonald sound to play, Curtis and I only put this on the show sheet to trick you. This is actually what we're doing coming up a little bit later in the show at 12:45. So
Okay.
at 12:45, we're going to go over some Mike McDonald sound, tell you what you need to know about facing the Packers and all that stuff. But we're opening up phone lines today at 1 p.m., just like we do every Monday, every Friday. And the caller question today is going to be, Bump's got so many birthday wishes, right? And he's going to be willing to give some of these wishes away. So you guys are going to call in with your Sunday Night Football wish for the Seahawks. The
like
only
that.
thing you cannot do, there's one rule to this. You cannot wish for a Seahawks win. You got to make it a little more creative. So I figure... since you and I are not going to answer the question directly before the segment, that we could answer it right now. If you were to use one of your birthday wishes, something you wish that you see Sunday night, Seahawks, Packers.
I wish to see Josh Jacobs not go for more than 80 yards total. He's gonna get his. He's what, the fourth or third leading rusher in the NFL. He's gonna get his. But if you can just contain him, because they want to run the football. They believe in Jordan Love. He's more than capable of throwing the football down the field, 20-plus touchdowns. But they want to hand the football off first. So keep him around 80 total yards. I wish to see that, and I think these guys got a good chance.
Okay, so 2 of Josh Jacobs' worst rushing performances. This is interesting. One against Detroit. You could kind of guess. And it was not that long ago, October 6th. So the other against Tennessee. 43 rushing yards and 5 receiving yards total.
I'm just
His
saying.
2 worst performances of the year.
Tennessee has a pretty good defense, though. I know that
Sneaky good.
we think of Tennessee and we think of poor Mike Lefko, right? Well, why would he support such a team? But they're second overall, only allowing 291 yards per game. So let's see what they can do. If we're going off the last 5 weeks, the Hawks have a top 5 defense.
Yeah.
If they play like a top 5 defense and do anything that Tennessee did, you got a shot.
Okay, so very easy. That is going to be your guys' caller question at 1 p.m. Bump is going to give you one of his birthday wishes to use. Congratulations. Very generous of you, Bump.
Hey, I got
and then
you.
you guys are going to use that birthday wish to tell us something you wish the Seahawks do Sunday night. The only thing you can't say is, I hope they win. Okay? Add a little bit of pop to it. That's going to be your birthday wish, 1 p.m. 206, as someone who turns 40 next week, happy early birthday. I feel like I'm celebrating my birthday with the Bumpus family, too. Happy birthday,
Part
Bump.
of the fam. You got the cookout. Let's go.
Someone said, seriously, one of the most heartwarming moments I've ever heard on 710. Well done on the Bump B-Day celebrations. I love a...
Y'all too nice, man. What the heck?
Yeah. I wish it was
we'll
Bump's
cut you
birthday.
down later.
Yeah, no. I mean,
We got
look,
a lot of show ahead.
we got a game show coming your way.
Right,
You know
Curtis
what I mean?
texted
Exactly.
this morning. He goes, Bum, happy birthday. I will not be taking it easy on you. I said, Curtis, I expect nothing less. Nothing
All right,
less.
still to come, NBC Sports' Chris Sims is going to help us preview Sunday night coming up in about 20 minutes. And coming up next, get ready to hit the Mac and Jacks text line. That number is 866-979-3776. Your bold takes for Sunday Night Football. Bold Take Friday coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've spent a lot of time talking about the turnaround for this defense and given a lot of love to basically everybody there. But the interior guys, the guys like Jaron Reed, Jonathan Hankins, Roy Robertson-Harris, how do you think they've played? We haven't talked about those particular guys that much. Not as much as certainly Leonard Williams.
It's interesting just because, we're talking about offensive line, how they only get noticed basically if they screw up. For the interior guys on defense, unless you make a play, nobody really notices you either.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's! Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
O&B Automotive Repair reminds listeners the holidays are meant to be a time of good cheer and warm gatherings with family and friends. Don't spoil the spirit of the season by getting behind the wheel after drinking. Always designate a sober driver or take a ride share for a safe ride home. Let's work together to keep our roadways safe and accident-free this holiday season. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at O&B Automotive Repair. Everett's family-owned independent auto repair shop, celebrating 25 years of serving you, online at onbauto.com.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Enjoy an incredible year-end savings on new BMWs and over 200 pre-owned of all makes and models. Only at BMW Northwest. Visit BMWNorthwest.com today for details and selection. BMW Northwest. Driving joy, driving home.
Tune in this Sunday as your Seattle Seahawks take on Green Bay. Kickoff at 5:20 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino. Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with my friends at Snoqualmie Casino. And if you don't want to cook or clean on Christmas, I'm sure you're not alone. Who does? Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel has got you covered. How does this sound? Mouth-watering Christmas Day menu at Falls Buffet with savory roasts, the delightful sides, and then decadent desserts as well. They're also serving up prime rib with all the fixings. You want more details? Go to snocasino.com for the full menu. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
What's up, everybody? Michael Bumpus here. Looking for quality fencing? Look no further than Contour Fence. Locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound since 1984. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions as well as fence repairs. Visit contourfence.com to learn more about their services and use the code HAWKS10 for 10% off any repair or replacement. Schedule a free consultation directly on their website, Contour Fence. Visit them at contourfence.com today or call 425-481-7128.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
It's time for Bold Take Friday.
You'll be waiting all weekend for Sunday night, but it will finally get here. Seahawks, Packers, prime time. Get your bold takes, your bold predictions in for this game to the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. I'll give you a couple minutes to get a few more sent in. Bump, what is your bold take for Bold Take Friday?
My bold take. We're waiting to see if Ken Walker is going to play. Okay? So I got like 2 takes because I have to make one for if he does play, one for if he doesn't play. If he does not play, Zach Charbonnet goes for 120 and 2 touchdowns. If he does play, Ken Walker goes for 100 and Zach Charbonnet goes for 80. They combine for 3 touchdowns.
What I'm hearing is some confidence the Seahawks run game can continue to thrive in Week 15.
Yeah, I'm confident. That D-line is something though. They get after the quarterback. They're quick with their hands. They're physical. But I believe, man, I think that the Hawks might have tapped into something. I'm hoping that this 5 that we have on this offensive line right now hang out for a couple of years. And they built that chemistry. So, run game. Let's go.
866-979-3776. Text your bold takes in for Bold Take Friday. If Matt thinks the bold take is really bold, you're going to get a fun little horn sound because he's impressed by it. And if he's not impressed, you'll hear nothing. 253, Big Cat is their prediction for Bold Take Friday. Has 2 sacks, 3 tackles for loss, and 1 sack is a strip sack. Big Cat recovery leads to winning touchdown for the Seahawks, 27-20.
We call that hell extremely bold.
It's hella extremely bold. I like hella extremely bold and hella extremely specific.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, a he's. Hella extremely specific. A he's prediction is another good one. Let's see. We've got Charbonnet, 110 2 tutties. Go Hawks. Seahawks hold Packers to less than 80 rushing yards. Gino throws for 300. Metcalf gets 2 of them things. Says the 360 in Olympia.
I like that.
How about this one? Let's talk turnover battle. 425, their bold take. 2 more interceptions. This time it's Spoon and J Love, and at least one is a pick 6. Someone texted earlier and said, man, I feel like J Love is like due. But also, the Seahawks, integral to their success has not just been defense, but particularly taking the ball away.
Yeah. And it's been a while since J Love. J Love didn't have a bad game, but didn't have a great game last week. He missed a couple of tackles. Game? Yeah, when was his last interception? I think it was it the Cardinals game?
I want to say week 12, but I'm not entirely, I'm like blanking. No, week 12 was here. That was Kobe and something else. So, man, what was Julian's last interception?
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay,
against the Falcons.
Falcons. Oh, so
Dang.
We're going a ways back.
It's been a while.
Okay, I could see Julian being due for one. I like that bold take. 866-979-3776. Bold take. DK has 2 touchdowns, over 50 yards each.
That's bold and disrespectful at the same time. Like the fact that we're making over 50 yards bold for DK, but I get it because he hasn't had the monster game yet or in a while. So 2 touchdowns, I like that. I think he's due, man. Jason's been doing his thing. I prayed for Tyler Lockett last night, like I said I was going to.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind DK doing his thing.
I was going to say, like, I think what I would love to see isn't just a Seahawks win, but now I'm getting greedy because I'd love to see, like, Tyler have a big game. Or I'd love to see just kind of a reminder of all the weapons you have. You and I listened to that Daniel Jeremiah sound where he said, God, I think no other team is doing it the way Seattle is right now, which is each week it's like a different player making a different contribution with some commonalities, right? JSN, Big Cat. But I would love for the story in the receiving game to be, oh, hey, as a reminder, you got 3. You got 3 of them things.
You got 3 of them things. You have 3 capable receivers, man, and they're all different. That's what I love about this receiving core, and most of the ones that are great. Most receiving cores that are great. You got 3 different receivers. You got that outside guy who can stretch the field. You have the slot guy that can work the linebackers, nickels, and safeties, and then you have that kind of do-everything guy. JSN is turning into that do-everything guy. So, yeah, I love it.
Bold take. T. Knight gets a pick and causes a fumble rooski.
I like that.
Bold take. Bump goes for 150 straight out of retirement.
Ooh, 150. That's my heart rate after one sprint. 150.
Bold take. Love on love action.
Yeah, we had Josh on Josh action earlier.
Why not love on love?
So let's go love on love.
You know?
I like that.
Okay. Bold take. Bold take since I'm listening to you guys talk all 3 Seahawks. All 3 Seahawks wide receivers score a touchdown.
When's the last time that happened?
When's the last time Gino had 3 touchdowns?
Right? I'm sure.
3 is the most he's ever had in a game, Gino.
He has it.
What was his
He's never done a 4.
Year. This year against the Rams.
I know they scored quite a bit against the Lions, if I'm remembering. Maybe not.
I think he only has 1 3-touchdown performance against the Rams.
This year?
This year, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe I'm thinking
the Rams
last
game was
Lions
the only
game,
3-touchdown one.
All right.
Last year's Saints game. Man.
I'm here for it.
That's really not his game.
It's
but
not what he does.
I would love that. I mean, think of how excited you'd be about this team. If they start playing their best football late, you would have seen 2 games back-to-back with the best offensive line performance. You would have seen the best rushing performance. If Gino goes out and throws 3 touchdowns in this one, it's the Seahawks making a statement not just to their fans, not just to the team, but to the rest of the NFL.
So Gino had 3 touchdowns against the Rams. Before that, he had 3 touchdowns against the Dallas Cowboys. DK went nuts. 6 for 134 and 3 touchdowns. How about a game from DK?
Let's go. We have time for a couple more here. 866-979-3776. Low-key bold take, says the 360. Bobo, 3 catches.
Hey.
Look.
If Bobo gets 3 catches.
That's bold.
Grubb is like, look, I see something. All right, there's something in this defense. We got to get 19 to football.
706 from Georgia, taking a page out of Thursday night's book. Neither team gets an offensive. It says the name. I don't know anything.
Oh, I was
it
gonna
says
say
where the area code.
When you
I was
text
gonna be
in,
like, dang, you just on point like that, huh? Okay.
No. When you text in, it says.
Why haven't I noticed that?
City.
I'm just now noticing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or the computer guesses because it knows 706. I have no idea. If someone said, "Oh yeah, I'm calling from the 814," I'd be like.
Rochester,
Idaho?
New York.
Yeah, no idea. Neither team gets an offensive touchdown.
So we're going.
That'd be a brutal game to watch.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
That'd be stressful.
I don't like that.
Imagine the press box during a game like that. They'd be stressed out.
Yeah. Let's see.
814 is Pennsylvania, by the way.
814?
Yeah. You're close.
Someone said, "What are you talking about, Stacy? They are playing their best football now." That's what I said.
Yeah.
I said, imagine if they're playing, like, they continue that trend.
Mm-hmm.
866-979-3776. 2 games in a row with 150-plus on the ground. That is actually quite
That run defense is something special.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, this is, okay. This is, Alex in Monroe has taken the cake.
My guy, Alex.
On your birthday of all days.
Wow, dude.
With the boldest take of the day. This is, I'm not even going to read it. It's irresponsible. I'll read it. 8 sacks for the defense, with Leonard Williams getting 4 of them things.
4 of them things.
Alex, if this happens, I want you to call on Monday.
I know him personally.
You do?
I coached his brother in high school.
Nice.
Yeah. So
well, what if he's a savant?
We'll meet up. We'll meet up at El Parizo, Alex, if this goes down.
All right, you guys, we are sticking with football for much of the next hour. We do have some Mariners rumblings from MLB Network's Peter Gammon's coming up at 11:45, so we're still keeping an eye on all of the fallout from winter meetings, some potential Mariners moves, a potential Mariners trade coming up at 11:45. So if you are waiting for that news, do not go anywhere. It's less than an hour away. NBC Sports' Chris Sims joins us next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. He is Mark Schlereth. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Obviously, Green Bay is going to be tough. You get to play them at home. I think Minnesota just keeps winning, but I think they're beatable. I think it really comes down. I think the Rams are capable of winning out, and I think it comes down to the Rams in Seattle in that last game. And if Seattle, beats them, they go. And if the Rams can beat Seattle, then they go.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What would motivate you to encourage your kid to work with me at Lee Johnson?
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it. Because of the opportunities that are in front, and when you see it across multiple rooftops in multiple locations, it says a lot that you're willing to entrust your family member, your blood, sweat, and tears. You're willing to say, hey, this is a great place for them to be and work. If you take care of people, they take care of customers.
Sharing a good thing with family and friends comes easy at the Lee Johnson Auto family. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
Hey, I'll take advantage of a slower season to save money and get your roof replaced quickly. Riverside Roofing has openings, and they'll get your roof turned around fast. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
What do you get when you call Davis Law Group after a life-changing accident? You get an elite team of investigators who fight for you the second you become a client. You get compassionate legal professionals who take pride in helping you get your life back on track. And you get a proven team of trial lawyers who know the Washington court system and have a reputation for achieving excellent results for accident victims and their families. Call Davis Law Group for a free case review today or visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to learn more. That's Davis Law Group. Better service and even better results.
If the playoff picture has you stressed, let us give you something to breathe easy about. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything, from allergy workups and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
The holidays remind us how good it feels to be proud and confident in our appearance when gathering with friends and family. If hair loss is getting in your way, then my good friends at Advanced Hair offer the proven solution. It's the simple one-day treatment I received, the Advanced FUE. Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and that new hair is guaranteed to grow for life. You choose how much and where, and they do the rest. Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of people, including me, and they are the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. World-class Dr. Perongo and his top-rated team use breakthrough technology, delivering real results. The before and afters at AdvancedHair.com are surprising and incredible. Address thinning, receding, or balding today. And to celebrate the holidays, get a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, and $250 off. Simply call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185 or AdvancedHair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks needed a 49ers win on Thursday night, and they didn't get it. Good news is Seattle still controls its own destiny. Just keep winning, and you're the division champion. Bad news is the Rams did narrow Seattle's lead to a half game. Also coming from this game, plenty of 49ers drama. Linebacker Devondre Campbell refused to enter the game in the third quarter. This is when the 49ers needed help because of injuries at linebacker. Head coach Kyle Shanahan and Campbell's teammates did not hold back afterwards. Tight end George Kittle said post-game, quote, "It's one person making a selfish decision. I've never been around anybody that's ever done that, and I hope I'm never around anybody who does it again."
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. NBC's coverage of Seahawks and Packers starts at 4 p.m. Pacific with Football Night in America. Kickoff scheduled for 5:20 p.m. NBC Sports NFL analyst Chris Sims joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Chris, how's it going?
It's going good. Thanks, Stacy, Michael, having me. How you guys doing? Week 15 NFL season, pumped. Final stretch here. It's all good. It's kid in the candy store right now for me.
Exactly. It's like we kind of know who the playoff teams could be, and meanwhile, there are really tight races in a couple divisions. It's so fun. We were talking yesterday. We're definitely those people that go, God, I can't believe it's week 15. It's already here. Let's start with and focus on this Sunday night matchup between the Packers and Seahawks. Packers played a close one against the Lions. Lions ultimately victorious there. Chris, what did we learn about Green Bay in that game?
Well, Green Bay is a super talented football team, right? I would say Green Bay really roster-wise is up there with the best teams in football as far as talent throughout the football team. So that's one thing you can expect with them, right? Off of that, they're also a young team, so they make mistakes. It's not always smooth, and it's a little immature at times because they are young on both sides of the football. But they can really run the football. It's one of the best pure running teams in football. I'm talking about running the ball with the running back up the middle, not teams that have quarterbacks that can scramble and add to the running stats that way. Green Bay is one of the best of the traditional run game, so you have to worry about that. They got a lot of playmakers in the pass game as well. Jordan Love is really the biggest issue with Green Bay right now. This is how good they are. They're 9-4, and their starting quarterbacks really played kind of B- football the whole year. He's been injured. He hasn't been able to practice a whole lot. He's never really hit that stride that we saw him hit the end of last year into the playoffs and all that. They're hoping for him to regain that because if he does, they're going to be dangerous. But this will definitely be one of the better teams your Seattle Seahawks have faced all year long.
Chris, during the college football season, I get my assignments for games, and I automatically create these narratives in my head. Oh, this game should look like this, and I'm excited to see these guys. What did the narrative of this matchup look like at the beginning of the season, halfway through, and now that it's finally here?
Well, I think with beginning of the season, I thought Green Bay would be one of the better teams in football. And, you look at their schedule and what they've done. I mean, they've lost, 4 games to like the 4 best teams in football, twice to the Lions, the Eagles, and the Minnesota Vikings, and lost them all in very close, manner and fashion. So, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of Green Bay. I really do. To me, it's just whether they're mature enough here down the stretch to play clean 60-minute football to compete with teams like Philadelphia or Detroit when they get into the football playoffs. So my narrative hasn't changed a whole lot there other than like what I talked about with the quarterback situation. Seattle, on the other hand, right, I wasn't sure what to expect. I knew there were some playmakers on both sides of the ball and potential, but with a new coach and an offensive coordinator that came from college and all that, right? It was a little bit more of like, hey, they got a chance, but I got to see it to believe it. And what is it exactly going to look like? Right. I've been very impressed as of late. That's the big thing. Where I am right now is I think Seattle's offense could use a little work. They're not perfect, but I've been more impressed with the defense as of late. When you talk about what they've looked like after the bye week, the D-line getting healthy, it's hard to run on that front when all those guys are in there. It's one of the better safety tandems in all of football. You got long, athletic corners on the edge. They seem like they're figuring out Mike McDonald's defense. So it seems like Seattle is starting to peak as far as that's concerned. The offense, like I said, is good, not great. There's some issues there that I think they can work on, but damn, how can you not be happy with the direction the Seattle Seahawks are going?
Absolutely. Speaking with NBC Sports NFL analyst Chris Sims right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline, sticking with the Seahawks. And Chris, I look at the next 2 games the way I look at working out. Like, I don't like doing it, but I know that it could be really good for me. Like, I'm very nervous about facing the Packers. I am nervous about this team facing the Vikings, knowing how close the NFC West is and how easy, let's say, the Cardinals, Rams and, mostly the Rams are looking at here. So I'm worried about what it means for the Seahawks. I also think that the Seahawks could make a statement with wins over both teams. What kind of statement would they make to you if they manage to win one or both of these contests?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll view them as a team where I go, ooh, like right now I look at them and go, they're dangerous, right? They're dangerous. They're explosive on offense. If you can win, let's say 3 out of the last 4 with the schedule that you guys got, I do think it'll take me to a spot of going, hey, they're more than dangerous. They're starting to play really good football on both sides of the ball. And to me, like I talked about some of the offensive issues and the things there, right? Hey, I'd like to see them continue to improve the run game like we saw a little last week. That was encouraging. So hopefully that's on the up and up. And with Kenneth Walker coming back, we know how explosive he can be. I'm a big fan of his. The passing offense is extremely explosive, right? But the thing you want to see is Geno taking care of the ball a little bit. And does it always have to be feast or famine, right? And that's, to me, one of the issues with the Seattle offense is you guys, I know, watch them all the time and are all over it, but it could be 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and then it's 3 plays, 80 yards, touchdown. And then it's 6 and out, 3 and out, 5 plays, 85 yards, touchdown, right? So it's a little bit of that way to where I do think they need to find, my phrase is like surgicality, right? They got to find a little bit more of a way to move the ball consistently down the field and not always rely on the big play or the big pass from Geno and those damn good receivers you got up there. So that's where, because some of these defenses you're going to play, like Green Bay, they're going to go, wait, as long as we don't lit up the big play, we think we can beat Seattle. And Seattle's going to start to show that Geno can throw 5 yards here, 8 yards here. We can run up the middle for 4, another 6-yard completion up the middle for 5, and do that. And that's going to change the way people approach them on the defensive side of the ball. And to me, will make them much more balanced and dangerous and versatile if they can get into the playoffs and, of course, be dangerous once they get in, if they can do that.
Chris, there's a process I go through when I break down film for teams is that I go in optimistic and I think, all right, well, the Hawks have a chance, especially with the way their defense has been playing. But the more film I watch, the more I naturally hype up the opposition, right, when it comes to offense and defense, and then especially with the way Matt LaFleur calls plays for Jordan Love and this team. What do you see in this Green Bay Packers offense that you foresee given this defense has been playing pretty good, some fits?
Yeah, they make you, all good offenses make you defend the whole field. And like what you're watching, Michael, and I'm sure you'll agree with this. Like we talked about Jordan Love, I wish he could play a little cleaner, right? And the fact that, hey, even last week, the Lions, all the injuries, they only throw the ball 20 times. Those are signals to me that they don't totally trust him to just unleash him right now. So there's that. But what they do as an offense is they attack. It's one of the more creative run games in football. Josh Jacobs, other than Saquon Barkley, is maybe the second best running back in football. Their O-line is damn good off of that. You know the receivers can do it all. And when I say they can attack the whole field, yeah, they can run the ball up the middle. They can run the ball on the edge. And when they drop back to pass, they don't look to dink and dunk. It is like we're dropping back and we're looking for a 30-yard pass right here. Yeah. That's what we're looking for. Mm-hmm. So they put a lot of pressure on you that way, and that's the bind the Seahawks will be in. They're going to go, oh, we're worried about stopping Josh Jacobs in the run. Oh, we might have to play man-to-man here because we want to get an extra guy in the box. And then that's where LaFleur and them can be creative and run downfield pick plays and other creative ways to beat man-to-man. And all of a sudden you go, hey, we're doing pretty good. But, oh, man, there's a 50-yard throw by Jordan Love. Uh-oh, things have changed now. And that's what would worry me if I'm on the Seahawks defense.
Chris Sims is co-host of Pro Football Talk Live and Chris Sims Unbuttoned. I want to talk about Chris Sims Unbuttoned for just a moment. It's a great podcast, and you recently, this is a couple days ago, you talked about contender red flags. Chris, I got to be honest, when I look at the Lions, I've just, God, what can beat them? How can this possibly happen? I'm curious, if I look at these top two teams in either conference, the Chiefs
Right.
and the Lions, what's the red flag for either of these two teams?
Oh, well, there's a lot more red flags on the Chiefs. A lot more, right? To me, the two best teams in football are the Lions and the Eagles. The Lions, that's where I would go. The Lions, like you said, there's not many red flags. Their big thing and their biggest thing is going to be, can their front four rush the passer?
Yeah.
Right? Because right now they don't have any. They're a little beat up on the D lineman. They have no marquee guy that can come off the edge. And if they have to blitz against the better teams in football in the playoffs on a consistent basis, they're going to get burned. So that's what you worry about with the Lions. Philadelphia, there's nothing on their team to worry about. Philadelphia is clearly the most talented team in football. They are an all-star team. It's the best two tackles in football. It's the best two guards in football. It's the best O-line in football. It's the best duo of receivers in football. It's the best running back in football. It's the best defensive front in football, and it's an awesome secondary and the number one defense in football. Their biggest problem with Philadelphia is they are elementary on offense. Their pass offense runs plays that teams put in with their rookies at rookie minicamp. So they're so good they can overcome it, but that has to improve. And that's why you're seeing A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts and all that talk this week, because they're going, wait, we're an all-star team, and we can't throw the ball for over 100 yards against some of the worst defenses in football. So that's their concern. The Chiefs, you know their concern. It's the same thing as always. First off, their defense isn't as good as last year. L'Jarius Sneed was, at this point last year, we were talking about him being the NFL defense MVP. He's not there anymore. Last year, the Chiefs were one of the best at rushing the quarterback and getting quarterback sacks. They're one of the worst this year. They're not as good as last year on the defensive side of the ball, and the offense is still – they're worse at pass protecting, and we still have questions about them in the pass game with the weapons they have. 40 years of experience would tell me the Chiefs could not do this and go to the Super Bowl other than the last 4 games of last year where they did it. So that's where it always makes you kind of question yourself. But, you know, those would be the flaws I would kind of hit on with those teams right there. Sorry for the long answer.
No, I love it. I love it. A question I have for you, it's football related, NFL, but kind of college at the same time. I mean, Bill Belichick, man, making the move to college football. If you would have told me this 4 or 5 years ago, I would have been like, what the heck is Bill doing? But just the way that college football is changing, it's essentially the B league for the NFL. It's a professional league. Guys are getting paid, and they're hiring general managers. I think he might have a chance for success. What do you think?
Yeah, listen, you could have 4 or 5 days ago, I would have been like, what? There's no way. I mean, Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, Julian Edelman, they were on Fox Sports, the pregame show this past Sunday, and they were saying no way, right? Anybody that knows Bill goes, what? Him with college kids? Are you kidding me? I mean, he wouldn't listen to Tom Brady having a suggestion in the pass game after 7 Super Bowls. So now he's going to listen to Johnny and little Johnny's dad on how to play? Like, those are the things I question. Hey, Jimmy didn't play enough this week, and he's going to be like 4-letter word, and hang up the phone. So that's the things I'm interested to see, right? I mean, we know he's the greatest coach to ever live, in my opinion. But does he have enough time in college to implement all these great game plans and how he tweaks them on a week-to-week basis with the time and hours and work constraints they have in college football? Those are the things I question, right? And then is he going to recruit? Because he's not at Ohio State or Texas where it's just endless money and it's like we can do whatever we want and we're a football powerhouse. It's North Carolina. They're a basketball school. It's the ACC. That conference stinks at football right now, right? He's going to have to recruit. And with the NIL, to your point, some of these kids are going to be like, oh, yeah, that's Bill Belichick. That's cool. But Ohio State's offering me $4 million. Like, and is Bill going to even call me and talk to me? So those are the things I question here going forward. I'm a little surprised by it. I am. But at the same time, I'm not surprised because there was nothing there in the NFL. Jacksonville flirted with him a little. Tampa flirted with him a little bit. But because of his age and wanting to take control of every situation, and he's not viewed – people in the NFL don't love Bill Belichick. I mean, most people don't like him. And that has done him no favors in this process either. So that all, I think, came back to bite him. But I'm like you. I'm really interested to see how this works down there in North Carolina.
All right, last one. We spent most of this interview, understandably so, talking about Seahawks-Packers. Sunday Night Football. We're a Seahawks station. But is there another Week 15 game, Chris, where you're like, man, I don't know about you guys. I can't wait to see this one.
Well, I mean, you know, Bills Lions is going to be like you saw with Bills Rams last week. It's going to be a shootout. It'll be either 37, 41, 38, something like that. Josh Allen's one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever live, right? He just needs some hardware to go along with it. It's like I'm watching John Elway's story again, where he just carries the team and they lose the big game, and people go, oh, John Elway can't win the big game. And it's like, what? They wouldn't even be here if John Elway didn't pull 7 rabbits out of his butt during the year to win them and get them in the playoffs and get them to the Super Bowl. And that's my same thought with Josh Allen, except this year he has a little bit more offensive firepower. So I expect the Lions to win, but I think that's going to be a shootout. And then the Battle of Pennsylvania is damn good as well. So there's some good ones this week.
NBC's coverage of Seahawks-Packers starts at 4 p.m. Pacific with Football Night in America. Kickoff scheduled for 5:20 p.m. He's the co-host of Pro Football Talk Live. And Chris Sims Unbuttoned. Go check that out. Chris Sims. Thanks so much, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Hey, thank you guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Be good. Enjoy the games this weekend.
Thanks. Have a good one. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's a crazy idea you think may work here in Seattle?
Hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Who has one of the best catches in NFL history?
Odell Beckham.
He just got released. He just got released.
I stopped as I realized where this was going.
I'm just saying, okay? He was over there, league minimum is $1.2 million, okay? If you sign him before he clears waivers, you got to finish off his contract from this year. There's about $500K left. The Hawks have $8.4 million in cap space. I'm just saying, Odell Beckham has 9 catches for 55 yards with Miami this year. Wasn't being used. We got a third receiver that's kind of being used, a fourth receiver spot that could be. Just bring him over. All we need is a couple of plays from Odell Beckham. I'm just saying. I know everyone's saying, look, there's linemen. We need linemen, Bump. Yeah, you do need linemen. Or at least you need this to get figured out with the offensive line. But bringing Odell Beckham, veteran, you don't need to pay him much, $500K, that's chump change. That's chump change for the NFL, all right? I'm just saying, you might want to look at Odell Beckham and see how he can help this team. I think he can revitalize himself. If he can finish the season with the Seahawks and just have 20 catches for about 250, 2-3 touchdowns, I think it makes sense. Look at Odell Beckham. Let's go.
You know that famous GIF or meme of that girl that's drinking kombucha and at first she hates it and then she realizes she likes it? Like, that's me with Odell Beckham Jr. where I'm like, no. Well,
I'm just saying.
Well, second down. What do you love most about Bill Belichick's UNC situation?
Well, we talked about it a bit. There's a buyout of $1 million if he leaves before 2025. So he's saying, look, guys, I'm here, but let's wait and see for real. I'll set this program up, but if I get an opportunity, I'm going to dip. He's also still doing the Pat McAfee show and the Manning podcast. He's in complete control of this situation. He wants to coach college if the NFL doesn't call. He still wants to do TV. He's actually likable on TV now. Him and Nick Saban have kind of changed the way people look at them. So I think there's only two people who could demand the type of things that he's demanding and have this situation go down. It's Bill Belichick and it's Nick Saban, two of the greatest to ever do it. I'm so happy to be alive in the time I'm alive to watch these two go to work and change the way that people view them. Bill Belichick's in complete control. He's got a 24-year-old girlfriend. He's the greatest coach of all time. Do you realize how often me and the homies have been talking about Bill Belichick and his 24-year-old girlfriend?
I'm sorry, but it's wild to me. And I'm not like shaming anyone. I'm just saying, like, what do you talk about?
What do you talk about?
What do you have in common?
They must have something in common because
they clearly do. And I'm like
chilling.
weirdly rooting for them now.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying it's crazy. Like that he is old enough to be her grandfather.
Like, does he hold her hand in public? And people are like, oh, that's
for sure.
cute. You got your grandpa with you.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that they probably really, really like each other. But it's like what I said earlier. Anyone being like, well, we know why she's with him. We know why he's with her.
Hey, it's a mutual agreement we got going over there. But I just like when people reach a certain level of prestige in their career to where they dictate what's going on. Unfortunately, Aaron Rodgers is at that place too. He dictates a lot, and he's a main contributor to the demise of the Jets. And not even the demise, a continued demise of the Jets because it's already been going down. But no, I like it. I like that he's going to be able to coach. He's on some Prime too. Prime is on a TV show on like Tubi, I think it's called. Is it Tubi? Is that the?
Oh, yeah.
I saw a promo for Prime on Tubi. It's just coaches are thinking outside the box there. They're not just all about football. When I was coming up, it's all about football. There's too many distractions. They're like, no, I'm going to get money wherever I can get it. I'm going to put myself out there. I just like seeing Bill Belichick control this whole situation.
Third down. What college football player just got robbed for an award?
Who just won the Blitnikoff?
Travis Hunter.
He shouldn't have won that.
Why?
I understand he's going to win the Heisman. He's the best overall football player in the country. He's not the best receiver in the country, though. The best receiver in the country is Nick Nash out of San Jose State University. He has more yards than Travis Hunter. He averages more yards per catch. He has more touchdowns than Travis Hunter. Travis has 14. He has 16. Nick Nash is the best receiver in the country, and we're giving it to Travis Hunter. I understand the nostalgia. Like, oh, this is going to go great. We're going to look back in history, and maybe he has a clean sweep of all the awards. DB Award is the Jim Thorpe, Blitnikoff, and maybe the Heisman Trophy. I understand that he's the best football player, but the best receiver in the country is Nick Nash, and it's unfortunate that he's not getting the love that he deserves. He will be drafted high. He should be drafted high, and he will make an impact. I believe in this kid 100%. I've called 2 of his games, and he balled out both of them. I watched film on this dude. Love Travis Hunter. Should win the Heisman. The best receiver in the country is Nick Nash out of San Jose State.
Fourth down. You and I just spoke with NBC sports analyst Chris Sims. Anything interesting stand out from Chris?
He used the word surgicality. And he said, the Hawks will put drives together and then they'll stall out. They'll put drives together. So now I just went back and I looked at just their drives in total. Double-digit drives. I think when a team has 10-play drives, 11-play drives, 12-play drives, they're doing something special. They're connecting. They're using their surgicality. Out of 40 drives the last 4 games, the Hawks have only had 9 double-digit drives. So that's what I want to see. I want to see the surgicality in this game, and the Hawks put together some double-digit drives. Don't get it twisted. I will take a 5-play, 51-yard drive with Zach Charbonnet going to the house. I will take that. I'm not saying I don't want that. But when it gets down to it, you control the game if you have possession. If you're putting together double-digit drives, you will control this ball game. That's what you need to do because the Packers are going to do that. They want to run the football. They're going to give it to Josh Jacobs. So surgicality, I need to see it. More double-digit drives.
A couple questions from the Mac and Jacks text line. Will Travis Hunter play both ways in the pros? Is it even possible?
It's possible. I mean, we saw Deion Sanders do it. It's not like he's playing. Deion didn't play every single snap on both sides of the football, and he did special teams, but you sprinkle him in. I think that Travis Hunter will probably be a better DB in the league, but you do have packages where he is a wide receiver, maybe even a special teamer.
Let's see. 360. What about McMillan from Arizona?
Oh, he's a baller. McMillan, love that dude as well. He's third in NCAA with 1,300 yards, and he has 8 touchdowns. I'll still take Nick Nash over McMillan, but McMillan is definitely a good receiver, probably a better receiver than Travis Hunter, too.
It's a Football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. All anyone can talk about is 49ers linebacker Devondre Campbell quitting on his team in the third quarter of Thursday Night Football. But all I can think about is what happened after that. That's next.
Fourth down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
JSN is the league's 5th leading wide receiver with 911 yards. But what's more impressive than his total yards?
He catches the football. As simple as that. You are a receiver. The job description is to catch the rock. He has a 73% catch rate this season. But most important, the last 4 games, 92% catch rate. He catches it when you throw it to him. He's extremely efficient.
Fourth down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
The rain's been coming down in sheets lately, and there is more to come this winter. But despite all of those big raindrops, you want to know a surprising fact? A metal roof will not magnify the sound of rain. That's right. That was one of the first questions I asked Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, when he was explaining the benefits of a metal roof. Metal roofs are all the rage right now, and they're more eco-friendly. They last almost twice as long as a traditional roof, and they are a great option for adding solar panels down the road. Asset Roofing is leading the local push in metal roofing, and they can even offer metal roofs for up to 30% less than their competitors. They make each roofing panel custom and in-house to speed up production and save homeowners like you time and money on their roofing project. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Go to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Enjoy an incredible year in savings on new BMWs and over 200 pre-owned of all makes and models. Only at BMW Northwest. Visit BMWNorthwest.com today for details and selection. BMW Northwest. Driving joy, driving home.
Some said a life-threatening brain tumor would dim Aisley's spark. But this future pop star is back to full sparkle, and she's ready for her big encore. Through research, compassionate care, and support from people like you, Seattle Children's is fighting for lasting cures. So for every kid that didn't have a chance, this relentless fight is for you. Because this isn't about beating the odds, it's about changing them for all kidkind. Hope, care, cure. Seattle Children's.
O'Reilly! Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's your last chance to snag Dell Technologies' lowest prices of the year before the holidays. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. This is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
No power? No problem. Stay warm this winter with a Valor gas fireplace that can heat without electricity. Check them out at Bellevue Fireplace Shop, located 1 block east of Costco in Kirkland's Rose Hill Plaza. Bellevue Fireplace Shop and BellevueFireplaceShop.com.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Packers running back Josh Jacobs is having quite the season. He's 4th in attempts and rushing yardage and is putting up an average of 81 yards per game. He's also scored 11 touchdowns this season. Sheil Kapadia of The Athletic joined Bump and Stacy yesterday and said the Packers' rushing attack versus the Seahawks' defensive front will be the matchup to watch this Sunday.
That's what they want to do on early downs especially, and they're very good at it. So I know Mike McDonald has talked a bunch about stopping the run while having light boxes while still playing your safeties deep. And so I think that's going to be a big deal in this game. Are the Seahawks able to do that, because that's what the Packers want to do. And then, as you mentioned, they want to take their shots downfield. So early downs, can the Seahawks stop the run? I think that might go a long way in determining this football game.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Who did Thursday Night Football bring some drama? Let's get to it. This is all from the 49ers side. Linebacker Devondre Campbell refused to enter San Francisco's loss during the third quarter. His teammates and coaches voiced their frustrations post-game. This is what, to me, Bump, I can't stop thinking about. What everyone's talking about is obviously Devondre Campbell quitting on his team. That's a major story. I can't think of a time when something kind of controversial with the team happened or some drama happened, and then, almost every teammate interviewed after, or even a head coach, was like, yeah, this guy's got to go. I mean, it's shocking to not see someone kind of keep things in-house. This is, for instance, what Charvarius Ward said.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. He could have told me that before the game. So I feel like there was some that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, D went down. And we needed a linebacker, and I think Flynn was banged up too. So for him to do that, that's some sucker stuff to me, in my opinion. It's probably going to get cut soon, so it is what it is with that.
He's probably going to get cut soon, he says about his own teammate, and I don't blame him. I'm thinking the same thing.
One, let me say surgicality one more time. Two, I love this soundbite right here because this is how boys talk. He was on some sucker beep.
Yeah.
Matt, you wasn't ready. I almost said it. You wasn't ready. Okay. He was on some sucker shh for real. You don't let your teammates down. To be 100, I didn't really know who Devondre Campbell was. I go, man, who's this rookie? He's probably young. Nah, my man's played a long time 31. In this league. 128 games in this league. He has an interception for a touchdown. He has 551 tackles. He has 8 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries. He was an all-pro before. That's his mentality. I'm not making excuses, but I'm going to let you know that's his mentality. I'm just as good as Greenlaw. When Greenlaw came back, he took his spot back, and he had his feelings all hurt. But that ain't how you do it. This is a team sport. If someone goes down, you get your butt in, and you help your team win. So now this is going to be your reputation. You're going to go all across the league, and people are going to know you for doing some sucker stuff. You get your butt on the field, and you do your job. I don't care. I remember one time it was a preseason game against the Chiefs, and I'm hot. They ain't put me into the end of the fourth quarter. This is why I knew, like, my time here is running out because I'm not playing until the end of the fourth quarter. And I felt disrespected. 3 minutes left. I still got my butt in that game, though. You go out there and you do your job.
Yeah.
As messed up as emotionally you might be, how you might feel disrespected, so what? It ain't about you. It's about your team. So, yeah, that is some sucker stuff, man. I'm glad Ward pointed him out.
Yes.
And you're a veteran. You played too long to be behaving like this, man. It's crazy.
It's a really weird thing. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. And I was thinking, like, okay, well, is this he's been mad at how he's being used? I'm looking it up. And it's like, well, what, you think you're going to play over Greenlaw? Over Warner. And by the way, Greenlaw's back out there dealing with injury. So another reason that teammates were really upset is that they needed linebacker help and linebacker depth in this game, and they couldn't get it because their own teammate refused to come in. What did you make of Jacina Anderson saying that there's no – so she retweeted Tavarius Ward saying, hey, he's probably going to get cut soon. She said, no, period. There's no need to jump to instant job loss. He should be given time to share his mindset, to commune with his teammates after more time to reflect and to demonstrate better judgment.
What are we doing? What are we doing? You have a job to do. They're paying you to do a job. Josina, stop making excuses for this man. Josina was an athlete, right? She ran track or something like that. That's the individual mentality. Track people, I love you guys. You guys are super athletic individuals.
Fair.
You're an individual. That's the individual mentality. You get your butt on the football field and do your job and play for your teammates. Stop it, Josina.
Unless you have had a mental breakdown and it's something that people need more insight about, and they're like, oh, he had like a mental breakdown and he needed to leave the game and he couldn't handle this, in which case I think most people have empathy and think like, dang, like it does suck to see, but like, you can't control what might be like a mental health emergency. If it's not that, like, I think it's fully possible also that sometimes it could be someone who's just being really selfish, who's being really having an attitude, who's being really dramatic. I don't necessarily think that needs to bring a ton of empathy right away. I think it's perfectly fair for teammates to go, what are you doing, man?
I'll leave a little bit of room for in case mentally something was going on.
Yes.
I'm 90% sure he's being selfish and he was booty hurt because this young man came back who is a better linebacker. And don't get me wrong, like Drayvon Campbell can start on any team in the NFL, but Greenlaw's just a better linebacker. Swallow your pride and just do your dang job. I can't believe this, man. You're a grown man, 158 games, 128 games in the league, and you acting like a child.
I know. If you have no excuse that makes sense to people, and it would have to be something really serious, then you just come off as deeply selfish in a sport where, as you pointed out, there are practice squad players maybe who would have loved to be elevated for that game. Maybe who would have loved a chance to get a couple snaps, would have loved a chance to try to avoid making a mistake, just like a chance to get in the game.
Again, room for the mental.
Leaving room.
Living space
However,
for that. But from what I've read and heard from Shanahan, it does not sound like that.
Next up, Juan Soto had his introductory press conference with the Mets on Thursday. He shared some insight into what was a surprising lack of recruitment he received from his Yankees teammates.
I haven't talked to any of those guys. Definitely, we talked to them through playoff, at the end of the playoffs, but after that, I make these processes. I haven't talked to any of those.
Haven't talked to any of those guys. I was really surprised to see that because, look, I don't know Juan Soto. But I have never heard any like rumors, leaks, whatever about Juan Soto being like a problematic teammate or a bad dude. So I'm kind of surprised that teammates didn't advocate for him to stay.
I was surprised, but then I wasn't. Because then I start to think about just the Yankee arrogance. It's all over the fan base. It's all over the organization. And I guess they have a reason to be arrogant. They have all those World Series. It's been a long time since you had one, though. My Dodgers got two. How's your boy since then? But it's the Yankee arrogance. Like, he should want to be here. Why don't you want to be here? Aaron Judge is probably looking at him like, if he doesn't want to be a Yankee, then he doesn't have to be a Yankee. We'll just go buy something else. We'll go buy someone else. I think that's what it might come down to, unless we've heard things that he's not a good teammate and didn't get along with people. I'm watching their interactions with him and everyone else in the Yankees dugout and out on the diamond. It seemed like they all liked each other and they're having a good time. So the fact that no one reached out is crazy. I guarantee you that if Shohei or Mookie Betts or Freddie Freeman were talking to other clubs about leaving, they're hitting them up. And it's just the environment of the Dodgers that I see. Everyone likes each other, especially when you win. Everyone loves each other, right? But no, I think that's the Yankee arrogance. They were too proud to ask Juan Soto to stay with the squad and try to make another run at it.
Last up, a follow-up to a story that had previously been on the timeline. The timeline story before was that the Lions fan who was carrying the flag and was jawing with Matt LaFleur. We talked about, Matt LaFleur post-game being like, I've never seen that in my life. Where, a random fan came up to me after carrying the flag onto the field, probably winning or getting an opportunity to carry the flag out and lead the team out, and was, getting in my face. It's wildly inappropriate. And both you and I were on Matt's side. We were like, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. You're a fan in the stands. You can boo. You can do whatever you want. But when you're getting a chance to carry a flag onto the field and take part in some pregame festivities, what are you doing? It's obnoxious. Well, update. That fan had his season tickets removed. The Lions confirmed that story to ESPN.
Stupid.
Yeah. Look what you did. And look at you now.
It's embarrassing. It's like that guy who was yelling at the mom at the youth basketball game I was at. I looked at him and go, you're embarrassing yourself. That's exactly what that Lions fan did. Come on now.
God, unreal.
Wasted all that money.
I know. All right. We have just a very quick bit of news. Nothing to do with
some good AL West news.
Good AL West news. Nothing with the Mariners directly, but it is with the Astros. The Chicago Cubs have acquired Kyle Tucker in a trade with the Houston Astros. So love Houston.
Love to hear it. Pack his bags.
Yeah.
Don't want him here.
Yeah, cool with that. Very fine with that. Let me tell you what, had he not been hurt, he was playing like an MVP in the first part of the season.
He was balling.
Yeah.
Didn't he get hurt? He got
yes.
hurt, right?
Yeah, got hurt. And then obviously was not MVP and would have not ended up playing to the level that we ended up seeing from Juan Soto and Judge and Ohtani. But yeah, it's so some good AL West news for the Seattle Mariners. Kyle Tucker on his way to the Cubs. Very quickly, the IRG injury report brought to you by IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. This is from Thursday's practice report. Ken Walker is still out with a calf injury. He has not been declared out from the game, but he did not practice for a second consecutive day. So keeping an eye on that one, you guys. Will get a final injury report, or rather a game status report coming up near the end of the show, and you'll hear updates during Wyman and Bob. All right, couple Mariners rumblings from MLB Network's Peter Gammons. That is coming your way next.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Welcome to IRG Sports Injury Update. We're with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and president of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And our guest, Dr. Sid Bola, orthopedic surgeon with Everett Bone and Joint.
Dr. Bola, welcome. Tell us about patella dislocations or kneecap dislocations.
So the patella, the kneecap, is a unique bone in the front of the knee. It sits in a groove at the bottom of the femur, and its purpose is to increase the power in the quadriceps. It can sometimes dislocate, pop out of place. This can be a result of a sports collision or just from pivoting wrong. There's often intense pain and swelling with this injury, and it can be difficult to stand and walk. Rehabilitation is typically the next recommended treatment. This should include a comprehensive rehab plan from a physical therapist with particular emphasis on rebuilding the inner portion of the quadriceps. It can take about 3 or more months to really get fully back to return to sports.
Who does this happen to most likely? You said athletics. Are these young athletes?
Typically young patients. There's a few risk factors that really increase the chance of this happening. That's young age, sports injuries, loose ligaments, or specific anatomic factors like a flat kneecap groove or a high riding patella.
And conservative treatment, but do you ever have to do surgery to correct this?
We do surgery for repeat dislocations to prevent progressive injury and early progression to arthritis.
Return to play?
Outcomes from surgical treatment are good. Low failure rates. Recovery times take a while, about 6 to 9 months, but most patients can get back to all their sports activities.
Everything you need to know about patella dislocations. If you need more information on sports medicine injuries, you can contact Dr. Bola at ebjproliancesurgeons.com. That's ebjproliancesurgeons.com.
With over 40 neighborhood clinics around Washington, IRG has you covered. Let IRG be your family's physical therapist. Find the location nearest you at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
So it's the holidays, and you're probably thinking, hey, let's go shopping at Pacific Power Batteries. Or not. No, but really, buying a replacement battery can be a good thing during the holidays. For one thing, we'll test almost anything before you buy a battery. Can they do that at the mall? No. We'll install your batteries in your car, your laptop, or your cell phone while you wait inside where it's warm and well lit. Come to Pacific Power Batteries with stores in Everett, Marysville, Mount Vernon, Bellingham, Monroe, and Wenatchee. That's Pacific Power Batteries for everything.
Join the Cars for Kids 30th anniversary celebration. They're giving away a kids ride-on car every day for a year. Send a video of your child singing the Cars for Kids jingle to enter. Head to carsforkids.org/30 and let the fun begin. Tune in this Sunday as your Seattle Seahawks take on Green Bay. Kickoff at 5:20 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about the holidays. They're a time for friends, family, good food, and ugly sweaters. But they're also when cops are out in full force, looking to pull you over and find evidence of DUI. During the holiday months at 1-800-DUI-AWAY, we see DUI arrests skyrocket. So if instead of carolers coming to your house, it's a summons to court, call 1-800-DUI-AWAY. We have over 25 years of experience keeping the holidays joyous, because too much of Grandma Betty's eggnog can easily take you on a midnight sleigh ride to jail. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to set up a free private consultation in Seattle, Bellevue, Everett, or Tacoma. Don't drink and drive this holiday season, because if you're caught driving with a nose too red and cheeks too jolly, you'll be calling 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Okay, so we are going to talk about some Mariners rumblings, potential trades here. If you're like, I don't care, I'm focused on Sunday night, I need to know keys to this game. Hang tight. Give me 15 minutes. We will get back to some Mike McDonald sound. We've got some stuff from Ryan Grubb, Dan Orlovsky, as well as some injury updates.
Don't you put out videos every week, keys to the game?
Keys to the game. Yep. 3 keys to the game. Yeah, it's on Instagram.
There you go.
Seattle Sports Instagram. I didn't love my makeup in this one.
Well, I'm sure people tune in for the content, Stacy.
You're right. That's more important. So that is coming up in 15 minutes. We're going to get back to Seahawks. So hang tight. If you are waiting for Mariners updates, well, let's get to it right now. A couple Mariners rumblings. These are from MLB Network's Peter Gammons. First, an update on a potential Tristan Casas trade. So we had talked about this yesterday, Bump. The rumors that Luis Castillo could be part of a trade with the Red Sox to acquire the young infielder Casas, who could come in and help you out. Well, Peter Gammons says Casas is born to hit in Fenway. Craig Breslow worked hard with Seattle, but they were not interested in Casas in their park. Ball doesn't travel. Hitting background tough.
Everyone is born to hit in Fenway.
I am born to hit in Fenway.
I mean, all you got to do is clip that thing.
You know?
And you got an opportunity.
Aim towards the monster.
To go yard out there, man. Yeah, I mean, it's, I guess that's a good, I mean, I would like more specifics as to why he was born to hit in Fenway, because it's I think the second, I guess, most hitter friendly ballpark. So yeah, of course he's born to hit in Fenway.
What do you make of the idea? So I kept having flashbacks to our conversation with Ryan Divish, and in that conversation we talked about, why do Mariners ownership seem hesitant to spend?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it truly budgetary limitations that make sense to you? Do you think they could spend more, and why don't you think they do? Like we know that this is a club that wants to win. And he said they've been burned by contracts in the past. And he thinks that for them, they're kind of risk averse because they think of it from a business point of view. Not only have you been burned by bad contracts, namely for them, Robinson Cano, but you also don't want to overspend market value. And for almost any free agent and most trades that you would acquire, you'd be overspending because that's kind of where you got yourself. However, if you want someone who you know for sure can hit in a non-hitter friendly ballpark, Nelson Cruz is an example. You might have to overspend because your park is difficult, but also because that's like you're going to need to get the best hitter possible no matter what if you're looking for someone who can be a sure thing in your park.
Most contracts or most athletes don't live up to their contracts. Most of them don't. It's rare. Juan Soto's not going to live up to $756 million. In my eyes, if you pay somebody that much, he better hit 40 bombs for the next 10 to 12 years. And that's not going to happen. Eventually, he's going to be a DH, and he's just going to go out there and swing the bat. His fielding isn't great. But you pay for the potential. You pay for not the guarantee, but as close to a guarantee that you can get that while this person is young or while they're in this pocket of their greatness or their prime, that you have a chance that they're going to help your ball team win. So you got to overpay sometimes, man. I've overpaid for shoes before because I wanted them right now. You know what? I like these shoes. I'm going to double click.
Yeah.
I'm going to pay for the shipping to be here to 1 to 3 days.
I was going to say pay extra shipping and handling, 2-day turnaround.
How bad do you want this? You're going to overpay for things. So how bad do the Mariners want to be contenders? How bad do they want to compete for the division? You have to overpay sometimes. So just take it on the chin. Come on.
Let's talk about a potential fit. Peter Gammons talks about a free agent the Mariners are interested in and how they might be able to land him. The hitter, says Peter, the Mariners would love to get is Christian Walker, which for now is out of their price range. As another GM suggested this morning, Craig Breslow is tireless. He's really smart, and he can hear Castillo's money, give Seattle help elsewhere, and allow them to get Walker. Maybe he gets Castillo. Christian Walker is in his 30s. Yeah. Christian Walker has been a great hitter. Like, I get it. I understand.
I think.
And this is really about trading Castillo to set you up for something else. You know what I mean? It's not like a direct trade. I can't tell if I'm being unfair, Bump. I want the Mariners to do something, and then every time I hear about something they might do, I complain about it.
Yeah, I'm the same way because Trevor is 33 years old.
Or Christian.
I'm sorry. Why I say Trevor?
What are we thinking of?
Yeah.
I don't know. Christian.
Who's Trevor Walker?
Yeah, who is Trevor Walker?
He's Lil Bobby's dad.
Lil Bobby's uncle's cousin nephew. He's 33 years old. He doesn't eliminate your strikeout problem. He's gonna just hit for power. That's what he's paid to do.
Yeah.
There's been a decline in his average and his slugging over the past few years. His OPS has been pretty much the same, around the same. He's still a better option than what you have on your roster right now.
Sure.
I think he's like a last resort, not a last resort, maybe second to last resort. Look, we're not getting the guy that we want. Teams are responding to us. We have to make a move. Let's go ahead and get Walker.
I just felt so disheartened hearing the player they'd love to get is 34-year-old Christian Walker.
Well, he's 33. Don't give him that year yet.
He's about to be 34.
It's like, don't give me 40 yet. I'm 39.
You just turned 39, though. You have a whole year. I would never say you're 40. Okay. Now, actually, if you were a player the Mariners were acquiring, I'd say 57-year-old because I'd be complaining. But again, I want the Mariners to get better. I understand the Mariners have given themselves budgetary restraints that they're going to stick with. Maybe I'm eating crow. maybe they find a way to get Walker, and he ends up being great. And here I am going, I didn't know. I've just seen them try to wring that sponge so many times with Colton Wong, with a number of other players, hoping round 2 with, Haniger, hoping Garvard, who's not like old but not young, would come in and, with these like 30-something-year-olds, and it's just, shoot. 39-year-old Justin Turner might have been like one of the better things late in the season, but still.
I think we got to do something.
Because
I think that you and we want the better things.
Yeah.
I like flying first class.
I don't want a Sheehan Hall.
You like, I don't know, we like expensive bags and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you just got to get what you can afford or what you can get, what's available. And right now, maybe Walker's just the best thing that's out there.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you got to overpay for that because we're not going to get – obviously, we're clearly not going to get Juan Soto. We weren't in the Shohei talks. The big names, they're not going to go after, and they don't want to come here unless they're traded for it. So maybe you and I need to change the way we look at guys like Mr. Walker and give him an opportunity.
All right, I got pretty significant.
You don't agree with me? No? You just
I absolutely agree.
No, you cannot agree. I got no reaction from you. You're just like, yeah, okay. So coming up next, we got.
Sorry, I saw some breaking. News.
Okay.
Hey, I got some breaking injury news. So we'll get to that coming up in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Mike Tirico, best in the business, just phenomenal.
And ditto back to you guys. I seriously do a bunch of these, and a lot of folks do a great job. You two as a combo in this show is really, really good. I hope the listeners enjoy and appreciate what they have, and I always love coming on with you guys. You're both wonderful, so thanks so much.
They don't. No, they just make fun of us all the time, so that's fine. Thank you for telling them that. Maybe somebody will finally convince them that that's true.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, Black Friday and Cyber Monday might be over, but it's the season of savings at all 6 Harnish Auto Family dealerships. Take the driver's seat to savings while supplies last on all 2024 models. The Harnish Auto Family has 22 acres of inventory filled with the most popular trucks, SUVs, EVs, and cars from the brands you know and love. Visit HarnishAutoFamily.com or head to Chevrolet and Kia of Everett or Volkswagen, Subaru, and Chevrolet Buick GMC at Puyallup and tell them I sent you. We are the Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry. Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
It's Fight Night, live boxing at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. A full evening of boxing action, Friday, January 10th. Make it a destination event. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this evening of pure excitement. The best in professional boxing. It's Fight Night, January 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection?
grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
The holidays remind us how good it feels to be proud and confident in our appearance when gathering with friends and family. If hair loss is getting in your way, then my good friends at Advanced Hair offer the proven solution. It's the simple one-day treatment I received, the Advanced FUE. Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and that new hair is guaranteed to grow for life. You choose how much and where, and they do the rest. Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of people, including me, and they are the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. World-class Dr. Perongo and his top-rated team use breakthrough technology, delivering real results. The before and afters at advancedhair.com are surprising and incredible. Address thinning, receding, or balding today. And to celebrate the holidays, get a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, and $250 off. Simply call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Do you hear that? These are the sounds of our jeweler's workshop at Shane Company, where they're working their magic to bring beautiful, fine jewelry gifts to life. At Shane Company, we love jewelry as much as you do, and we know what it takes to create something special. No matter your budget, we craft our jewelry with expert care to be passed down for generations. With jewelry craftsmen in every store and an unmatched free lifetime warranty, we're here to make sure your jewelry always shines bright. Stop by and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
It's a big week for Colorado star Travis Hunter. Hunter, perhaps the best two-way player college football has ever seen, was the winner of both the Bednarik and Bolitnikoff awards yesterday, given to the country's best defensive player and best wide receiver. He's also the odds-on favorite to earn the Heisman Award, which will be given out tomorrow night in New York. Ashton Genty, Dylan Gabriel, and Cam Ward are also finalists.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Here we go. Just like Carrie says. Sunday night. Sunday night. Right? Honestly, if we turn up the volume to where Carrie's voice is slightly louder than mine, we sound just the same. Sunday night. Let's talk biggest challenges.
That's great producing. Matt just mixed that in. You know, Curtis put a little filter on that thing. A reverb.
Biggest challenges, biggest opportunities against the Packers. Bump. I'm going to start with an injury update. This from Packers reporter Matt Schneidman. Jair Alexander is out for Sunday's game. That breaking just a few minutes ago. This is Matt LaFleur saying, based on what he saw in two full practices, he just didn't feel Alexander was ready, so he didn't practice today. Now, they have been waiting for Alexander to be healthy for them, be consistently healthy for them, and it just hasn't been happening. In fact, if you were to look at the Packers and go, what's going to ultimately keep them from winning at all, you'd say, well, if Jordan Love starts turning the ball over again, and two, if the pass rush and defense just can't play consistently, that threat might continue Sunday night. So first, before we get to some strengths and weaknesses, McDonald sound, what does not having Jair out there mean for Seattle's offense?
It means there's more opportunity. Their secondary is pretty good. They have 12 interceptions overall. They're +9 when it comes to turnover differential. A lot of it has to do with the defensive line and how they stop the run, but that back end is good. I highlighted the safeties when it comes to their DB play. But, I mean, when we're missing a guy like Alexander, a first-round pick in 2018 out of Louisville, just hasn't been able to stay healthy. That's the key, man. 12 interceptions over his career, 2 this year, only played in 7 games.
Yeah.
He's a lockdown type of guy. He's a guy that when you are a man, you're not necessarily concerned. He's not a guy that teams circle and say, we're going after that guy.
Right.
NFL, you play to win the game, you go after anybody, but he's not a guy on film that you circle and say, we might have a matchup that we can win here.
All right, earlier we were going to play you guys some exclusive audio from Mike McDonald on the McDonald preview, but then we tricked Bump into thinking that's what we were going to do so that we could surprise him with a call from his family. Now we're actually going to get to that sound. So now this is the segment that Bump thought was going to be 10:30, the latest from Mike McDonald. Again, this is an exclusive interview Mike McDonald has before every Seahawks game, so typically a Friday, with Steve Rabel on 97.3 Cairo FM. This is about the challenges the Packers present.
They're a really good football team. I mean, I kind of a Bill Parcells-ism. You are what your record says you are. I mean, they've lost to the Lions twice. But other than that, I mean, they've pretty much been unblemished. But they're controlling the games offensively and through the running game, which they're able to create explosives with, and trying to they have a really fast, complementary receiver skill group that can get down the field in a hurry, and a quarterback with the arm talent to match it. So that's a formidable opponent in that regard. And then defensively, that's the way to describe it as kind of an aggressive, opportunistic group that does a great job of attacking the ball, and they're really good in situations, especially third down. So we have to do our best to stay ahead of schedule and really control the clock on our terms on Sunday.
Couple things to break down here. He's looking at all their strengths, points out that they've lost to the Lions twice. That also included a loss 34-31 where the Lions won in the final seconds thanks to a field goal. They played Detroit close because they opened things up in the second half.
Yeah, they have a defense that does a good job of just flying to the football. Like, they play with a tempo that sticks out on film when you watch it. If you try to get outside, you try to set the edges in the running game, I think that's where they're their best, because those defensive linemen are good at stepping through those gaps and kind of slanting towards them. I think if you want to be successful against this defensive line, you got to beat them head up. Mm-hmm. Trying to get outside and let those guys go east or west, I think, is where they shine. You got quick hands, quick first steps to get to the backfield. You got to double. You got to look at Olu, and you have to look at Lincoln, and you have to look at Laumea. Those guys are going to be huge. And obviously the interior of the offensive line has struggled all year. It's going to be big, but especially against these guys. I don't expect Grubb to try to set the edge with these guys too much.
Yeah.
Because also when you set the edge, you get outside. The safeties do a good job of flying downhill. He says they're great in third down situations. Guess who's not that great in third down situation when it comes to down and distance? The Seahawks. Average down and distance is like 7.5 to 8 yards per third down. So you have to get going. I know it sounds cliche, but first down is going to be crucial. If you can establish the run, especially on first down when most people expect you to run the football, that's going to open things up. But east to west is where they're at their best. You got to get downhill.
Let's talk about their offense. Let's talk about scoring. Here's what Mike McDonald had to say.
Well, we have to do a great job of preparing throughout the week. This is an offense that we haven't seen our staff yet, and that's okay. I mean, they haven't seen us either. So you're kind of just working from scratch at the beginning of the week, but that happens all the time. What I meant by that was, like, he does a great job of accentuating. He's built this offense around his players. So you could tell it has concepts that everyone throughout the league might, marry or, complement one another, but it's really built. You could tell, like, hey, it's built with their roster in mind, quarterback, offensive line, running back, the receivers. So this is a unique operation that we're trying our best to prepare for. We'll be ready for on Sunday.
Now, I know some of this, when I talk about scoring, is going to be defensive plays, defensive takeaways, maybe some special team scores. But overall, the team itself, the Green Bay Packers, have scored 30 or more points in 6 games this year. They have 2 more games where they've scored 29. So let's just group them together and say that they've got 8 games where they've scored 29 or more points. Many of those have been against really good teams. 29 against the Eagles, 29 against the Vikings, Brian Flores' defense. Now, they ended up losing that game, but still, they've got 31 against the Detroit Lions, 38 against San Francisco. These are good teams. I know San Francisco's record doesn't reflect it, but hey, they walloped the Seahawks on Thursday night earlier this season. Bump, tell me what kind of challenge we're looking at here with the Packers offense.
Packers do a good job of making the defense communicate pre-snap. You're going to see a lot of motion. And when they motion, a lot of guys motion to identify what the defense is in, and they motion and they set up, and then the quarterback diagnosis and all that good stuff. they're going to snap the ball a lot of the times with their guy in motion. So not only are they making the defense communicate, they're making them communicate and react while things are still moving instead of being stationary. Something we see from the Rams a lot, something we see from the Lions. I watched the Lions versus Packers game, and the Lions do some of the same stuff. They stretch the football field with their speed. They got a guy who runs a 4.45 in Jaden Reed. Christian Watson ran a 4.36, and you have Romeo Dobbs who ran a 4.4 as well. There's some guys who are fast when it comes to 40 time, and some guys who play football fast. This wide receiver group plays football fast, and they are going to get in that bunch formation. They're going to run the deep cross, run the seam, run the go, try to stretch you out that way, and then run a deep cross across the middle of the field. They expand the football field. They make your linebackers have to drop into coverage and play the pass. So I'm looking to see how Ernest Jones and Tyrese Knight look doing that. They do a lot of good things, man. It reminds me a lot. Remember that there's a play where it was third down. I don't know if you remember that. A lot of football, right? Third down at home against the Rams, and Cooper Kupp goes in motion. He has two receivers to the right of him. When he snaps the football, he's coming from left to right, and then he just gets wide. He gets wide enough to where he goes outside the corner, and then there's a seam inside holding the safety, and just puts that corner in a bind, right? He knows if I stretch out too wide, that seam's going to be good. If I stay with the seam, that goal's going to be good. They end up throwing the back shoulder to the go. They do a lot of that in their offense.
If Geno shows up, says the 206, and the offensive line plays really good, then the Seahawks win. And maybe we end up seeing an offensive line performance like we did against the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, this is an offensive line that's been mostly struggling, but has really tightened up over the last 2 games, only allowing 5 pressures last week. Mike McDonald had plenty to say about Geno, about the offense. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I thought Geno played really well. He played smart. He played decisive. Our offensive line blocked great, but in order to not take sacks, you got to throw it too, to the right people. So sometimes it's making decisions of throwing it away, and things of that nature. So he's got a really great command about what we're trying to do on offense on a play in, play out basis, and we got a lot of trust in him. And he's just playing at a high level right now. So we're excited about him, and he's leading the charge for the rest of the team of the urgency that we need going into this week and finishing out the season.
I'm going to combine this quickly with some Ryan Grubb sound on finishing blocks.
I thought we've improved all year at that, and it's really catching on when some of your best guys are, you see DK blocking down the field on extended runs or throws where other guys are catching the football. It takes on a whole new demeanor. It's not just about offensive linemen finishing, it's about everybody. So it certainly has been a leadership process.
All right, Mike McDonald saying Geno has real command of the offense, a lot of urgency, and Ryan Grubb saying, in addition, we've seen really good blocking, everyone finishing blocks, everyone working together here. Bump, let's talk about the offense in Seattle, what Seattle's working with. I hope that we see the best version. What does the best version actually look like?
I don't think we've seen it yet.
Really?
I don't think so. I think we've seen the best version of the run game. Obviously, last week with Zach Charbonnet doing this thing, that offensive line looking great. I think we've seen the best version when it comes to the pass game. I want to say, I'm trying to go back, maybe against the Falcons, right? Best version of the pass game. Geno goes 18-28, 12-7, 2 touchdowns. Maybe that's not even the best version of it. I'm trying to find, again, I feel like there was
New England, they had DK and JSN took off because they couldn't run the ball at all.
Yeah, so 320.
They couldn't run.
320. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you. 33 for 44, 327 yards and 1 touchdown. You got a receiver with 129 in DK and a receiver JSN with 12 catches for 117. We haven't seen the run game and the pass game really marry up. I think last week was good. Geno takes care of the football, throws for over 200 yards, 1 touchdown. He's good to go. The run game gets going. Maybe that is the best version.
Yeah.
All right, do we expect Geno to throw for 300 and also run for 100? That would be nice, but I don't think the best version of the Seahawks is when Geno has to throw the ball more than 30, 35 times. When Geno's around 25 attempts and that run game is going over 100, I don't think it matters what his numbers really look like as far as total yards passing the football. I think it's not turning the football over and throwing at least 1 touchdown if you can get production out of the run game as well. So maybe we saw almost as good as it gets with this offense when it comes to the balance. He threw it, 31 times, you ran it 30 times or something like that. So I still think that there's something to be unlocked because I think that the best version of the Seahawks is when you have 2 receivers who are going off, when you have a running back that leads the charge and a number 2 running back who's a threat while the defense is playing great. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
Maybe we see it this week.
What to you is the single biggest challenge and the single biggest opportunity?
Biggest challenge is going to be running the football. Is run the football against this defense. They are good. Defensive line is good. Safeties come up and they make a lot of plays in the open field, especially when you try to get outside east or west. The biggest opportunity, I honestly think it is throwing the football. I think that these receivers are going to see some more man than they're used to seeing, and I think they're good enough to get open. I'm interested to see how they use DK, because when you get that man look, you get those man coverages, that's when you're able to throw the football down the field. That's when DK can just get outside, go, throw his hand up like Randy Moss used to do, and you toss it to him. That's where JSN is going to be good going across the field. He's great at the top of his route, giving some type of movement to create some space, and then I love the way Tyler Lockett works underneath all of that. So I think there's going to be opportunity there.
I think the biggest challenge, I'm looking at the other side, but I'm sticking in the same vein with both of these topics. Biggest challenge, stopping Josh Jacobs. Yeah. I didn't realize, it's like it dawned on me late that they allowed 90 rushing yards from James Conner. Mm-hmm. Didn't feel like it.
It didn't.
And granted, the first time they shut James Conner down, absolutely shut him down. He was wildly
like
ineffective.
9 yards, something like that?
Something crazy like that with like something. Mina Kimes had the stat where it was like all but 2 of his carries were not successful runs, meaning you didn't gain any of the yardage that would have been productive yardage. But I look at 2 of his worst games, Josh Jacobs. I see him going against a Tennessee defense that played them really, really well and is, as you've noted, is better than Tennessee's record. Mm-hmm. And I see them going against a really good Lions defense that just managed to kind of shut him down. In other games where you've seen lower rushing yardage, he's still effective as a pass catcher. Like, he has been so effective and so central to their success this year that I look back at Seattle's last defensive performance and I go, ooh, like, I know some of this is, not garbage time, but like late game yardage. We talked about the fourth quarter defense, how they were kind of letting up a little bit, but James Conner was pretty close to 100 yards, and it didn't even feel like it. So I'm a little nervous about Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Jacobs is clearly a better back than James Conner. No disrespect to Conner. He can ball too. But Josh Jacobs is a running back who can make something out of nothing. When you look at the best running backs in the game, those are the guys that make a negative run a positive. Even if it could be a TFL, they end up getting 3 or 4 yards. And they also have the home run ability. I look at James Conner, good running back. He's not, in my opinion, he doesn't have the 60-yard touchdown type of speed and ability. Josh Jacobs does. He's great in the backfield, and also a thing I like about the good running backs, something that Derrick Henry isn't the greatest at, is just when you get the football in the backfield and someone's there that first move. Like, D. Henry is good once he gets going downhill. If you can get in his face as soon as he touches the football, that's where you lock him down. Josh Jacobs is not that guy. If you're in his face, he can make you move or make you miss and turn something out of nothing.
I worry about where Seattle's defense in limiting points meets a high-scoring team. Green Bay has scored fewer than 20 points only twice this season, only twice. And once was against the Detroit Lions. And I look at them like dropping almost 30 on Brian Flores' Vikings defense, which I think this year overall, if you're looking at the total grade, has been better than Seattle's. Now, Seattle's playing like a top 5 defense. They're playing like one of the best defenses for 5 weeks. But like dropping almost 30 on the Vikings, dropping, 31 on Detroit. Like, these are good defenses.
Yeah, they are. And that's why this is going to be a battle.
Yeah.
That's why we should be nervous going into this game. I see matchups and situations where I feel like the Seahawks can win the game. And that's what I was talking to Moyer last night. He goes, they're going to win the game. And I told him, I think they can win the game. I'm not going into this game thinking 100% they got this. I don't feel the same way about this game, the same way I felt about the Broncos early in the season or even the Cardinals. The second time around, I knew they were going to win that ball game. This one, this is where you figure out who your team is and how they perform in these situations. This is the first primetime game for Mike McDonald and these guys.
It's a Football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Bills and Lions meet on Sunday in a battle between maybe the two best teams in football. What's the real headline?
Meanwhile, the Jets and Jags are meeting in a battle we're calling a dumpster fire on turf. I think both games will be fun. Ooh, yucky. Don't like that one as much.
I said this the first time around. I'll say it again. The Lions and the Bills getting into our game is like watching two big 6'4", 250-pound guys fight at the bar. It feels dangerous. You know it's dangerous.
Get out of the way.
Somebody's going to get hurt. And now I'm looking at the Lions game. It's like two little Stacys who's never been in a fight before.
Hey.
Just slapping each other like, you stop. And you walk in the middle like, ladies, come on, man. Let's go to your side. Let's have a good night. Why y'all tripping?
Yeah.
That's the way I see this thing. But you know what is true about both these games and both those situations with the big guys and little gals? I'm going to watch because I'm interested. I'm going to watch. How's this going to end up?
I think if I was in a fight, I would try a punch. I don't know how it would land, and I don't know where to put my thumb. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things.
Don't put your thumb underneath your fingers.
My nails
please.
are too long. I don't want to get in a fight,
Just slap
and
them.
I don't know that the Jets and Jags do either. But I'm definitely going to be watching these games because obviously we have Sunday night, so we get to watch all of these games. Jets and Jags, though, yeah, God, that's not at the top of the list. Bills and Lions, I do hope is a Super Bowl preview. Both of these franchises looking for their first Super Bowl ever.
That's crazy. What Bills? What lost four straight in the 90s?
Mm-hmm. And then obviously Lions have never been.
They never been. Don't know what it's like.
I mean, shoot, they got to the NFC Championship game for the first time in 30 years.
You know what the Lions going to the Super Bowl is going to be like the first time I went to Ascend restaurant. I'm like, this is nice.
You're gonna
this
be
steak
Nishan.
is good. Like, man, I should have wore something else, man. What's going on here?
Oh man, I would just love that. I mean, and look, maybe there's a world where it ends up being two teams we don't want to see. I don't know that there's an AFC team I objectively don't. I know some people have Chiefs fatigue. I would just be like, well, let's see if they do it. I'm interested.
Like the underdog matchup would be the Vikings against who's eligible? The Steelers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's what makes me mad all over again about Comeback Player of the Year being what it is now. I've talked about that like 4 times this week.
You're passionate about it.
I'm sorry. You are too.
Yeah, I am. I'm with you.
It's so annoying.
I'm standing behind you. Remember that GIF I sent you where Nicki Minaj is like talking to and 2 Chainz in the bag just doing all this crazy stuff? Yeah,
that's me complaining about Comeback Player of the Year, and you're just
Yeah, exactly.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Bill Belichick's North Carolina contract will drop his buyout down from $10 million to just $1 million if he leaves the school after June 1st, 2025. What's the real headline?
Yeah, guys, I think Bill might actually want to coach in the NFL again. Bill, we don't believe you that you're done with the league. Interesting little aspect to your contract here.
This North Carolina thing is plan B. He's still going to be talking to GMs and owners and all that good stuff. And he should. He should leave everything on the table until he has to make a decision. But what's going to be tough is the recruiting process now. He's going to go across the country, try to recruit as the head coach of North Carolina. And now that this information is out, these young guys are going to be like, well, what if you're not here? What if you get an offer? And how is he going to play this? That just gives for more confusion and more questioning that he doesn't like. I don't know if you know this, Bill don't like answering questions. So he's going to sit there at Grandma Love's house and sit on the couch. I remember when I got recruited by all these schools, they come over to my house. My grandmother and my mom were there, and they would just pepper them with questions. Bill ain't going to be for that. And they're going to ask him about, what are your plans? Are you really going to stay there? And he's going to lose out on guys because he's not staying. Unless he cuts them a heck of an NIL deal, then they'll stay regardless.
I think that there has been a lot of complaining, understandably in many cases, that college football is becoming way more transactional, more of a business, but I don't think it's gotten to the degree that maybe Bill's hoping it has. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there's still much more emotion, and I think there is still a lot of loyalty in college football. And ultimately, you're working with 18, 19, 20-year-olds whose parents are going to be much more involved than players in the NFL. Like, I know that we read that Seth Wickersham article where he was saying, college football now is exactly what Bill thought the NFL used to be. I don't think so. I don't think we're there.
Nah, you're negotiating. There's no negotiating, at least initially, when it comes to guys getting drafted. You might hold out and want more guaranteed money, but contracts are set. You know what you're going to get. It's different in college.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the 11-2 Eagles host the 10-3 Steelers on Sunday amid a week of drama between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. What's the real headline?
You mean for once the Steelers aren't the team with the wide receiver drama?
I mean, it's really just been one receiver with the Steelers, right? Antonio Brown has been causing all that drama. George Pickens had a little bit.
George Pickens had some. Juju was controversial for the TikTok videos. Right. Curtis, I'm totally blanking on another key receiver. Who am I blanking on?
Oh, yeah, Chase Claypool is kind of weird. Deontay Johnson.
They've always had some kind of weird receiver story.
Right. They develop
Deontay
receivers,
Johnson.
too. He said that.
Or no, I'm thinking of no, he's now with
Panthers.
Panthers to Baltimore.
Ravens,
yeah.
Oh yeah, he said I'm not playing.
Well, he got suspended. He's already been suspended in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I'm thinking of a Steelers wide receiver that I'm blanking on.
Plaxico. Plaxico Burrs.
No.
His trouble came in New York, though.
Yeah.
They've had some good receivers over there, man. But
New York?
You know, in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got Hines Ward, Randall L. Yeah,
do
they
you
got some
believe
guys.
in the Steelers?
Do I believe in them? I do. I do believe in them. But I also feel like it's like when I watch my 12-year-olds play. There's a kid on the court who can get it done, but you're like, but in a year or so, you're probably not going to be that good. That's kind of the way I look at the Pittsburgh Steelers is you look good right now, but when stuff gets real in the playoffs, I don't know if you have it in you to win the big one. And that's been the knock on Tomlin, right? What, 2014? When's the last time he won a Super Bowl? 2014? 2016 is the last time they went to the playoffs.
Steelers over the Cardinals. Whenever that Cardinals one was.
09.
Oh, my. So 2016 is the last time they won a playoff game, though, correct?
Steelers?
Yeah.
Really?
It's been a while since they've won a playoff game.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
So that's the way I look at them. I go, you have enough, but I need to see you in a fight before I can say, all right, I got you.
All right, taking a look around the NFL. Odell Beckham Jr. suddenly available to sign, but should the Seahawks add him? Also, Raheem Morris, head coach of the Falcons, asked whether he'd switch from Kirk Cousins to Michael Penix Jr. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
He is Mark Schlereth.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
Obviously, Green Bay is going to be tough. You get to play them at home. I think Minnesota just keeps winning, but I think they're beatable. I think it really comes down. I think the Rams are capable of winning out, and I think it comes down to the Rams in Seattle in that last game. And if Seattle, beats them, they go. And if the Rams can beat Seattle, then they go.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Innovation is at the heart of every Polestar car, and their electric SUV Polestar 3 is no different. From the intuitive infotainment system to its head-turning design, Polestar 3 is for drivers unwilling to compromise. That means merging a spacious, luxurious interior with the torque and handling of a sports car. Visit Polestar Bellevue today for end-of-year lease offers and book a test drive for Polestar 3 at polestarbellevue.com.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Some said a life-threatening brain tumor would dim Aisley's spark. But this future pop star is back to full sparkle, and she's ready for her big encore. Through research, compassionate care, and support from people like you, Seattle Children's is fighting for lasting cures. So for every kid that didn't have a chance, this relentless fight is for you. Because this isn't about beating the odds, it's about changing them for all kidkind. Hope, care, cure. Seattle Children's.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's! 'Tis the season to be bold.
Gino's going to throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks! JSN with the touchdown.
to rep your team.
The stands are rocking right now.
Your style, your way. This is the Pro Shop. Shop official Seahawks gear now at Seahawks.com/Pro Shop.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Packers have not won a game in Seattle since 2008, losing 4 straight since the Fail Mary game in 2012. This will be Packers head coach Matt LaFleur's first time in Seattle as Green Bay's head coach, but he has been here in his other NFL coaching roles. And he says it's not a fun place to play.
We're looking no further than what we have in front of us. Obviously a team, I think they've won, 4 in a row. Going to Seattle is always a chore. I mean, that is a tough place to play. I think they got a lot of talented players. I think Mike's done a great job of just, they're playing good football and really in every phase. So it's gonna be a great challenge for us.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Storms can be overwhelming, but you're not alone. We're here 24/7 to secure your home and give you peace of mind. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. From your roof to your siding, windows, and deck, we'll handle it with care and get your home back to better, quickly and safely. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. We're here for you when it matters most. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with my friends at Snoqualmie Casino. And if you don't want to cook or clean on Christmas, I'm sure you're not alone. Who does? Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel has got you covered. How does this sound? Mouth-watering Christmas Day menu at Falls Buffet with savory roasts, the delightful sides, and then decadent desserts as well. They're also serving up prime rib with all the fixings. You want more details? Go to snocasino.com for the full menu. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast. So fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL, we are going to start with news. The Dolphins are releasing Odell Beckham Jr. He will be subject to waivers, but can sign with any team if he goes unclaimed. Per ESPN, this release was mutual. Beckham had missed practices this week for, quote, personal reasons. It doesn't sound like it's taken off for him and the Miami Dolphins. And the Dolphins are in a weird place where they're just kind of fighting to barely meet expectations and falling short. So it's not like they needed to keep Odell for a hope at the Super Bowl. They don't really have one.
No, it allows him to help a team.
Sure.
He's a guy that can go to a contender and maybe get hot in the playoffs or the second half of the season, and maybe some mentorship. I had someone text in and was like, "Oh, we don't want that attitude." I haven't heard anything bad about Odell Beckham in Miami. It's been all good. 9 catches for 55 yards. Just isn't going to cut it. Now, he's getting older. He needs to understand that he would be a 3rd or 4th option.
Yeah.
And, there's no reason to try to force this thing. Miami season isn't going anywhere. They're not going to make the playoffs. Just move on.
We are not going to get back to, or we may not get back to 4-down territory later. So I'll go with one of your questions. How do you feel about Odell potentially being with the Seahawks?
That was one of my suggestions. Bring him over here to the Seahawks, man. Like, you're not getting a lot of production out of your number 4 receiver anyway, and he would just be another good option. All you need are 1 or 2 good games from him. Maybe a big play in the playoffs. Maybe a big play during this push to get in the playoffs. I like the idea of it. I doubt he comes here.
No.
But, we can dream.
206.
I can dream at least.
206 said Odell washed, but you're paying for washed. You're not paying for prime Odell.
You're going to get, if you claim him right now,
minimum.
$500,000. If you pick him up now, you have to finish his contract over with Miami. Veteran minimum is like $1.2 million. You have $8 million in cap space. You can get out of Odell Beckham what you're getting out of your 4th receiver right now, which is who? Bobo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you see a team like the Chiefs being interested?
The Chiefs?
I'm trying to think of a wide receiver, needy playoff team that would be like, shoot, let's just do it.
Chiefs, Pittsburgh.
Bills?
Bills,
They've
maybe.
been dealing with an injury to Keon Coleman off and on.
Yeah. The thing is, if I'm Odell Beckham, I don't want to go anywhere where it's cold. Yeah.
Fair. In his Friday press conference, Kyle Shanahan told reporters the 49ers, no surprise here, are moving on from Devondre Campbell, but they're still working on the semantics of how they're going to do it. Again, this is from Ian Rappaport. Suspension is an option, as is release. So they're still working out, like, how do we want to do this?
They haven't gotten rid of him yet. Is what you said, or you said they did get rid of him?
They're planning on getting
They're planning on getting rid of him. Sorry.
Yeah,
they're getting rid of Devondre Campbell.
You cannot do what you did, refuse to go in, and walk back in that locker room and look anybody in the eyes. No one's rocking with you. The practice squad guys are looking at you like, what are you doing? Stop being selfish. You have to get rid of him. It'd be bad for your team chemistry.
Yeah, so they're figuring out, like, do we suspend him and then, like, maybe he'll quit? Do we, like, release him? Like, I think what they're probably working out is the contract stuff behind the scenes. Like, how do we save the most money from moving on from this person? Like, how can we void parts of his contract, or, like, what can we do here? But, yeah, he's gone in San Francisco is the update here. And no wonder. Like, you got to send a message to the rest of your team that no one person is bigger than the team. And someone texted in earlier, like, hey, what about when Percy Harvin refused to go into a game against the Cowboys? Fair question.
Yeah.
And I just thought, like, the better the player, the younger the player, the more expensive the investment, the more strikes you get. But there is always a limit.
There's
a team
a limit.
always has a limit.
Listen, you saw what happened to Anthony Richardson. He tapped out. He had to sit down. He's a young man. He's a quarterback. It's different. But you quit on your team, ain't nobody rocking with you.
Well, speaking of the Chiefs potentially getting Odell, this isn't a report that they were. I just threw it out there. There is a real report about the potential return of another wide receiver, though. Kansas City has opened Hollywood Brown's practice window. He's been on the IR since August. Do you guys remember how Hollywood Brown was on the Chiefs? Remember?
I forgot.
I did too. Well,
he was, he got in trouble, right? Before the season started.
That was Rashee Rice.
Oh, Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
Who was also on the Chiefs.
Hollywood Brown has been dealing with, I think he had a broken collarbone or shoulder. He had an injury that they were at first optimistic about, and then they were like, no, he can't do it.
That collarbone, man. I've broken my collarbone before.
Ugh.
Nothing nice. But, forgot about him. Of course the Chiefs get better at the right time of the year.
I actually was listening to, I think it was the Ringer NFL show, and they were kind of breaking down, like, there was a time earlier this year to beat the Chiefs, but it's not now because they're improving. And unfortunately, they're going to head into the playoffs hot. All right, let's go down to the NFC South. The Atlanta Falcons. Raheem Morris asked about the decision of sticking with Cousins over rookie Michael Penix Jr.
I don't want to be like some organizations who make harsh decisions or critical decisions on your critical decision makers when they fail you or they make their mistakes. But I just feel like it's our job and my job to back him at the highest level of certainty to get him to get out there and play better. And this has nothing to do with non-belief about backup or anything like that. But he is a rookie, and we do have a plan. And we have had a plan from the beginning on how we want to utilize and be able to play our rookie when it's time. And for me, it's the ultimate encouragement and backing from our building and from our State of the Union to go out there and support him. So, like, to say benching doesn't cross your mind, you always got to consider those things if you feel like it's something that's irreplaceable or something that's irreparable or whatever the case may be. But I don't feel that way. I feel like he's going to come out of this thing and he's going to go on a run here and get us to do the things that we need to do.
You know what I bet Raheem Morris wishes he could say, Bump? We just played the Broncos, the Chargers, who are a pretty good team, and the Vikings, who are a great defense. We're about to face three of the worst teams in football with the Raiders, the Giants, the Panthers. Why don't you see what Kurt can do?
Yeah.
I bet that's what he wished he could say.
Let's go with a veteran who has won some games in the regular season.
Yes.
You've already played the Panthers. You beat them. Yeah, you don't put in a rookie. I don't see any time this year where Michael Penix should be inserted into that lineup. At one point, they were a hot team at 6-2. You lose some ball games. You're trying to figure some things out, but you're absolutely right. Mm-hmm. You're playing the worst team in football, one of the worst teams in the Raiders, the Giants. The Commanders should be tough, and then the Panthers. No, you let the veteran vet. You let him go out there and win some ball games for you.
Let the veteran vet. Right now, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers who are in first place. The Atlanta Falcons are one game behind them, so you never know how the season's going to shake out. The Atlanta Falcons probably feel like if they do some damage against these really, really struggling teams, then they can go somewhere. Like, I'm sure that they feel like we could win all four of these games.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing the Commanders in there, so it's going to be hard. But
if they win all four, they're 10-7.
I would bet that's how he's looking at it, but he can't say that because it's unprofessional.
He should just be like, look, man, we're playing garbage teams coming up. I'm going to let my veteran do his thing. Let the vet.
Last story here. Randy Moss tweeted that he'll be giving an update on his health condition later today during an Instagram Live at 2 p.m. He said, howdy, Earthlings. Friday the 13th, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. I'll be going live on my IG for all my fans and prayer warriors.
Man, that's it's unfortunate when anyone gets sick, but especially someone that has affected the game the way that he has. You got mossed. Like, he has his own saying in football that will last forever, man. Yes. So I hope he gets better, and anyone else dealing with some type of issue.
All right, taking your calls coming up at 1. Don't go anywhere.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
All right, what do we make, Brock, of these Pro Football Focus grades?
Every day at 7:45.
I mean, Jackson just continues every single week to be off the chart. So an 84 grade again. I mean, best in the league? No. Best on this team? Stacking those kind of games, grade-wise, week after week after week after week? Yeah, he's starting to make that argument. And then defensively, man, Jaron Reed, an 84 grade as a D tackle.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I mean, I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and having to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
People buy what they believe in. Truth be told, with the brands that we sell here, with the exception of Genesis, our luxury brand, every franchise has multiple competitors in a nearby proximity. We have the benefit of the Lee Johnson reputation of doing the right thing and treating people right, giving people a comfortable and a safe place to do business. Then you have the salespeople, the individual people that you're going to meet. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I've told people, hey, honestly, everybody makes a good car. But once you get down to it, it's going to be about who you're buying into. As much as you're selling the car, you're selling yourself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or, if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
On behalf of Cairo News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical. Your donations will help provide holiday gifts for year-long support for the more than 5,000 children in youth and foster care statewide. Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays. The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Some said a life-threatening brain tumor would dim Aisley's spark. But this future pop star is back to full sparkle, and she's ready for her big encore. Through research, compassionate care, and support from people like you, Seattle Children's is fighting for lasting cures. So for every kid that didn't have a chance, this relentless fight is for you. Because this isn't about beating the odds, it's about changing them for all kidkind. Hope, care, cure. Seattle Children's.
Come out of the drizzle and into the sizzle at Teatro Zinzani's new show, now playing through March 31st at Emerald City Trapeze Arts, home of Cirque, live music, comedy, and gourmet food and drink. Tickets at zinzani.com. Reserve your seats now at zinzani.com/Seattle. Every ticket includes a 4-course meal, ticket to the show, and great memories. So get out of the drizzle and into the sizzle this holiday season at Teatro Zinzani.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, coming up in less than 15 minutes, we're opening up phone lines. I'm going to spoil your caller question so you have time to think about it. And it's super, super easy. We're going to have a very, very fun, festive Friday. Festive not because it's the holidays, because it's Bump's birthday. So you are going to call in. Bump's going to give you one of his birthday wishes. He's got a lot to give out.
39 of them, actually.
39 of those wishes. So you guys are going to be able to take one of Bump's birthday wishes. That's very kind, Bump. Thank you.
Got you.
And you are going to use one of those wishes to tell us what you wish for the Seahawks in Sunday Night Football. The only rule is that you cannot say, I wish for a win, unless you're like 5 years old. You know, I'm not going to chastise it.
If
like,
you're 5 years old, go to school.
Yeah, you should be in school. Okay, we're in the middle of the day.
Doing?
You know, frankly, you should be at work. But you can also leave your job to call us. I think that's also nice in its dedication.
I always like when people call from a work phone because I see on the caller ID it'll be like
Costco.
Costco.
Okay, so you are going to call in with your Sunday night wish for the Seahawks. Maybe it's a certain touchdown for your favorite player. Maybe it's something you haven't seen before in a game that you're dying to see, and it'll make you feel more confident for the Seahawks in the playoffs. Whatever it is, your Sunday night wish for the Seahawks, courtesy of Bump's birthday. Speaking of Bump's birthday, we were thinking about, getting older. Sometimes you do things where you go, dang, it really did hit me. Like, I am washed. Yeah. I am old. And all of us, no matter your age, this is what's so fun about this, all of us have things where that kind of hits you at different levels. So my question for all of us, and feel free to chime in on the text line, the oldest, most washed thing you've done recently, like a moment where you stopped and you said, I have become my father, like whatever it is, the oldest, most washed thing you have done this week, this month, recently, whatever it is, Bump.
Oh, man.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. 39. Still fine. That's what my wife tells me.
Oh.
Oldest, most washed thing I did. This is almost embarrassing. But you know what? I told a story about my wife, so I'll tell a story about myself.
Okay.
I was laying in bed. I farted in my sleep. And I woke up and I was scared. I'm like, oh, what is that? I scared myself awake by farting. She goes, you are getting old. I go, I am. I startled myself. And I looked at her like, what was that? You did that? Like, what was that?
Like, what,
no.
Did you hear that? Did someone breaking in?
It was you. I also did it at my son's soccer game. I fell asleep in between games underneath the tree. We're sitting there, and there's some parents next to us too. And I did it, and she woke up. I did. She looked at me, started shaking her head.
No, she's like, you're embarrassing our family. Oh God, the 206. Whenever I bend to pick something up, I always have to have one hand on my knee. I felt that. I felt that text.
Gotta get back in.
Someone said I immediately grabbed a garbage bag for wrapping paper when my daughter was opening gifts for her birthday.
I feel that's
I'm
dad duty.
That's just responsibility. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Forget your joy.
Yeah.
Put the trash in the bag.
Curtis.
My most washed, it happened just a couple hours ago.
Yeah.
Bump, you received that edible arrangement. And while that is the jewel of the gift, I am more enthralled by the thermal bag that it came in because that is hefty.
Washed.
That is something that you could reuse time and time again at the grocery store. You're gonna get a lot of uses out of that bag, Bump. Like I'm jealous of that more than anything that you've received.
I know what I'm
today.
getting you for your birthday.
A big thermal bag.
A thermal
to use at the
bag.
grocery store. Yeah.
That is so true, though. It's like seeing a reusable, but I could take that to QFC with me.
Yeah, that's gonna keep everything hot,
And
keep everything cold.
Yeah, somewhere the 25-year-old version of you is going, we used to party.
Yeah,
what
dude,
happened?
what the heck?
Matt.
This week, I had 2 very expensive packages stolen. One was new prescription glasses. The other was a bunch of Criterion movies. So someone is watching movies in crystal clear vision this week. Good on them. But in response, I have bought myself a ring cam, and I feel so washed for actually like setting it up and going through the steps. I am going to look out of the front door of my apartment every single break, every day at work.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Get the alerts.
Let's see. 425. I climbed over a 4-foot chain link fence, the really short ones. And when I landed, it felt like I jumped off a 3-story building. My knees, my back, my feet, and my heart were under serious stress. It sucks getting old. 206 says, I broke my finger putting on my socks.
What?
Ooh, wow. Ow.
Dang.
Ow. How?
Relax.
Calm down.
One sock at a time.
866-979-3776. I'm trying to think of, the thing is, I've done old.
I don't do anything old because I'm 22.
No, not true. I've done old things my whole life. I have been an old lady since literally I was born. I'm like Benjamin Button. So I'm trying to think of like it would be more shocking for my friends to know that I had like partied or done anything. But I don't know. I mean, Derek and I recently decided to go on walks after meals.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, we're doing
digest.
old couple things. Where we should go on walks after meals. Let's see if there's something else I did. I'm big into. I think I have become a Karen as I've gotten older. Like never like a let me speak to the manager moment. But remember I told you when we went to Big Al's in Boise and that the host came over and was like, thanks for stopping by the host stand and like threw his menus at us. I was so close. So close.
Sooner or later, you're going to have the Karen Bob haircut.
where it's real short in the back, and the highlights that are like the 3 streaks. I'm gonna put on the wig and be like, "Excuse me, I need to go do something." I'm in character right now. Let's see. Someone said
I dislocated my shoulder putting my pants on. Goodness gracious.
Someone said I started making involuntary weird noises when I go from kneeling to standing.
Oh yeah, all day.
Yep. Let's see. I lean into rooms where overhead light is on, but needed to ask my kids, are you using this? I'm making sure. I haven't gotten to that degree yet of like, who left this light on? Who left this? Who left this light on? Let's see. I make grunting noises when I tie my shoes.
360 said started hoarding empty boxes, and not just because it's the holidays.
Yeah.
You always need an empty box.
Oh,
what if you got to ship something?
That's probably the oldest thing that I do is like get an Amazon package and think, I can use this box for something. Just saving.
And then you have a million boxes already.
Yeah, the idea of just saving whatever it is.
When I drive through a neighborhood, if I see a nice lawn, I'm slowing down and admiring it. Man, look at that lawn.
Yo, that's
Lines
it right there.
Are tight. Man, gardener, and if they're outside, I'm saying something like, lawn looks great. I'm letting them know you're doing a good job with that lawn.
That's definitely what it is. It's those things of like, suddenly I'm appreciating that. Oh, these people just redid their patio, huh? That looks nice. Hands on your hips. You're like, how'd my hands get on my hips? It just happened involuntarily. All right, now you guys are calling in. The call-in number is 866-979-3776. It's Bump's birthday. We've been making fun of him for getting older for about 10 minutes here, and ourselves. But what we're doing instead is this. Since it's Bump's birthday, he's going to give us all one of his wishes, and we are going to use it on the Seattle Seahawks. So what's your Sunday Night Football wish for the Seahawks? 866-979-3776. Call now, 866-979-3776.
Has a first down, then some. Touchdown! Seahawks!
Sunday Night Football.
49 yards to Pater. His second touchdown of the game.
The Seahawks are set to play their biggest game of the year under the primetime lights at Lumen Field.
For Kyler Murray's going to throw in the middle. It's intercepted. Jones. He's across the 20, tripped up and dropped at the 19-yard line.
Seahawks, Packers, kickoff at 5:20, pregame starting at 2 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
It's the holiday season and the perfect time to gift yourself with a new home for the new year. For a limited time, take advantage of incredible savings and incentives during D.R. Horton's It's Your Year savings event. Going on now through December 22nd. Your perfect home for every holiday season is waiting for you. To find yours, visit any of our participating D.R. Horton communities or visit us at drhorton.com and discover the D.R. Horton difference. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Guys, are you looking for affordable and guaranteed low T and ED treatments here in Seattle? Revive Men's Health Seattle has been offering innovative men's health since 2013. Our convenient low T and ED clinics and providers have over 10 years of experience and thousands of happy patients. If you're suffering from low T or ED, we have guaranteed solutions for you. Our solutions can provide immediate results, restore blood flow naturally, and even bring spontaneity back into your love life. And right now, Revive Seattle locations are offering free T-level checks and free exams. We can help you get stronger and improve your performance and even get better sleep. Plus, if you're an unsatisfied patient of another men's clinic, we'll transfer your care for free. Book today, and your T-level check and exam will be free, saving you $199. Ask about our new patient specials and interest-free financing. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks needed a 49ers win Thursday night, but they didn't get it. Good news is Seattle still controls its own destiny. Just keep winning, and you're the division champ. Bad news is the Rams narrowed Seattle's lead to a half game. Congratulations to Colorado's Travis Hunter. Hunter, perhaps the best two-way player in college football, was the winner of both the Bednarik and Biletnikoff Awards yesterday, given to the country's best defensive player and best wide receiver.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. It's a Football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You are calling in now for your wish for the Seahawks for Sunday Night Football. 866-979-3776. Again, that number, 866-979-3776.
Hey, do you remember a Marion song? If I had one wish.
If I had one wish, we would be best friends.
Sounds just like that.
Sunday Night Football fans.
Ooh.
Watching the Seahawks win.
Bars.
Anyways, it's Bump's birthday, so he's giving out birthday wishes. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. So each of you get to use one of Bump's birthday wishes and make your wish for the Seahawks. There is one catch. You cannot only wish for a Seahawks win. It's what we all want. We don't want to waste those wishes. So instead, let's wish for something special.
Did I say Omarion?
Yeah, who is it?
Ray J. Tripping.
Oh, but see, Ray J, we got to cancel him.
Revoked.
Yeah, dang.
Goodness gracious.
Dang.
I'll get it back.
I don't know that you will. If you call and the line is busy, which it might be now, I will let you guys know when we've got some open lines so you aren't just calling back in and calling in again. So don't worry, just hang tight. All right, let's go to Bob Dog. Bob Dog's calling from Kenmore, and he is using one of Bump's birthday wishes. Bob, what is your wish for the Seahawks?
Dude, I can't believe I'm the number one caller, man. That's awesome. Hey, check it out. So the only fans worse than Green Bay fans are Raider fans. You know what I'm saying? So my wish is that anybody wearing Green Bay gear gets some kind of weird amnesia and they can't remember how to get to the stadium. Maybe they go to the Husky Stadium instead, and they're all sitting over there in the wrong place. I don't know, but I can't stand them people. I'm going to be there Sunday night. I don't want to see them. You know what I mean?
I hear you, Bob Dog. Have fun, man. Have fun at this game. Glad to hear you're going. And
we're going to kill them.
Bob Dog
we
says...
are. No doubt.
Well, what's your score prediction, Bob Dog?
No doubt.
Bob Dog?
Huh?
What's your score prediction?
I'd say 28-24.
That's not killing them, Bob Dog.
Well, I know, but I mean, they're going to come back in the fourth quarter and make it interesting, but it ain't going to be that interesting.
Okay, thanks for the call, Bob Dog. Can you imagine if that ends up happening,
problem.
though, exactly the
Go
way Bob Dog
Hawks,
said
woo!
it?
Bob Dog, I can see me and him sitting at a bar top and him telling me how to bet on horses. Like, that's the feeling I get from Bob Dog.
I like his energy. I like his prediction. And I like his wish, which is I'm so tired of seeing fans overrun Lumen Field. My
For
wish is that
real.
all the Packers fans go to the wrong
But
place.
that's the thing, though. Packers fans travel. They travel.
Yeah.
They will be there. I just don't want them to take over the lower bowl. Like, put them up in the 3 hundos with their back against the wall. You know what I mean?
Is there like a beer garden we can send them to somewhere?
Yeah.
They'll have fun. We got an open line, 866-979-3776. Let's go to Nolan in Snohomish. Nolan, you've got one of Bump's birthday wishes. So what are you wishing for the Seahawks?
Yeah, listen, I'm wishing for a huge game out of number 14. I'm talking like 10 catches, 150 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Everybody's forgotten about this guy.
I like it, Nolan. Has everyone? I know people haven't forgotten about DK, but Bump, you were talking about, man, I kind of want to see DK go off.
Yeah, we need that. I don't think people forgot about him. I think they're taking him for granted right now. You need DK to play like DK if you want to have a chance to make the playoffs. So, yes, JSN balling. I love it. I love to see it. I want to see more of it. But you need DK to do his thing as well.
All right, we got some open lines now. 866-979-3776. Your question is so simple. What is your wish? I was going to say your birthday wish. What is your wish for the Seahawks Sunday night? Let's go to Tom in Oak Harbor. Tom, what is your wish for the Seahawks on Sunday?
Hello, Bump and Stacy, the best in sports talk radio.
Oh, thanks, Tom.
Hey, my wish is to see the 12s being epically loud and gather around because I have the 411 on a secret weapon the Hawks are deploying to get the 12s fired up for the game.
What is it?
I know the Hawks organization is smart, but I didn't know they were this smart. We all know how the 12s can influence a game that's really close. And I know we've heard the whispers how the 12s aren't the 12s from the past or they're selling their tickets to the evil enemy. But this free 12s exclusive will guarantee a fired up 12s crowd. And it's not coming during the game like the flag raising. This is happening before the game, right next to Lumen Field in the event center at WAMU Theater at 2:30, where the Seahawks will unleash the secret weapon. What is it? It's none other than the best homegrown Washington State rock blues band playing for free to get the 12s pumped up. They are the Band of Eden, whose lead singer is Washington's own Savannah Woods, a top 20 contestant in the 2020 Voice season. Lead guitarist Aaron Hebert. You would think he's Jimmy Page if you had your eyes closed. And the heartbeat of the group is Jason Edwards and Ethan Gibbons on drums and bass. They play rock and blues. They have a great new song called Red Mary, and they have an old song called My Mistake, I believe a tribute to the Mariners fans, but I'm not sure about that.
Oh, God. All right. Well, Tom, you said that they're playing for free next door?
And happy birthday, Bump. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, Tom. All right. Tom says, I wish for the 12s to be extra loud.
For that band.
Yeah, for real.
He's
I
a
was like, all
promoter.
right, Tom.
He's the manager.
Let's go to Nelson in Kent. Nelson, what's your wish for the Seahawks Sunday night?
Man, that guy I was on edge. What is it? What is it?
Right? I was like, oh, my God, where's this going to go?
As you know, I'm your favorite listener and best caller. Happy birthday, Bump.
Thank you.
What I want, my wish, is going to be selfish and not about what I want for Bump. It's going to be about what I want for me. Obviously a win. I don't care how, a win. And we are going to win. And you know what? Watching the Niners last night and seeing people talk about the Rams and all this and that and how they're hot, the Rams looked like cheeks. And Matt Stafford threw 2 balls right at the Niners defenders. That shouldn't even have been a game. That was pathetic. So I'm never relying on the Niners again for nothing. That team can just whatever. You know how I feel about them. Seahawks are winning 28-20. Geno's throwing for 4 touchdowns. Yes, 4. Just listed right now that Ken Walker's doubtful, so he's probably not going to play. I don't care. Geno's throwing for 4, and he's throwing for 300. And the national media is going to start talking about the Seattle Seahawks as a real threat to the Detroit Lions because I'm telling you, they are. This defense, I'm starting to get confident. You don't want to give me confidence, boy. Don't give me confidence because I'll go put my rent money on the Seahawks plus doing it.
Don't put your rent money on them, Nelson.
Seahawks are winning. They're winning out. They're running the table. And, boy, happy birthday, Bump. I love you guys. I love this show so much.
Oh,
I love that you take calls. Can I say one thing on the Mariners real quick?
Nelson, no. Nelson, no. I'm sorry. Look, call back in next time. We've got more Mariners conversations coming. Please hang on to your take, whatever it is. I'm sure it's spicy. But I got so many callers to get to, and I don't want to get yelled at.
Nelson said, this is Bold Take Friday segment, right?
Yeah, Nelson, we love you. Thank you for calling in.
Thanks,
but
Nelson.
no, I got to get to like 1 million more people here. All right, let's go to Matt in Tacoma. Matt, what is your wish for the Seahawks Sunday?
Well, first, let me wish Bump a happy birthday.
Thank you.
Stacy, I want to wish you to wish Bump a happy birthday.
I'll decide if I want to. I don't know.
All right. No, but my wish for the game is I want to see the product of Grizzly Bear and a Hurricane having a baby. Leonard Williams just keep juggernauting through every line that he comes up against. That's my word.
Thanks for the call, Matt. Matt said, yeah, I want Big Cat to continue to absolutely wreak havoc on the Green Bay Packers. Didn't you have a 4 down looking at the Packers offensive line, or am I thinking about something else?
Defensive line. I don't think it was
offensive line.
Oh, yeah. Ryan. Last name Ryan.
Yeah.
Right guard.
There's some potential there.
Go get him.
I like that matchup. All right. Do we have one more open line? Oh, my God. Our calls are crazy. We might have one. 866-979-3776. You get one of Bump's birthday wishes for the Seattle Seahawks here. So what's it going to be? Scott in Birch Bay, what is your wish for Sunday night football?
Scott and Fred.
I want to see the Packers training staff be worn out, giving the Heimlich maneuver to every guy on their defense because they're getting the ball run down their throat all evening.
Oh, no.
I was wondering where he's going with that. Like, what they doing?
Where are we
Eating
going to
on
go?
the sideline?
I know Matt's finger is hovering over the dump button like, please, no one say anything bad. Don't say anything too crazy. So you want Green Bay's defense to just choke and get run all over?
I want the ball run down their throat.
Thanks for the call, Scott. Bump, tell me before we get to the next caller about the potential to run on Green Bay's defense. It's a pretty solid defense.
It's a very good run defense.
And as Nelson said, Ken Walker, doubtful.
Top 10 of the game. Look, you're going to get what you wanted. All you people who are saying Zach Charbonnet should be the guy from here on out, we're going to see. And I hope I'm not wishing bad on him at all. Of course not. I want to see him do his thing. But that run defense is pretty good over there with the Packers.
866-979-3776. What is your wish for the Seahawks Sunday night? Let's go to Robert calling from Issaquah. Robert, what's your wish for the Seahawks?
My Bumpus birthday wish is this, man. I've been rolling with it the whole time. Geno Smith, continue to play solid. I mean, that guy is – I remember calling your radio station confused a little bit, like, is Geno the guy? Are we going to do it? No? All right, yeah, he's the dude. Man, I am so happy. Yeah. And by the way, Bumpus, happy birthday, man. Way to go. You made it to the 40-plus club.
No, I'm not yet. Not yet. 39.
Not yet. Okay.
He's got one more year.
I'll claim it though. I've been claiming 40 for years.
I mean, you got a great year in your 30s. Thanks for the...
Yeah, but Geno Smith, everyone's got to really concentrate on what he is doing. You know, the mistakes that he makes, he overcomes it. He doesn't get rattled. He gathers the team around him, and they believe in the system that Mike McDonald is putting in the defense. Everything is going Geno, either DK, and then you got the new guy, Smith and Jigba.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I said his name right. That guy's a stud. You know, we're rolling. And I don't care if we lose this game because next year is going to be so damn promising, man. But I'm enjoying what we're doing right now, and I hope it continues. 5 in a row would be awesome. Happy birthday again, Bumpus.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Robert. Okay, you guys get a birthday wish, one of Bump's birthday wishes for the Seahawks on Sunday. The only rule is you can't only wish for a win because we all want to win, and I don't want you guys to waste these wishes. So why don't you use it on something special? Let's see what Shelton in Linwood has. Shelton, what's your Sunday wish for the Seahawks?
Oh, I just want some respect for the Seahawks. I want the nation to see this version of the Seattle Seahawks, this defense, Geno Smith, these receivers, and I want to see them just put a whooping on Green Bay. And I'm with you guys. I don't want to see Green Bay fans filling up the Lumen Field.
Get him out of here. All right, thanks for the call, Shelton. Shelton saying that his wish is not just that Sunday's a win, but that it's a coming out party for this team.
It would be for everyone else. I think for us, we understand the trajectory of this team, especially defensively. Offensively, they're doing some things too, running the football. I think we understand the direction they are headed, but it's time to introduce themselves to the nation.
What's your wish for the Seahawks on Sunday? 866-979-3776. I got some open lines, and you can call now. You should call now. 866-979-3776. I think this is one of the most fun prompts we've had because it's so you could go a number of ways. Yeah. My wish is that, let's say, Matt LaFleur tosses and loses a challenge. I just would like for that to happen. That's my wish. Maybe that's your wish.
My wish would be that the defense pitches a shutout.
Ooh.
Shutout.
Bump.
Let's go.
You're being reckless.
It's a wish. You close your eyes and you
true.
wish.
I guess it's your birthday. You could use like 5. Let's go to Gary calling from Federal Way. Gary, what's your Sunday wish for the Seahawks?
First of all, I want to wish Bump a happy birthday. And
thank you.
I used to be 39 once, believe it or not. But anyway, yeah, my wish is similar to another guy's, but I think it is different. I want to see DK recognized as the number one receiver, and I have nothing at all against Smith and Jigba. He's incredible. But I remember DK running down the length of a field to tackle a guy. I mean, the guy is a beast, and not only that, he's clutch. And, you know, the new kid comes in town, and again, I don't have anything against him, but the new kid comes in town. Everybody forgets about DK. DK is a beast, and I just think we don't want to forget that, and I want him to be recognized according to what he deserves, and that's my wish.
I hear you, Gary. Gary wants DK to be and look like the number one receiver against the Packers. Bump, if there is one knock I've heard about the Packers, who are a very good team, it's the defense can be a little inconsistent. They're not going to have Jair Alexander back, and the pass rush did not get the better of Jared Goff, who at one point was 10 for 10 in the Lions' win over Green Bay. Is there a chance for Geno to have a big day with DK as his primary target?
I think there is. If the offensive line can protect the way that they have protected, at least the last game, and give Geno some time. You hear, was it Grubb who says that Geno has full command of the offense. He understands where to go with the football. He's composed in the pocket. You're going to see some man coverage, which I mentioned several times in the past couple of days. And as a receiver, I love man coverage. This is when you get to really get into your bag and do what you got to do. And I love when you press. That's if they press DK Metcalf, I need Geno to walk up to the line of scrimmage, communicate with his offensive lineman, give Geno the nod, and say, up top, we are taking a shot.
And Kobe, as he throws it. All right, 866-979-3776. Call now. I have an open line. What is your Sunday wish for the Seahawks? Someone on the Mac and Jack's text line said, my Sunday wish is they change their minds about wearing action green.
Never.
That's a great Sunday wish.
It's gasoline.
It's wonderful.
I love the smell, but I shouldn't.
Absolutely horrible. Jason in Everett, what is your wish for the Seahawks Sunday night?
Hey, happy birthday, Bump.
Thank you.
My wish is for Charbonnet to have another great game. He's obviously not going to go off to like 150, 200. But if he can get close to that 100-yard mark and we get our version of Sonic and Knuckles started here in Seattle,
let's go.
Maybe like a Batman and Robin or a Yoshi and Bowser. Who knows? You know?
I have a question.
I just hope, yeah.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm about your age. How old are we? 38, 39? We're 39.
How old are we? Hey, I love it
Most
because
watch things you guys did this week.
You said Tails and Knuckles. Hey, you took me back to sitting in front of a 19-inch screen TV playing Sega, dog. I appreciate that.
No worries. You guys have a good one.
Thanks.
You too, Jason. Have a good weekend. Zach Charbonnet to absolutely go off. I would love just to see, building a lot on what Jason had to say, physical
Jason said,
old school football game.
How old are we? He's riding with his boy.
Oh, my God, right? Both of you just 38, 39, 39, right? We're 39. When were you born?
85, 86.
You guys are forgetting. I don't even know.
Oh, man. My dad is like that. I think he's 60, 61. He has to really remember how old he is sometimes. But I like the combo. I love the reference to Tails and Knuckles. Heck of a game on Sega. He said Yoshi and Mario, I think he said. Heck of a combo on Super Nintendo. Matthew, you know all about that, don't you?
Absolutely. Loved Mario. Never really got super into Sonic. Slightly before my time.
I don't know what
because
these
of how old
things
you
mean.
are, but love Mario.
Love Mario.
Let's go to, let's see, I'm going to go with who's on hold the longest. Let's go to Colin in Tacoma. Colin, what's your Sunday wish for the Seahawks?
First of all, happy birthday, Bump.
Thank you.
Thank you and Stacy for all the work you do. We love your show. Nothing gets me more fired up than the defense playing great. You know, DK gets you fired up, but I want to see 2 pick sixes. I think Spoon's getting 2, and that's going to fire us up. And the 12s are we're going to be loud and roaring. We're going to the game Sunday night with the boys, and I'm ready to go. Let's get a Seahawks W.
Ooh, 2 pick sixes, says Colin. I'm going to try to cycle through the rest of these. Let's go to JC in Kent. JC, what's your Sunday wish for the Seahawks?
Well, now I got to kind of change my Sunday wish since the last guy said 2 pick sixes. Now I need 3 pick sixes.
Now you're being irresponsible.
That way I can hopefully win my fantasy league or my first round of the fantasy league. So it's kind of selfish, but you know, happy birthday, Bump.
Thank you.
Best of luck, JC. Best of luck. JC says 3 pick sixes, and you know what? If they end up getting 3 pick sixes, come into the show and
Has
just
that
brag about
ever
it.
happened before?
I know 2 in a game. But 3 in a game?
3?
I need someone to look this up. Let's go to Sean in University Place. Sean, what's your Sunday wish for the Seahawks?
Hey, folks. Thanks for taking my call. Happy birthday, Bob.
Thank you.
Hope you have a wonderful, blessed day.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely. My birthday wish for the Seahawks today, if I may borrow yours, is for for Gino and Zach to have a clean pocket today. Nice, strong offensive line work, and Gino be able to sit back there with some time to find his peeps to do their work, because everything else will fall into place. So I think that would be great, and we'll get that W we're looking for. And maybe tonight you can go celebrate with some black licorice ice cream, Bump. Go give it a shot.
Oh, God, awful Sean.
gosh.
Hang up on Sean.
I'm calling the feds on
I'm
you,
calling
Sean.
the cops, Sean. Sean, it was a very nice wish, and I think that Gino probably has that wish too. Let's go to Clint in Tacoma. Clint, what is your wish on Sunday for the Seahawks?
Hey, my name's Sample. Just score a touchdown on the opening drive.
I like that.
And happy birthday, Bob.
Thank you. I like that. It's been a while since the Hawks have scored. It's like
Not this year at all.
it's been like 12, 13 games, I want to say.
Not this year. Sometime late last year, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm like blanking on
Yeah.
when it would have been, but too long is the answer. Too long. So Clinton Tacoma says, please score an opening drive touchdown. Let's go to Jeremy in Everett. Jeremy, what's your Sunday wish for the Seahawks?
Hey, guys. Happy birthday, Bump. You and my wife happen to share a birthday.
Oh, you got a good one.
I do. Her dad happens to be born and raised in Green Bay. Ashes behind at the Green Bay Stadium. So my wish is for Green Bay to lose 21-0.
I'll accept
I like it.
Thank you, Jeremy, and happy birthday to your wife. I think that maybe Jeremy's using double the birthday wishes. Like if he uses his wife's birthday wish plus yours, you know what I mean? That means the Seahawks win. So Jeremy can take full credit for that if they win. Let's go to Steve in Port Orchard. Steve, what's your Sunday wish for the Seahawks?
Happy birthday, Bump.
Thank you.
Sunday, my wish would be for JSN to go over 150 receiving. I want to see some slants across the middle, taking it to the house, and then also get opened up on the seam in the second half, get a couple tugs. That's what my wish is.
Thanks for the call, Steve. Man, 150 and 2 tutties for JSN. He's had a phenomenal season.
I need him. I mean, he's going to get over 1,000 yards this year. It'd be nice to see it this game on primetime. He's at 9-11 right now.
Let's go to Brandon in Seattle. Brandon, what's your Sunday wish for the Seahawks?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Bump, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Mine's a little different than everybody else's, and it seems so simple, but it's honestly not. So my wish is for the Seahawks to convert on offense short yardage situations. The 3rd and 1s, the 4th and 1s. It's just been brutal this year. Geno, get behind the center, go forward, fall forward. It's been, these shotguns, it's play actions, throwing the ball. Just get behind your center, go. 1 yard, 12 inches, fall forward. It's been brutal to watch this year. I hope it doesn't happen tomorrow on Sunday, but that's my wish. Just get a yard. Brock Purdy did it last night on a third and short. It was so simple. Just fall forward or put a fullback in there. I don't know. Just get a yard.
Thanks for the call, Brandon. Brandon says, please, for the love of God, convert on 3rd and 1 on 4th and 1. It's a Football Friday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. We weren't able to get to every single caller. You guys were absolutely amazing calling in. To be fair, Bump's only got 39 birthday wishes to go around. So, we would have ran out.
We probably got around like 20.
I mean, we were trying to cycle through.
Trying.
You guys were great participants today, and this was a fun question. A lot of stuff we're all hoping to see from the Seattle Seahawks, and all of us hoping to see a win, of course. So let's get you ready for this one. Seahawks, Packers, Curtis, and Bump facing off in trivia coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've spent a lot of time talking about the turnaround for this defense and giving a lot of love to basically everybody there. But the interior guys, the guys like Jaron Reed, Jonathan Hankins, Roy Robertson Harris, how do you think they've played? We haven't talked about those particular guys that much. Not as much as certainly Leonard Williams.
It's interesting just because, we're talking about offensive line, how they only get noticed basically if they screw up. For the interior guys on defense, unless you make a play, nobody really notices you either.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Hey Seattle, Jaden Schwartz. Still having roofing problems? Don't skate through the winter. Call Techline today. Techline has the strongest warranty in the business. Take advantage of our easy financing and seasonal specials. Happy holidays from our team at Techline Roofing.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
When we run out that tunnel, when you put on that jersey, we see 12 as one. We compete together. Side by side. You yell louder, we push even harder. Touchdown, Seahawks! Make no mistake, this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters, owner of Cressy Door. Our family-owned business has been taking care of our neighbors every winter since 1952. On behalf of Cressy Door and all our wonderful families, we would like to wish you all happy holidays.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Packers running back Josh Jacobs is having quite the season. He's 4th in attempts and rushing yardage and is putting up an average of 81 yards per game. He's also scored 11 touchdowns this season. Sheil Kapadia of The Athletic joined Bump and Stacy yesterday and said the Packers' rushing attack versus the Seahawks' defensive front will be the matchup to watch this Sunday.
That's what they want to do on early downs especially, and they're very good at it. So I know Mike McDonald has talked a bunch about stopping the run while having light boxes while still playing your safeties deep. And so I think that's going to be a big deal in this game. Are the Seahawks able to do that? Because that's what the Packers want to do. And then, as you mentioned, they want to take their shots downfield. So early downs, can the Seahawks stop the run? I think that might go a long way in determining this football game.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Sky. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
At Shane Company, we want you to be the holiday hero. We have so many ways to create unique, fine jewelry gifts. Give a ring or necklace with their favorite gemstone like amethyst or peachy morganite, one to match their eyes, or even pick out their favorite team colors. Customize our North Star charm with the gemstone of your choice for a reminder to follow their own path. Or create a personalized piece with zodiac, birthstone, and diamond letter charms. Visit us in store and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, I'm Steve Almond from Pacific Power Batteries. In the past, I've suggested steering away from glitzy and non-essential Christmas presents like jewelry and things containing potpourri. At Pacific Power Batteries, we believe that just about everyone would appreciate a good booster pack under the tree, right? Yeah. So go ahead and make an enlightening statement with a snazzy new flashlight or headlamp for a present and put a little in the holidays with something from Pacific Power Batteries.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
Packers.
Dangerously cheesy.
It is Packers, 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 the weekly game show that changes its name every single week based on the Seahawks opponent. And this Sunday night, it is going to be the Green Bay Packers. So we've got Curtis and Bump facing off in trivia. I have 4 rounds. I got fancy with trivia this time. I did 4 rounds, themed rounds, 1 question apiece, and then we've got a tiebreaker.
You're cooking, huh?
Here we go. All right. The first round is, because it's supposed to be a preview, I keep forgetting that aspect of it. So this theme of this round is stop the run, have some fun.
Ooh.
Stop the run, have some fun.
Jeopardy
Bump.
categories.
Josh Jacobs has been central to Green Bay's success this year. He already has over 1,000 rushing yards and 11 touchdowns. A not-so-fun fact for Seahawks fans is that Jacob posted a career high in rushing yards against Seattle when he was with the Raiders in 2022. He finished with how many yards from scrimmage that day? A, 200, B, 250, C, 300.
I'll never forget 300. Worst day of my life.
Correct. Do you want to go double or nothing?
No, thank you.
Okay, your double or nothing question would have been, Jacobs was a first-round selection out of which SEC powerhouse in 2019?
Alabama.
Wow. You could have 2 points right now.
I could.
But you don't.
He doesn't.
That's okay. You have 1.
I do not.
Curtis. Jacobs is pretty good. This weekend will be a massive test. You have multiple choice, too. This weekend will be a massive test of Seattle's improvements up front defensively. We know they used to struggle against the run, allowing nearly 150 per game through the first half of the season. Over the last 5 games, there's been significant improvement. How many rushing yards per game has Seattle's defense allowed over that time span? A, 80, B, 90, C, 100.
I'm going to go with the very best possible option. A, 80. That's hard to say. Final answer.
The answer is B, 90.
What?
I said it during the show, and then I
it was
kicked myself because I thought you just spoiled one of Curtis's questions. It's 91.6. I'm sorry.
So you lied.
Okay, wow. Yeah, you lied. Yeah.
Your double or nothing question would have been all but one of the top 5 rushing offenses in the league right now are NFC teams. Can you name 3?
All but one are
All
NFC?
but one are NFC teams. And then
the
can you name any of
Lions,
those 3 teams? Yes.
The Eagles.
Yes.
And the let's go with the
You can name the AFC team, too.
The AFC team, the Ravens.
Yes. You don't get the point.
No, I know.
You almost wrote it down, though.
Yeah. Round 2, famous meetings.
Famous meetings.
Bump. Who can forget the 2012 Hail Mary game? The Packers visited CenturyLink favored by a field goal, but saw the game tied with 8 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Uh-oh. That's when Russell Wilson dropped back and heaved a pass into the end zone toward a flock of Hawks and Packers players, where Golden Tate and M.D. Jennings definitely simultaneously possessed the football. One ref ruled it a touchdown, the other incomplete. It was ultimately ruled a Seahawks catch and win. We know what happened. What controversial league labor dispute directly impacted that game? Controversial league labor dispute directly impacted that game and was resolved after it.
CBA agreement?
Is that your final
Collective
answer?
bargaining? Well, I don't want it to be the way you're looking at me. I know it's wrong. But, yeah, I guess.
It's wrong. The ref lockout.
Oh, that's when they had the...
Yes.
That's why... that
You had
makes it
one
so
ref
much funnier.
signaling
One guy-
touchdown, the
Yeah,
other
that's
signaling
why it's a
incomplete.
famous photo because they were using like
okay.
high school football refs.
Yeah. Damn, living their dream, though. Living their dream.
I know. Your double or nothing question would have been, how long after this game did the NFL referee lockout end? 1 week, 1 month, or 6 months?
1 week.
1 week.
Yeah, it was quick.
They, for real. Roger Goodell has admitted on
Name your
record
price,
that
referees.
that game almost directly impacted the end of the ref lockout.
They get them back.
Curtis, a chance to get back
Here we
into
go.
this
Let's
one.
go.
Your
We're
famous
back.
meeting. Who can forget the 2014 NFC Championship game?
Remember it like it was yesterday.
The first 3 quarters were full of bad play and blunders, and then the Seahawks got their you-know-what together and kicked this you-know-what into high gear. A momentum and luck started shifting their way, though, when they lined up for a field goal, but ran a fake. John Ryan threw a touchdown pass to who?
Gary Gilliam, final answer.
Just saw that highlight today for some reason.
College tight end.
Why do you know so
Then-
much about Gary Gilliam?
I mean, why do you not?
Do you want to go double or nothing?
Ooh, that was a good game.
mean-
That was a good game, but I've tied it up, so we're not gonna play with fire. We're gonna
Okay.
pass.
That's your mistake.
I know.
Your double or nothing question would have been how many interceptions did Russell Wilson throw in that game? Yeah. Wow. What could have been?
That's easier than his regular question.
You guys could low-key be tied 2-2 right now.
Yeah, we could.
I know.
Well, and I believe all 4 were targeted to Jermaine Kearse, who ended up catching the game-winning touchdown.
Right. Round
Curtis
3.
with his extra credit.
I know. Round 3.
Here's
It's
an
all
Apple
about the
teacher.
quarterback, baby. Bump. Former Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to give you a little extra time for this one. Former Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers won 4 MVPs with Green Bay, including back-to-back years in 2020 and 2021. Who won in the 2 years on either side? Meaning who won in 2018, in 2019, in 2022, and 2023?
2018. 2018. Was that Peyton Manning?
In 2018? You can tell when you're wrong.
That was 2016 Peyton Manning, right? Was that 16 he won it?
Peyton Manning retired in like 2015, right?
It just seems like yesterday. I'm getting old. Everything just seems like yesterday.
I really said that with too much attitude, and I didn't mean to. It just came out. All right, this one's wrong.
What were they, though?
So this is the reason I liked it as a question. The answers are kind of fun. It's Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson 2 times.
Wow.
So Patrick Mahomes,
That's
Lamar.
cool.
Yeah, it goes Patrick, Lamar, Aaron, Patrick, Lamar.
You said in 2018? If you could have seen her face.
Sorry.
You sure about that?
Oh, man.
Oh, your double or nothing would have been only 3 non-quarterbacks have won MVP in the last 20 years. Who are they? I know that you would have known that one.
Adrian Peterson.
In the last 20 years.
Sean Alexander. LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
Curtis.
Hey.
Before Rodgers, there was Favre, who had his very best years in Super Bowl win with the Pack. However, how many teams did Brett Favre play for, and who were they?
He played for 4 teams.
Easy.
He played for the Atlanta Falcons his rookie season, traded to the Packers, and then traded to the Jets, and then traded to the Vikings.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Do you want your double or nothing?
Is it about Mark Gastineau?
I'm not telling you anything.
No, because we
Okay.
got the lead now.
Your double or nothing would have been, where do you play college football?
Southern Miss.
I told you guys your double or
My
nothings are pretty
goodness.
easy. Your double or nothings I've tried to make easier than the
What
question.
school did he steal from the poor and give money to?
Southern Miss.
Round 4. We're talking playoffs? Okay, Bump. You need to get this.
I'm aware.
Bump. Both of your questions in this round are a little tough. The Packers advanced to the conference championship game after facing the Cowboys in the divisional round. The Cowboys were also 12-4. They were a great team. Again, this is that conference championship round they faced with Seahawks in 2014, so we're a couple years ago. 2014, they beat the Cowboys. They go on to lose to the Seahawks. The Cowboys had defeated the Lions the week prior as a wild card. They honestly probably should have beaten that Packers team and played Seattle instead, but they didn't. What was the major controversy in that playoff game?
In 2014?
We're talking Packers-Cowboys?
Packers-Cowboys.
Okay.
Oh, the cash, Dez.
Yes.
Dez.
Do you want your double or nothing? I would advise that you do.
Yeah,
If you
I got to.
If
I
you
got
get
to.
it right,
I got to.
I can't win with my next answer if you get it right.
Yeah, you
we
can.
can
Yeah, you
force
can.
overtime.
Yeah, you can.
It'd
Yeah,
be
you can.
3-3. Well, if I go double or nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It puts a lot more pressure on me if you go double or nothing here.
Here's the thing, Bump. Your double or nothing is only yes or no, and Curtis's is very difficult.
Okay. Let's do
This
it.
is a yes or no coin flip question. Was Des Bryant a first-round pick?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
That was so.
Happy birthday, Bump. Happy
Wow.
birthday. Curtis,
Here we go.
quickly.
Here we go.
Okay, for the tie. Counting wins and losses, what common Super Bowl opponents have the Packers and Seahawks faced?
The Steelers.
Yes.
And the Broncos.
Is there another team?
And the Patriots, yes.
What are you doing?
Yes,
What?
there is. 1996.
I'm just making sure.
Packers, Patriots.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Final answer.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm hosting.
All 3 teams the Seahawks have faced in the Super Bowl, the Packers have also faced.
I think he probably would have gotten
I think he
it,
would have
but
gotten it.
Yes.
Yeah.
he
I
didn't
know.
need your help.
I looked at the clock. I saw that we were running out of time. I started panicking. Okay.
Oh, man.
Should I just go to a tiebreaker or let you do double or nothing to win?
Let's do double or nothing to win. Let's go. We're up against the clock.
Okay, when was the last time all three of those teams were in the Super Bowl? You need the years.
The years? The Broncos were in the 2015 Super Bowl against the Carolina Panthers. The Patriots' last Super Bowl was against the the LA Rams back in the 2018 season, so 2019 Super Bowl. And then the Steelers' last Super Bowl win was the 2009 season. Or no, they were last in the Super Bowl against the Packers in the 2010 season, 2011 Super Bowl. Final answer.
It's rigged. This is rigged.
That's ball game.
This whole show is rigged.
That's ball game.
This whole show
That's
is rigged.
ball game.
Stop the count.
Hit the right answer button, Matt.
Stop the count.
I'm sorry. I just. Look, normally what we do is what I need to know and take your questions, but we've got some important injury updates from Mike McDonald. So let's get the pressure off of me and go to Mike McDonald live from VMAC next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
In the past, there's been maybe a little bit of competition over who created nicknames and
Legion
things like
of
that.
Boom.
Well, for one, there was definitely a little debate on that whole thing at the time. I don't think anyone but Ernest Jones, though, is going to take credit for the new one, the Death Zone. I'm willing to roll with it because of its emphasis on, no, we want to be our own team with our own reputation, our own everything.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
It's the holiday season and the perfect time to gift yourself with a new home for the new year. For a limited time, take advantage of incredible savings and incentives during D.R. Horton's It's Your Year savings event. Going on now through December 22nd. Your perfect home for every holiday season is waiting for you. To find yours, visit any of our participating D.R. Horton communities or visit us at drhorton.com and discover the D.R. Horton difference. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
The season of savings is on now at all 6 Harnish Auto Family dealerships with a huge selection and limited time savings on 2024 models. Drive into the new year with big savings today by visiting HarnishAutoFamily.com and tell them Brock sent you. We are the Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and that means limited time savings on the paint pros need. Right now, save $15 on 5-gallon pails of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Visit us in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowes.com/same-day delivery for details.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
On behalf of Cairo News Radio, Seattle Sports, and Treehouse, thank you to everyone who helped make the 36th year of Holiday Magic truly magical. Your donations will help provide holiday gifts for year-long support for the more than 5,000 children in youth and foster care statewide. Holiday Magic may have ended, but the season of giving has not. You can still donate to Treehouse by going to mynorthwest.com/Holiday Magic. Thank you for serving Treehouse, and happy holidays. Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Make this the last holiday season in that old kitchen. Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen, way easier and less expensive than a tear-out. With the holidays here, I know everyone's busy, but if you order your new kitchen now for select install dates after the new year, I'll give you 12% off the entire project. Hey, all year long and especially next holiday season, you'll be delighted that you did. Call today, Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Dave Wyman with an important message for those recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Several treatment options are available, and gaining an understanding of each of them can help you make an informed treatment decision. When searching for the most advanced treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. CyberKnife is a non-surgical treatment utilizing a robotic radiosurgery system to deliver radiation beams with sub-millimeter accuracy. The targeted radiation adjusts robotically in real time to tumor and patient movement. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we've got some injury news on Ken Walker. Game status updates for the rest of these guys. Let's take a listen to Mike McDonald from Seahawks headquarters right now.
Good to see everybody. Just had a great practice, so we're really excited about the weekend. And just keep thinking about night game at Lumen with the 12s, so we're excited about one more day to go. So, but the guys are in good spirits.
All NFC West coaches need to be soaking wet this week. Is that the look you got going? After last night's game?
Oh yeah, it's funny. Like in some camera angles, it doesn't look like it's raining, and then in some you're like, oh snap, it's coming down. But this isn't rain out here, so they tell me.
Mike, you talk about opportunity. What does Sunday offer as an opportunity for this team?
Yeah, we talked about it this morning. It's the next game, but it's about becoming who we want to become as a team and where we want to go, and it's the next step. It's a big stage, obviously, but you got to. That's why you do all the things you do your whole life and this whole year as a team, and all the steps that we've taken to earn this opportunity to have this stage with this amount at stake. So you got to love it.
Last night's game obviously impacted the standings. Did you talk about that kind of stuff with the team, like in terms of the specifics of where you guys are?
Everyone knows what's kind of going on, but individual conversations about where we're at. But our focus is about us and winning the games that we need to win.
Heading into the bye, obviously, standings-wise, things weren't great for you guys. You lost 5 of 6. We never really heard the players seem to get down on that or lose faith. What do you think about this team has kept them together to get back to where you are now?
Our leaders deserve a lot of credit. We love our guys, and I think they've done a great job of staying steadfast in what we're trying to create. And I think you just need to be consistent. And like, we weren't getting the results that we wanted, but I felt like guys believed in the things we were trying to get done, and it felt like there was progress going on. So those types of things I kept everybody together. But our players deserve a lot of credit for keeping the faith and staying poised and staying together, and that's why we love them.
Where's Ken at with his injury?
You guys want to know about Ken Walker? He hasn't practiced yet, so doesn't look. So we list him as doubtful, which is probably the best way to explain it. And then anything can happen between now and the game, but I'd say doubtful right now.
Have you sensed any improvement at all over the course of the week?
Yeah. I mean, there's progress. There's not getting into all the details, but yeah, there's progress.
Jordan Love's struggled against the blitz all season, played well against it against Detroit. How much do you weigh full season performance of a player when you're game planning versus most recent performance?
Without speaking to like his stats and him, I'd probably more recent. Yeah, I mean, teams evolve as the games go on. Players improve in certain aspects, but definitely, yeah, there's definitely a recency bias in how we evaluate teams and players.
You said earlier you mentioned this game is about becoming who you want to become. How would you describe what type of team you guys want to be?
It's on that mural over there, trying to not just make it a bunch of words on a wall, but who we are. So, I mean, the stuff we talk about, 12 is one. That visual, that imagery, that vision of what we want to be. So, we're getting there. But we understand we got a month of football to play. Some pretty big time games starts at this one.
How much does your game plan change as you see the end of the week injury report for your opponents versus how much is just set based off of how they play regardless of player?
How much? Can you say that again?
How much does your game plan change based off of who's out for the opponent at the end of the week today? They come out with their injury report versus what?
Yeah. Okay. I get you. I see what you're saying. I wouldn't overthink it. It depends on the player and how they build their. But yeah, I mean, you have to make some adjustments late in the week based off of who's available and who's not, for sure.
What are you hoping to see from Zach when he gets the start right there?
Yeah, keep building, keep running it tough, take care of the rock, finishing runs, doing what he does. Catching the balls out of the backfield, doing a great job in protection. He's done that the whole season. And Kenny Mack and George as well, if George is in there and say Ken.
What did you like about George?
Man, I mean, you guys have been exposed to George since he's been here. I mean, this guy's really tough. Can block on the perimeter, can run all the runs. A lot to like about George. Smart. I'm sorry, I went late.
Kind of similar to Curtis's question, but this one's about Uchenna Nwosu. What are you expecting after a game, a week of practice?
About Chenna?
Yeah, Chenna, yeah.
Just about going into the game?
Yeah, the second game. Yeah, 21 snaps.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we'll keep building his role and excited about him. I thought he's had a tremendous week of practice, and, yeah, go beat Uchenna Nwosu. Go be the guy we love.
I was going to say, Josh Jones, I was kind of about that guy. What did you kind of like about it?
Well, I mean, he competes every day. He's really detail-oriented, and if you just watch him in walkthroughs, I mean, the stance, the intent, the eyes, I mean, how he plays the ball in the short and intermediate game, deep routes. He's just really on his details. So all that stuff shows up on Sunday where he can go play confident, go play fast. So he's doing a great job.
All right, that was Mike McDonald speaking from Seahawks headquarters. This has been Bump and Stacy. If you missed any part of the show, go listen to the Bump and Stacy podcast. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've spent a lot of time talking about the turnaround for this defense and giving a lot of love to basically everybody there. But the interior guys, the guys like Jaron Reed, Jonathan Hankins, Roy Robertson-Harris, how do you think they've played? We haven't talked about those particular guys that much. Not as much as certainly Leonard Williams.
It's interesting just because, we're talking about offensive line, how they only get noticed basically if they screw up. For the interior guys on defense, unless you make a play, nobody really notices you either.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.